Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I welcome you on into the house here as we are in a very cool little snap here in the winter Pacific Northwest. The evergreen trees are growing brittle, the icicles are growing, and I no longer can feel my toes. I hope you guys are doing well out there as we are freezing to death out here in Spokane. It's okay. I know you folks out west don't think of us often, but we are indeed going to maybe not come back from this one. Hope everyone's doing well, though. We've got some Seahawks stuff to discuss, as we always do. We are just about on the road here to be playing the Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead, an old haunt of our Hawks for back in the old AFC West days, where we had our share of struggles there. Quite a few opponents do struggle there for many different reasons, and I think our Seahawks are going to face some of those reasons because they're going to be enduring their own type of chill. It seems like game time temperatures, every time I check, seem to be continually throttling ever downward here for this upcoming game. So it will be interesting to see what we'll be up against and how this game will play if it becomes a really, really cold one, though the Chiefs, of course, are very used to playing in that kind of environment. We will be previewing the game tomorrow. Me and Brendan will be back here on this channel at 8 o'clock, just after the Thursday night game. So I will be going into a little bit more depth that game tomorrow. We can certainly talk about this in the chat. But I wanted to open up today with a little bit of a discussion on looking at where this team is at. And both for the highs and the lows that we've gotten to go through here in the rebuild season, and certainly way more highs than you typically get in a rebuild year. No doubt about that. I think the plus side of it, and you could see it with the thumbnail that I put out there, that the upside here and the good feelings, the good vibes that we should be walking away from in this season override whatever there is for the low. But nonetheless, you're 14 games into the season. We find ourselves 3 games out from the end of things here. I think we've got a good firm footing of what we have in hand and what we'll be able to utilize now versus what we won't be able to necessarily utilize, and what we're going to look for into the future as far as what we'll take to kind of round this team off and take it from a team that's in a rebuilding mode to truly being a team that is on that ascent type trajectory. You hear very much from many different people out there that after this Niner game, well, we just aren't in that same place that they're at. We're just not in that same mode. We're not in our window. I go, okay, I can understand that and I agree with that. But we would like to try to strive to definitely get to that window. So you want to look at what you got to do to get over to that window right now, because we're on the other side of the room. Window's over there. We're over here in the corner. So I want to go through some quick highs on these. I'm not going to belay these down. It's going to be a lot of this show. Just want to talk to you guys about, where this team's standing at. And there's some variety of little tidbits of news out there that are sort of bubbling about. But when you look at this team this year, I feel like we've got to first acknowledge the fact that this draft class has continued to pay dividends throughout the entire course of the year. All of these guys have remained solid. They all have found a role for their own from their own stance of things, even when they've got to carve a role out that's not necessarily a natural fit for them. But it's on the back of this draft class that this team will strive forward to whatever it is going to become. They are that good. You came out of this with a lot of picks in the early rounds, but this was also what you did throughout the course of the whole draft. Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross have started every single game for your Seattle Seahawks. At the start of this year, I said if we ended out at the end of this season with these guys playing at just a titch above league average, you should get so excited, because that means they're tapped in already to being really good right now, and then they're only going to get better as you go into the future. And having 2 young tackles like that on those rookie deals, this is how you can start to build out the rest of your team, right? Because you're not paying Trent Williams money, $23.5 million a year on average to the left tackle position, or Lane Johnson type money to the right tackle position like the Eagles are having to do. You've got some savings in that, not to mention some potentially upward dominant level of play as we go forward. And it begins, in my opinion, with those 2 guys. Boye Mafe has not necessarily sparkled as much as a pass rusher, but he has found himself a role as a really good run defender on this team. And boy, was it necessary, because of the fact that we have not gotten Darrell Taylor's development in that respect of things. And Alton Robinson went down for the start of this year. He has stepped up into that role. And it's not a surprise to me that he's not necessarily polished in his pass rush way that he goes about it. I think that's going to come down a little bit more further down the road with this guy as opposed to this season, because he is relatively new to football, and pass rushing is one of those things that does tend to take a little bit of time typically to develop. But good to see that he already finds a role and he can only now need to expand from here. Yes, only a couple sacks during the season, but let's remember he had a couple of sacks in the preseason as well where he really flashed. So I think give this kid some time. He is going to be a big part of this future. Is he the starter at your outside linebacker moving forward beyond this year? I don't know if I'm ready to proclaim that, but at least he gives you some really good value as far as depth and a guy that's going to continue, I think, to project forward and get better and better and better. I don't need to talk much about Tariq Woolen. You guys know what time of day this is. I mean, he's having such a good year. He's got the number 1 overall corner taken in this draft, top 5 pick. He's up in his head, putting out tweets of, I don't know who this guy is being overvoted over me in the Pro Bowl. He's been that good, and he definitely had a bad moment as we look back in retrospect. I thought it had been on Brooks at the time after post game, but Tariq was indeed looked at as the guy that was signaled for the guy that busted that kind of Niner touchdown there at the end. But he has been phenomenal. I think he is going to be in that discussion for the best cornerback in the league as we go forward. He's got still some things in his game, obviously, to clean up. He's just learning how to do the technique stuff. He's just kind of figuring out what's going on out there. Certainly the tackling could stand to be cleaned up, but the kid has got superstar level of a rise up ahead of him, no doubt about it. We've got to give Kobe Bryant some props here too. A lot of turnovers on this season. He's had about 3 or 4 or 5 more that have been taken off the board because of penalties or stuff that happens that has nothing to do with him taking those penalties away. And let's also face the fact that he's been doing what he's been doing from the slot, and he's really had to learn from within the slot. Those outside guys don't like to go in, and if you're over 6 feet tall and he's 6'1", you really don't like going inside. It's a 5'10", 5'9", 5'11" man's game down there because you need to have that short area quickness to move laterally and be able to get back and forth in that way to be able to, just stop on a dime, go, stop on a dime, go. And, he's done his best down there. He's got to take on a guy like Rondale Moore out of Purdue that ran like a 4.3 sub, 40 out there, and who's really quick and trying to hang with that guy. And I feel like he's really fought hard, and I'm still not so sure that his future isn't going to be out on that outside cornerback position when it's all said and done, and that he might actually settle out there best when it's all said and done. Seattle didn't move him into slot because he had failed at outside corner. They moved him into slot because of the fact that Justin Coleman wasn't as good as he was a couple of years ago. They cut Marquise Blair in the preseason, so they didn't have the number 2 guy. They cut Ugo Amadi, so you also didn't have him to go to. So that left you with having to, by the bare bones means of things, that leaves you then with having to go with him and have him just kind of learn his way through, sort of throw him into the deep end of the pool like a kid and go, okay, figure it out. Hopefully you don't drown. And he hasn't drowned. He comes up for water every couple games and punches a ball out and then back below the surface, then back up. But I love what I see from the kid. He's got grit. He's got determination. He's got that old Seahawks corner spirit that we all loved back in the early 2010s. I think he's going to be a part of this future. Kenneth Walker looks like he could become one of the best backs in this league. I don't think he'll ever be the best back in the league, but I do think he'll be up there in that contention point of those top 5-ish guys around in that end of things. He has fallen back a little bit as the years gone along, but I think you've really got to build a big part of this into looking at the fact that the blocking, especially from a run blocking element of things, has really, really collapsed over the course of this season. And it's just not been there consistently. And it's been very reliant on him having to break a huge run. And if you look at a lot of his big runs this year, especially some of those touchdown runs down to the corner where there's just no blocking from the moment he gets the ball, then he gets free of that guy, then he's got to dance away from another guy, then he's got to race to the corner and beat the guy to the edge of the corner, and then Superman dive to the pylon just to try to get in there in time. And there just isn't always the consistent blocking up front to get it done. Doesn't mean, though, that he isn't still a very dangerous back in this league and that he's not a guy that's going to command attention as we go forward from the running back position, as long as, of course, you can get the interior offensive line to find some guys who can actually drive guys off the ball or utilize a little bit more of the movement and space blocking element of things that you tend to lean towards with this offensive scheme in offensive linemen. Derek Young is also a guy that shouldn't be understated. He's kind of come along as this year's come along. He made a great catch in the Niner game over his shoulder, got wiped off the board for something that didn't have anything to do with him, but it was a really nice catch, and that's a lot of what he showed you through all the preseason as well, where he really stood out. There were some drops that showed up there, but for the guy that was the 7th round pick, he's got an NFL kind of body. He's a bigger guy. He's not an undersized guy. He looks like he can go toe-to-toe. He's got good speed out there. He's good after the catch. this is a guy to look for a little bit into the future, as well as a guy who might, find his mix here into the wide receiver core. And one other guy to just to keep in mind of, I know these are all just the rookies. I haven't got through the rest of the team. This is just the rookies that we get to operate off of. But don't undersell as well Tariq Smith out of Ohio State that you got. Seattle felt really good about their outside linebacker pass rush and where it was from a depth standpoint. I felt like they just kind of stashed Tariq onto their IR so they could keep him around into next year and then see where he's at as a development standpoint, in an NFL weight room, NFL program for a full season. He was a guy that was very talented coming out of Ohio State. They were expecting him going into his final year to really round into becoming a guy that was on that same kind of star-like rise that they had seen in Bosa and Chase Young. And he didn't get there at Ohio State, but he had a lot of pressures in his senior year, and there is still something to work with in that guy. Again, I'm going to bounce through these quickly, but again, the overall theme here I just want to kind of get across is that there's many more sunnier things that we got to feel happier about here than there is to be derided of. We do still need to concentrate on the low things too, and I will get to that, why that's an important part of this process. Geno Smith's ascent has been great for the Seattle Seahawks. Whether they choose to sign him into next season or whether or not whether they let him go on free agency. They are going to be positioned, I think, here to be able to benefit either way. You go on free agency, there's always the compensatory game you could potentially play. Say nothing of if there was a trade, if they wanted to put a franchise tag on him. They've got so much flexibility with how they want to play this Geno Smith game. But it is only for the benefit of the Seahawks that they have Geno do what he's done this year, even if it's to be able to get the fans to sign up to doing a Drew Lock-like situation if they don't go in the draft, or if they go in the draft and then they have Drew Lock as the number one guy, and then you have the capable kid behind him who can come off the bench if he starts to fail. People and the fans, and myself included, will feel more encouraged that that's a possible way to go here with watching the success that Geno's had, especially as you can acknowledge in Geno's success that it's been the back of having two really good wide receivers. There were three good wide receivers if you want to include Marquise Goodwin. A fairly decent running game, great tight ends to throw to, certainly good pass protection for the majority of the season. Many quarterbacks should be able to operate beyond that. But if Geno Smith does sign a contract extension, I'd be okay with that too. I think he has fully well earned it. I've made my case on this one, but it has been magnificent for our Hawks that his development has come forward in the manner that it has this year. And that's for also the future in the way that could play as the benefits of that could come down. The other thing we want to talk about quickly is Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, and Marquise Goodwin. Certainly Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf stand at the head of this. Tyler's going to miss his first game, I think, in like 3 or 4 seasons here. And then he's going to try to probably come back within a couple weeks as he just had surgery on his finger. But these guys continue to be your metronome of the offense. They continue to go out there, beat their man every week, make their catches, get their yards. Some people would like Tyler to have more yak, and some people wish DK Metcalf wouldn't be so emotional, or that he would get to the 1,400 yard mark, or his hands would get better. But what they are constants in this offense, guys you can always rely upon to be there, guys that show up every single week. And guys that have been a big part of why this offense has had the type of success it's had, despite not necessarily having the most perfect personnel across the board to make it work. They will be here as we go forward. I don't believe Tyler Lockett or DK is going anywhere in the near future, and I don't think there's any reason to believe that these guys can't continue to sustain themselves. Marquise Goodwin's had a quietly good year of almost 500 yards receiving. In fact, that's where he's on trajectory to probably go when it's all going to be said and done. And I think that's pretty good for a guy that's a third guy. The fact that Eskridge has not developed and he's been able to step in and be that guy from that level of production standpoint is just kind of what you need with this offense. When you use the tight ends as much as we do, when you're going to throw to Tyler and DK as much as we do, we don't really need a third guy that's out there with another 1,000 yards receiving. We're not hopefully going to have to be throwing the ball that much. Having a guy with 500 yards receiving, with his speed, with some of what he's given you, and even in the yak element of things, has been very helpful. And if they can find a way to bring back Marquise Goodwin, especially instead of having to go out there and put more assets into the receiver position this offseason, definitely would be, I'd be well in favor of that over the alternative. 3 tight end sets. I will be eventually doing a video on the 3 tight end sets for our Hawks, but they've been a big key element of this team. Can't deny it. They've been good in all elements of what you need from tight ends, run blockers, pass blockers, and good in the pass catching game as well. All these guys are steady. All these guys you can rely on with their hands. I got maybe a drop here, maybe a drop there. But overall, if you take the totality of these guys and their production, you're going to have well over 1,000 yards from the tight end position this year. The three tight end set in particular has been really good for the Hawks. They haven't seemed to use it as much as the years went along, but I hope that they continue to make it a common place of the offense. It really does put a defense into a tremendous bind of deciding whether they want to go nickel or whether they want to stay in base. And then you can attack whatever alternative choice they want to make in that type of situation. So this is something that will help going forward in this Waldron scheme in this offense, and something that they can just continue, I think, to build upon from this year and what they've gotten from it. And these are all guys that are giving you fairly complete tight end play. You're not walking out there with one of these three guys who's got some huge hole in his game, can't run block, can't pass block, can't catch. All of them can give you kind of all of what you need for a tight end to give you, which then makes them a legitimate threat across the board for the defenses. Shane Waldron's offense, we've got to give a pat on the back to so far this year as well. Stands 13th in the National Football League in yards, 7th in points. And I think he's done this without necessarily having everything, a little bit like I would say with Geno. Geno's had some things working in his favor. Waldron's had something. I got Tyler Lockett, DK, 3 tight ends. I got these 2 rookie tackles playing well. All these things work in your favor. They do. But it's not been perfect, and it's not all been just easy. Waldron's not been able to fall back on having the personnel up front in his system to have the mobility I think he'd ideally like to run the whole gamut of his playbook. I think the screen game in particular gets shut down quite a bit as far as him not being able to call in those plays like they would have been able to do back in the Rams, because he doesn't have all the mobile linemen to be able to get it done. You obviously don't have as well the talent up front as far as those linemen to really drive and get those holes opened up. This has been a problem for 4 weeks straight here, and has been a problem throughout the league, throughout the year here with our Hawks, and just getting those holes opened up for the running backs, which then now turns you into a one-dimensional passing attack. And as good as the passing attack has been, it does hinder a quarterback. It does hinder an offensive coordinator when they can't utilize that stuff. And to me, with Waldron, it's not a lack of him not being more creative in his scheme. He just doesn't have the guys up front that can create the holes. And defenses know it at this point. They've learned it at this point. They've understood it at this point. All the more reason why I think it still is impressive that he's gotten still this through 14 weeks, 13th in yards, 7th in points, not to be understated, and doing it passing the ball first and foremost. So impressive to be able to get that production from an offense when it does have a little bit of it's not a full arm tied behind its back, but at least a few fingers tied together. Something like that. The backup tackle situation, we didn't have to call them this year. Both Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross have started every single game, just about every single snap, I believe. But let's not forget that we do still have Stone Forsythe and Jake Curhan, who are still going to be helpful backup tackles into the future. And one reason we don't have to really look at the tackle position at all this offseason. Those guys are guys that would be capable, I believe, if you had to throw them in a pinch. And you do need depth as you start to try to build an elite team into the future. It is not just merely getting the frontline starters. It's also having that depth that you can call upon. Injuries are a fact of life, especially with this extra game in the NFL season now. Defensively, Uchenna Nwosu has been one of the most impressive free agent signings in John Schneider's history. He's not a guy who's very active in the free agent market necessarily, and it hasn't had a lot of necessarily success either in some of the money that has been spent. But they went out 2-year, $20 million deal on Uchenna Nwosu, and he has come in and been very much a very, very good player for you. A top 15 pass rusher right now in the NFL for you, as far as at least off the edge, or a top 15 edge player, I guess is the best way to say. He has set career highs in tackles, sacks, hurries. He's had 9 sacks right now for the year, 3 forced fumbles on the season. You have not been able to get pass rush from just about anybody else on that defensive line. He has at least been the one semi-constant. I think a little bit over this year, he's gotten worn down as the season's gone along, because they know he's the only guy. So and as this defense struggles and there's more snaps out there to be had, they're just like, well, get him back out there, because he's kind of the only guy getting stuff done here all the way around. And he's been a very complete player for them, good both as a run defender and as a pass rusher, which is really good to see. You can even drop him in a spy role like they did week 1 against Russell Wilson. You can have him do a little bit of running with running backs like they did in the Giants game, where he was carrying a running back all the way up the sideline, which was pretty impressive, though I don't like to see that out of my outside linebackers. Nonetheless, he's had a really, really good year. I think Shelby Harris has been pretty solid for you and will be a future piece, as he's got 1 year remaining on his deal here. There is a chance they could make a trade if they wanted to, try to offload some of his salary, because it's about a $9 million hit, I believe, $8 or $9 million million hit. I don't expect them to do that. He's been graded out at about a 71 by PFF this year. Only 2 sacks on the year. He's missed a couple of games for injury situations, but he's been a pretty steady defensive lineman when he's been in there in the rotation overall. And I think that they will still find a role for him as they go forward. They're just going to look to add to that pack, right? Get it more into a solid state all the way through, rather than leaning on like him or Uchenna as the number one dog only, that you've got a little bit more there in the reservoir to call upon. We know now as well also on defense that we are fully stocked at the outside corner position. No doubt about that. We've got Tariq Woolen's got one side set. Mike Jackson still remains the starter here. Trey Brown's trying to find snaps on the football field. Eventually, you maybe want to look at Kobe Bryant over there on the outside as well. So you're 4 deep right now, really, when you look at the outside corner position. It's really slot you would like to go out there and probably target if you could find an upgrade for that position in particular. But at the outside corner position in general, you are okay as long as you're not changing anything schematically crazily here in the near future. Special teams, let's give the special teams a big time tip of the cap this year. According to Aaron Schwartz at Football Outsiders, your Seattle Seahawks overtook this past week the Baltimore Ravens for the number 1 special teams unit in all of football. It's been very good to see, as it's been, again, like we predicted at the start of this year, that this would be very much a key cog, a third part, not just a third wheel, but a third wheel you've got to rely upon and lean upon to help you win you some football games. And when you look down the line at it, from your kicker to your punter to your return unit to your defending of kickoffs and punts, you've been great all the way across the board. That's how you've gotten to number 1. It starts with Michael Dixon. He is hitting at the highest average punt of his career right now, almost 50 yards a punt. He's also averaging his highest net. So he's not merely out kicking his coverage. He's still getting that height, and he's getting the distance, and he's getting the low net, a career low as far as return yardage against him average per punt as well. So fantastic across the board from him. Still been really good, I think, inside the 22 overall. Dixon's been awesome. He's flipped some fields at times in games. Been a very good part, great part of the special teams unit. Probably will maybe make the Pro Bowl here this year. Jason Myers, another guy who will likely make the Pro Bowl this year, has only missed 1 kick, and that 1 kick was on a really bad snap. He has been money across the board. Seahawks have not just asked him to do little chip shot field goals across here or there. It's been sometimes 50, 53. He's had to get his leg up and try to drive those home, and he's done an excellent job. He's put the Seahawks in quite a bind this offseason, as he is going to be due to be a free agent, as to whether or not they're going to want to go back and sign him, because you're already averaging $4 million a year. It's going to maybe be a little bit expensive to go back in and go, okay, do I want to pay $5 million a year to a kicker? Might get a little bit pricey up at that height, but that will be one of the interesting decisions on free agents the Seahawks have to make, and he's been fantastic. Also does a good job of kicking. It seems like when they want him to kick through the end zone, he'll put it through the back of the end zone. When they want to set up the returners to see if they can, maybe set the field position back a little bit for a given team, he's got a way of kicking a little bit high, letting his return unit get out there, and also kicking with a little bit of depth to it. And how about Godwin Igwebuike? And that's as good as I'm going to get on that pronunciation. It does not get better than that, unfortunately. But Igwebuike has been a great returner here for our Seahawks. He's averaging almost 11 yards more a return than DJ Dallas did. You can see a noticeable difference of explosion when he gets the ball back there. If I was to offer, this is a guy that's helped put us over the top a little bit in that number 1 special teams ranking, as far as giving that final little component of the special teams game that you have kind of locked down. He's been the guy to do it. So encouraging to see Godwin getting it done in a little short spell, and maybe a guy that, as we go in the future, we've got a returner for the future. I certainly like it in what I'm seeing out of him. That is kind of my highs, and that's where the high list ends for me. Yeah, I think it's going to be more highs here than it's going to be lows, but I'm going to pepper through these lows because I think that there's a key discussion point on this as we look forward, and it's a positive key discussion point, not a negative one. So right out the point, inconsistent running game. I talked about it. You don't have the guys to drive guys off the line up front. That much is obvious. It's not a talent issue. I felt like Rashad Penny had the same issue he was running up against that we saw in Walker's case, where there is at times no holes. When you give them a hole, they can house it. They can give you the 80-yard run. But when there's absolutely no holes, there's only so much they're going to be able to get done and do. And I think our backs have showed that. We've got to get a little bit better in being able to generate some holes up front, and that's going to begin with getting better, more talented guys. And I think that's the place they're going to attack almost first and foremost in this offseason. Dwayne Eskridge's future remains a low. We don't know where this guy's going to go. He's got a broken hand now. I think he's had about 17 injuries in the 2 years since he's been here. He was a very heavily injury-laden player when he was in college. It's hard to believe that he's going to get any more healthier as we go into the future. Then when you add that on top of the fact that he's not really rounding out with the receiver skills. There are points this year watching him running routes, and you can just see he has a hard time of running real good, smooth routes. Everything's kind of rounded off, and then not the greatest of hands, not a real hands catcher type of guy. Very much kind of a gadget receiver. Well, but then the only problem with that comes into play that you gave him 2 rushing attempts this year so far. 14 games into the season, Eskridge has 2 rushing attempts. That was not the idea. That was not the goal in mind when you drafted him 2 years ago in the second round. Odd his lack of usage seems to reek of there being a lack of development on the practice field and makes me wonder about his future as we go into this offseason on this team. Coach Carroll's defense, this is the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Some people don't want to talk about it. Some people could get hit upside their head with a banana and they still don't want to talk about it. You know, I'm hearing the chest bump. I'm hearing the, he's right over there in the corner. It's 800-pound gorilla. Coach Carroll's defense remains a monstrous question. There's very much a tiny schism I see developing a little bit in the fan base that'll get resolved, and we'll figure this out. But it certainly is right now one where people are torn between, the camps of, well, it's talent. Well, it's his defense. Well, it's his defense and talent. And you got a little bit of all three kind of going at it, head to head here, or two going at one, or however you want to stress it. At the end of the day, Coach Carroll's defense is 29th in yards allowed, 29th in points allowed. And whether you believe it's just talent or scheme, we all will agree that needs to get fixed, and needs to get fixed in a major fashion, however you see that fashion being the remedy. So I'm not going to dive too far deep into it because I know there's going to be a lot of talk today on this defense and the discussion of this defense. But, Carroll's had a lot of injection of talent here into this defense. And we're going to get to some of that here in a second. He's had a lot of opportunities to make changes in this defense and not made those changes. And that's the part of this that will be with this low. It's not the thing to override the highs, but it is the thing to continue to kind of look at here, I think, within the lows. The lack of the Vic Fangio adaptation sits at the head of a lot of these defensive struggles. You have straddled the fence in this defensive scheme between two different worlds, not really fully implementing the world of Fangio. There's a lot of talk right now that unless Vic Fangio is running a defensive scheme out there, that there's no way to run a Fangio scheme, because you look at the Minnesota Vikings and they're a horrible defense, worst in the league. And you look at the Seahawks, they're right next to them at the bottom of the barrel, and there's some other defenses trying to run some schemes. I got in some very good discussion with Brendan on his channel yesterday on this, just talking about this very subject. And for me, the bottom line on it is this. The Vic Fangio scheme can work, and the Vic Fangio scheme has worked outside of Vic Fangio. Brandon Staley had Vic Fangio's scheme running really well with the Rams. Sean Desai had Vic Fangio's scheme running pure and running well with the Chicago Bears last year when he was the defensive coordinator. There's other ways, there's places that it has worked in other places. I mean, even right now, the Niners have Vic Fangio on as a consultant to help their Niner defense out. There is Vic Fangio influences in this 49er defense this year. So the scheme works. The problem doesn't come from the fact that the scheme don't work. The scheme just doesn't work if you're only going to put half of it in. If I take a defensive playbook, just think of this in a metaphorical terms. I have a playbook in hand, old school playbook, right? One you would have gotten like 1985, just weird binding and not put together really well, loosely packed. And I come up and you're the coach. Okay, coach, here you go. I set the playbook down, and then I take a pair of scissors and I cut half of the book away and I throw it onto the trash and I go, okay, now make that work. To make this as simplified as I can, to get this to as easy to understand as I can. How does that coach have really any opportunity at that point, whether he has a talent deficiency or not, to really make that playbook work, to make that defense work? I'd argue not. If you bring on a defensive scheme in the modern age, you got to bring it on whole hog. Or stay to what you do. Stay to what you know. Stay to what you really true want. But you try to go two ways. You try to live in two worlds, right? Serve two masters. You go, it doesn't work. So the Fangio situation is a thing to also kind of pay attention to, I think, on this low angle of things. The falling into bad habits, because the lack of the adaptation of Fangio has also led into Coach Carroll falling back into his old habits, especially when it comes to the coverages on the back end. And the soft coverages, again, I'm not going to belabor this point because I've talked about it enough. The soft coverages are something that are going to continue to be beat on if we continue to run them over and over again at the predictable rate we run them and in the same kind of stylings by which we run them, where there's not a lot of change snap to snap in what you're seeing from those coverages. It kind of remains the same over and over and over again. Up front, I think they have tried to do some things within the Fangio scheme of getting their defensive linemen to attack a little bit. This is where I would probably tip the cap to the folks talking about the talent level, where you've got to get the defensive linemen who are capable of getting back into that backfield, still getting back to that secondary gap, because it's a gap and a half defense and it requires a little bit more out of those guys up front technically in order to pull off their given job. But that's definitely a place that could stand to improve with the help of the talent to the position. But you could you could upgrade that talent on the front, right? But then you'd still got the coverage on the back end that still does need a little bit of a fix-in. And that's part of what you fell back into a little bit. The investment into the safety position is not quite paying off. Certainly Jamal Adams doesn't have any effect over this. He got injured. The guy's just kind of been snake bit with some bad injuries across the board. Quandre Diggs, maybe it's a little bit more acceptable in his case too, because he is coming off the horrific foot injury that had his foot turned sideways, unlike the last game of the season last year, and he was still able to bounce back by week 1 and play. And he has had some moments where he's hung in there and been okay. Certainly the tackling element has kind of fallen back a bit, and suddenly his hands are turning a little stony for whatever reason this year, as he's probably dropped about 4 or 5 interceptions, which might have made his year look a lot differently if he had made those picks. But you're not quite getting, for having the most money invested into the safety position in the entire NFL, you're not quite getting out all of your returns on that as much as you would like. And so I think that does remain a spot that I don't know they're going to be able to do a whole hell of a lot with, but that's why it also remains a low that we're looking at going forward. Your young defenders are not developing, but regressing. Darrell Taylor, Jordan Brooks, LJ Collier, Phil Haynes, Brian Monet, all having their worst year, not taking steps forward as young players, taking steps backwards. Maybe it's the new scheme, maybe. I was told LJ Collier was a better fit for this scheme. Came out of a 3-man front in college. Why has he been worse than when we put him on the field prior this year? Worse. I know what he's been prior. Not good. He's been worse than that this year when you put him on the football field. And this is the part where, for the folks, as I tip my cap to you on the talent thing, saying, yes, I acknowledge we do need more talent. More talent will help. There is the part you got to look at, though, with this. We're going, yeah, but you brought talent in, and that talent isn't improving right now. It isn't taking steps forward. I'm not going to take any final deals on this, saying, well, this is a example that Carroll can't develop these guys up front, or Hurt can't develop these guys up front, or they can't develop. I'm just saying it is something I think that is noteworthy within this. And it is what is part of my reticence to believe that just simply going and getting the talent alone, them finding the talent guys, that'll be all we need here. It's got to be also in finding the way to get the development from these guys, getting them in and watching them taking steps forward, not having them come in and here's what they are, and that's exactly what they're going to be. Darrell Taylor is having a worse year this year than he had last year, and he spent the whole back half of last year pretty much just about invisible. He had his 5-6 game flash, and then that was kind of just about all you saw of him. But he's gone even further back this year. Jordan Collier, as you can see on the ratings here, flashing right beneath my screen right now, he had a 29.9 rating by Pro Football Focus in this last game. 29.9. That's significantly bad in the NFL for a linebacker. This is a first-round pick. That's the part where we've got to make and I'm not making any assumptions or determinations on this. I'm just saying it's a noteworthy thing, I think, to look at and go, okay, what do we take from that? They just missed. A guy like Phil Haynes, former 4th-round pick, got a relative amount of talent. I look at what he's doing this year, and it's not his strongest year. He's not playing his best. Some of that might be because he's best at left guard, but that's another argument for another time. So where I come from on this, and I'm not going to dive through any other lows. Poona Ford, Quentin Jefferson are certainly lows, but those guys are not going to be part of your future. So I don't know if it's as really noteworthy of those guys to put a bright light here. And I'm not going to talk about things like Cody Barton, who's had a little bit better of a year he's gone on, but it's going through his 4th year here. Is he really going to be part of the plan going forward? I don't know. I bring up these other guys' lack of development because Darrell Taylor's probably on this roster next year. But Jordan Brooks is probably on this roster next year. What is their place? What are you going to have them do? Darrell Taylor can't do much as far as a run defender, and his pass rush is highly, highly inconsistent. And I think on all those guys that I mentioned, you're going to have a hard time counting much of any of them. And with Brian Monet now, it's going to be muddled, the picture on that one, because now he has a torn ACL. Torn ACL near the end of the year. So does that mean you have to absolutely carry him on the roster through all of next year and carry all of his contract on the roster next year? Because that's what they did with LJ Collier this year. Theoretically, they could have gotten out from under that and saved $1 million, but they didn't because he had an elbow thing right at the start of training camp. So there would have to be, an injury settlement thing. This is like a new thing, I guess, that came up from the CBA. So you might end up having Monet here in the long term. But the good news in the lows, and that's about all the lows I got here right now. I think the lows are pretty clear as far as what we have to target, what we got to track. The good news is there are clear fixes here. There are clear fixes here. Let's start out with a priority. Commit to a defensive scheme. I think whether you're pro-Carroll, anti-Carroll, wherever you stand on this, just commit to a scheme is, again, like we would all offer, as I think agreed, we do need some more talent here. That's something we can all, I think, agree on. Just commit to what you want to be. What is the particular kind of beast that you want to be on the defensive side of the ball? Rally to the ball, bend but don't break, soft zone coverage, pressure-based, 3-4, attacking, blitzing, no blitzing. What do you want to be? And then own it. Become that in full. Don't become that halfway. Don't straddle that fence. Go all the way with it. Improve both lines. Priority number one right here. Improve both lines. Get yourself a center. Get yourself a right guard. Get a lot of guys down that defensive line. That's your places to attack. Right there. First and foremost. And we're talking talent, not necessarily depth, but depth ain't bad either. Because you're going to need that too. But talent first and foremost. I would offer middle linebackers as becoming a big need as well. As I said with Jordan Brooks, regressing as he is, as we got with Cody Barton, soon having to make a decision with him as far as contractually wise. Are either of these guys the future if you're going to be in this 3-4 defense going forward? Are they a fit for the 3-4 defense? I think not. I think you're going to probably have to end up going looking at middle linebackers as we go forward. And edge rush would be my next thing. Edge rush is something that we've gone just good enough on recent years over and over again. It's been a problem for years going on end. I would hasten to say that whatever scheme you commit to, Carroll's never going to be a blitz-heavy guy, a pressure-heavy guy. He needs his front four to get the job done. I'm calling upon the interior of the defensive line. That's where some of that help comes from, but it also will come from that outside. Uchenna can give you obviously some good pass rush. We need a rotation like we had back in the old days, and we need some better talent as well. So I would put that as a high priority. My secondary would be a slot cornerback, some safety help for these older guys, and especially with Jamal Adams in his injury situation, because I think Ryan Neal is going to price himself out of Seattle's market and free agency. And then I would say running back depth, because obviously Rashad Penny's a free agent, Travis Homer's a free agent. This leaves you with DJ Dallas and Kenneth Walker. I don't think it's a high priority, but a secondary priority to look at running back depth. And then lastly, I'd maybe look at receiver depth, kicker, but I'm not looking at tight ends, tackles, or outside cornerbacks. But that's really the clear plan. I was looking at this and thinking this through a little bit as far as like, how do we simplify this down? And it's commit to a defensive scheme, improve both lines of scrimmage, middle linebackers, edge rush, secondary, find a slot, little safety depth, running back depth. And you're kind of rounding out a team now that potentially, if those decisions and picks can go in the right direction, you can start to be something good as we go forward. So this is kind of my outlook on where we are right now. I'd be interested to see where your guys' mindset is on if there was a high or a low there that you guys think I might have overstated or didn't look at in the right direction. But as I do look at this, and I know sometimes I can get a little negative or get a little overly positive, but when we try to look at this to me in a real clear angle of this, there is a plan here to go get this. You do have around $50 million to spend this offseason. You've got all of those draft picks across the board, right? 2 1s, 2 2s. Hell, you got 2 5s. I mean, you got a 5th round pick this year in Tariq Woolen with that pick. You got in Richard Sherman, a 5th round pick. A Byron Maxwell, a 5th round pick. Now, you've made something happen with that 5th round picks, and now you got 2 of them. That's 10 picks in total for this draft. So you do have the ammunition to go and address these things, and it's not that many things to address, especially if we really bring the priority to really where my opinion is the true spot on this team that has showed the kind of the glaring need as we sort of stand pat here. Thank you guys for joining me here on the stream today. We'll be going for a couple hours here on around till about 8 o'clock-ish or so. If you like what you're listening to, please do me a favor and hit that like button. I appreciate you guys letting me get a little bit long-winded with that. But I was just kind of thinking on this stuff over the last couple of days about the team and trying to, to get the wheat from the chaff. Isn't that what they do? You got to separate one from the other. And I'm looking for where the wheat is and looking for where a little bit of the chaff goes. And when I was looking back at this team kind of on second review, we are certainly at least set up from the standpoint of having everything, all balls aligned here to go forward on this. But I will say this, if you don't commit to a defensive scheme, if you don't improve both offensive lines or both lines of scrimmage to a significant degree in these spots, not just getting a center like Austin Blythespin or like you've attacked the guard position in recent years, but actually, again, getting some quality. It's really about quality more than there's almost quantity at this point in certain respects of things, especially with the starters, especially with the frontline guys. So I expect the team to do this. That's the good news. And I'd love to see where you guys are on and with it. But yes, please hit that like button and let's bounce over, see where you guys are in the chat. Let's see where the mindset is at here. Seahawks still in this playoff contention. So we've got 3 games left to go. As I understand it, we've got to basically win out all 3 games to know we're going to get in. And if we go 2-1, we can maybe get in if we have a lot of help, as I understand it. Young Bido game. What's up, man? Captain Rex, Chase Stern, Herbicide. Hello. I hope you're doing well, Young Bido. Keegan Charlton Chatterton's his best part of the day. Thank you, Keegan. I appreciate that, man. That's kind of you to say. All Pro Seahawks, what's up? What's up, my man? I hope you guys are doing well out there. Keegan says, agreed. It's very cold here in the Pacific Northwest. It's freezing. Yeah, I'm blowing my heater out over here. I'm huddled up on my heater. I'm basically straddling my heater right now, 24/7. Big Country says the Jordan Brooks grade is rough. He really stunk it up last week. Yeah, he had a tough day at the office. He did. And look, you look at the grades throughout the weeks of the season, and it's really a lot of bad grades across the board. There's just no doubt about it. He's had a completely backwards season, and maybe it's just he's not. Well, there's a couple things. He's certainly maybe not as much a fit for the 3-4. He doesn't have as much protection up front now, going with just 3 down linemen. And certainly the linemen struggling up front have provided even less protection beyond that, which has then made it rougher on him. But the word's out on the street with him, especially in coverage, especially when it comes to attacking his zones. And people are going to go after him. And I don't know if there's a remedy for him as you go forward with that. Megan Gog Roger, how you doing? It's really good to see you in the chat. It says, not sure how I'm feeling about the rest of the season. While this year has far exceeded my expectations, I'm left wondering what may have been and hoping the draft is good, if not better. Yeah, this season had a lot in the Seahawks grasp to go take. Even though it was a rebuilding season, even though this was a little bit in between, I don't stand as one of those. I stand as one of those people agreeing with you, Megan, but and against those people saying this year had no top end to it or any potential to it. I think if they had just committed to the defensive scheme outright or gone back to the old scheme instead of doing the midway point, I think you would have gotten more out of this season. Instead, I think they just couldn't quite buy in on all that stuff. You heard Clint Hurt talked in his recent press conference about the fact that they had taken out some of the complicated stuff in the playbook recently to simplify things for the players, which you don't like to hear. This defense is supposed to be complicated. That's the point of putting this defense in. The old ways were simplified. The old ways in their simplification had diminishing returns and were no longer bringing about a fruitful defense. That's why you had to go to the complication. But now you're having to pare down the complication because the players can't handle it. That's not, to me, when I heard that out of Hurd, I just kind of went, But I'm with you. Overall, I feel good about it, Megan. I do have some, I think, legit worries as we go into the future of this team, and especially when it comes to defense. Coach Carroll is a defensive head coach. I do expect if that's your meal ticket, that's the horse that brought you in on, that horse can't be limping every year, coughing, keeling over, getting hit with a stick by kids. Can't do that. Can't do it. Devin Kubonder says 31 Ohio. Oh, it's warm. You're in tropic weather right now. Megan's rubbing in 76 degrees. Hey, what's up, Seahawks? Jose Rodriguez. Good to see you in the house, man. Hope you're doing well. Herbicide says, in fairness, Cross was blocking Bosa. Yeah, good luck. I did like that Cross literally did try to bury Bosa. He did. He buried him so hard in the turf, he knocked his own helmet off. He was piling him in there. And good to see out of Cross. A little bit of that Lucas nastiness that we've seen from him with some of that pancaking. And you're a rookie. You're starting as a rookie. When I mentioned the fact, herbicide to people, that in NFL history, if you look at the last 15 years, there's not been one team that's committed to starting 2 offensive tackles, rookies, throughout the course of a season. Seahawks are the only one to do it. And there's a reason for that. You get the good with the bad with the good. And for any moment you got that's a highlight where he's burying a guy in, you might have a couple others that are lowlights because he's learning his way. And the kid's 21 years old. And the fact that he's put the year together like he has, and it's not just been moments kind of like of what he got with Bosa this week over and over every week, right? It's actually been way more encouraging that he's had moments where he's actually, kind of dominated the action from his element of things. It should provide huge encouragement for his upside and his future. And to me, there's no doubt about that in Cross. And I think, you look to the future of him, herbicide, give him a few years of battles there with Bosa as he starts to develop and get some of his own grown man strength. I think he's going to get the better end of that on his at certain points as well. I think we'll come out of certain games going, he got Bosa today. Yeah. Byron D says, "Sup, Brando? What's up, man? I've seen a couple mock drafts with our second round pick taking a cornerback, Cam Smith. He's built like Tariq Woolen. Would you want 2 6'4" corners?" I would not be in favor of this, because to make this kind of decision, you have to make this type of decision at the cost of addressing the center or guard position, or addressing the defensive line, or addressing the edge rush, or drafting middle linebacker. And maybe you have addressed one or two of those positions prior to that pick. But that still doesn't mean there isn't still 3 things there that are bigger in priority. When I look at the cornerback room right now, I have Tariq Woolen, who's holding up well. I have Mike Jackson, who's fallen off a little bit, still going to be around a 60 grade. He'll be around league average at the end of the year when it all kind of aligns out. And I know he tackles, so I know that if I've got to put him in a pinch, that he'll be fine. He's also cheap. I don't know what I've got in Trey Brown at this point, because he can't even get on the football field, and I've got Kobe Bryant playing out of position. He should be on the outside. So I'm not convinced at this point that Kobe Bryant isn't the best guy to be out there in the long term. And I think when you've got that much depth, that much not just depth but talent, I think it's better to go towards the other places that are just so lacking in other areas on your team, especially the defense, and especially the defensive line. So I wouldn't want to go that route. No, I wouldn't mind going 2 big corners like that, Byron. I wouldn't mind that, but I would prefer they really take that pick and put it to, I go get a corner there, or I go get the best center in the draft right there. Bar none. That's, to me, an easy decision on that one. Herbert says, Taylor sucks. I'd trade him for a 5th. I would at this point move him myself. I don't see a lot in his game that, the best thing he's done this year is come off the sideline mid-play. That's been the smartest play that he's had all year. And he's got an occasional moment where he flashes, but, I just don't think there's enough there for me. I've already got a guy in Boye Mafe that I think I'd rather have as just the developmental guy that I'm hoping to pop, rather than waiting on Taylor, who I'm not certain is going to pop at this point. Big country. Yeah, sports fan. He's got a pretty tough grade. Sean Lee, how you doing, man? Good to see you. All Pro Seahawks. Herbert. Sorry, you responded to him. John Lee says, digs for the Pro Bowl I saw. Interesting if true. Yeah. Fans got that one in. It isn't because of performance. And I think he's probably been a little overstated of how bad he's been from some of the fans and how they're placing his game this year, because he's had just those moments that really sit in your mind, where it's the big missed tackle down the field. It's all the interceptions dropped through his hands. He's also had those moments where he's been pretty clean as well. And we've got to give him props, is that it's not, there's been some good to there as well. For instance, how many of you guys can think of the times that we've been actually hit over the top on deep throws this year, where our free safety hasn't been back there in position to make sure that that's clean and taken away? And those are the plays sometimes you don't see, because it's the quarterback dropping back and his head's dropping back, that deep read first and foremost. And you don't know that it's the safety who's flashed to take that away and forced him back down to the underneath route. But indeed, I think there's a lot of times that Diggs is doing that. Still don't think he's having a Pro Bowl year, though. Greg, where in the draft do you think Chris Smith will be drafted? Do you think we can get him in the 4th or 5th? Is that the... Hold on. Let me make sure I got him right. My first viewing of Christopher Smith is he might be my favorite safety that I've scouted so far in the draft. I think he's better than JL Skinner, to my eyes. So, hyper athletic. You can use him all over the field. When you're talking about the modern Vic Fangio cover 2 scheme, this is the kind of safety that you're looking for that can do both free safety and strong safety stuff. I watched Georgia put him up in the slot up against Hyatt, the wide receiver who's probably going to go second round of this next draft. So quite honestly, he may end up rounding out to becoming a fringe first rounder, but I would see him as a second rounder minimum myself, Grug. I like him a bit. He really stood out on the tape. I liked him better than Brian Branch. I liked him better than JL Skinner. And Sajan, I really do like Neal at safety too. And it just, as you guys see with these grades, when I run him every single week, he's at the top of the board for your Seahawks defense every single week. And I do wonder, is there not going to be a team out there that's willing to give him, and I'm not talking about a monstrous, huge contract, but I'm talking a mid-level contract that with you already investing so much in the safety position, you just can't afford to pay. And I think a team's going to be willing to do that. I keep thinking like a 3-year, $18 million deal or something like that for him, and that would probably price him out of Seattle's range. But I'd love to see. He's had a great year. It's been really, really good. He's given us very close to the impact of what Jamal Adams would be giving you on almost an ideal level. He's not going to give you the pass rush. He's maybe not quite the run defender, but he might be a little bit better in coverage too. So there's a little bit, he might have a little bit more of a nose for the ball. So it's a little bit of a tit for tat there. I do think Adams is a better player. Don't get me wrong, but he's giving you good play this year. Great play. He should be going to the Pro Bowl, not Quandre. John says Geno's a Pro Bowler this year. Not sure if Russ made it. If Russ makes it, then the whole thing's a sham. No way. No way. Yeah, it is funny. Geno, Big Country, you're right. Geno and Russ switch spots. Russ is 31, Geno's top 5. And Geno deserves a Pro Bowl. That's good to see. Jason Myers leading the NFC in kicking for votes. Yeah, Joe Biden, that makes sense. I mean, he's had a year, I think, where he's earned that, right? Like, I mean, that one kick was a really bad snap. Understandable that you miss it. No doubt about it. But he's been on it. He's been on it throughout. Guard Knight, sorry I missed a couple of your donos, man. Got in my chat. Guard with a $5 donation. Thank you, brother. And it's good to see you in the chat. Says, Brando, I have some makers and eggnog on hand. Do you have your mom's recipe? Well, let me text her, man. Let me text her, bro. Hold on. She's pretty good about responding. Let's see what she says here. Keeps changing Nog on my autocorrect. Nog! Let's see what she says. If it's more than Nog and Makers, I'm limited in ingredients. I think she does a little bit of, I think there's like maybe a little bit of like cinnamon she sprinkles on the top, Garth. I think you got to do like a hint of cinnamon on the little frothy top to it. But she'll give me the details. Thank you for the $5 dono. But I'm kind of curious to know too, because I think she's got little, you know how mothers are. They always got a little secret little flourish, a little final flourish they throw onto something. You try to do it and you don't know the flourish and you're like, why does it not taste like mom does it? And then they don't tell you that detail and it's like, okay. All right, mom. That was what it was. Okay. Gar, thank you for the other $5 donation. Says, Brando, if you see Dr. Sanders over the holidays, I'd like to know his thoughts on vodka versus gin martinis. I'm a gin guy, but he's the authority. I can speak to Dr. Sanders' views on gin martinis versus vodka. And he'll drink vodka, but he considers it very much a weak drink. You know, very much a kind of a lesser man's drink, let's say. Gin martinis, he'd probably take it over that. Because, you know, the vodka would be in some foo-foo drink. So the gin martinis would be the one that he'd go for. A little more refined, you know. But he's heavy whiskey pretty much all the way. He's a heavy whiskey. You might get a little wine, beer. But I was just out with Dr. Sanders a couple days ago. We were tearing up Spokane. We were ripping Spokane a new one. It's winter wonderland. Thank you, Garth, though, for the double donation, brother. I really do appreciate it. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, thank you for hitting that. I mentioned that. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance. I really do appreciate it. And also sub to Jose's channel, one of my main mods here on the channel for a long time. Megan Big Dixon Energy, so proud and happy for the Aussie. He's been great. I think that very much he is, if he hadn't already kind of embedded himself, he is now the best punter in Seahawks history. And I'll eventually be doing a video on it, Megan, with him, because he's earned it. All Pro Seahawks, no Dixon is an alternate, which is a horse crap. He should have made the roster. He should have. He's punted fantastically. And there's really no punt stat you could utilize against him, maybe get inside the 20, but he's had some ones inside the 20 that were not his fault. We just didn't. We had guys like fall over themselves to fall into the end zone as it was right there to down. But he's been marvelous. He should absolutely go in. Mega says, is it me or is just any other 12 amused by the fact that Russ wanted to go to a winning team this year? How'd that work out for you, dude? Humble check on that one for him, Megan. He's definitely, at this point, I think Russ is pretty deep in that humble pie at this point. It's going to be low key as we go into the future with him, I have a feeling. Herbicide says, I hope Russ plays better next year. I really do. This year, I hope he stinks. Yep, me too, man. Me too. I just want that pick to be good. I don't have any hate for Russ. Empower Code, who do y'all think, what do y'all think of the Pro Bowl roster? I didn't see it. Must have just gotten released, huh? Take a look. Let's take ourselves a little bit of a peek, shall we? Around the NFL. All right, so let's see here. We got in the AFC, you've got Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. No surprises there. Nick Chubb, Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry are the running backs. No shockers there. Patrick Richard, the fullback of the Ravens, is going. Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, and Jamar Chase, your receivers. Then we've got Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews as the tight ends. Again, no shockers here. These all make sense, don't they? Offensive tackles, Laramie Tunsil, having a great year. Teron Armstead and Orlando Brown with the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, Teron was a great addition for the Dolphins. And Tunsil and Brown are solid. No doubt about that. Offensive guard, Joel Bitonio. Joel Bitonio, a lot of you guys get yourself held up on one Creed Humphrey at times. Joel Bitonio is one of those guys for me. He was one of the original Creed Humphrey guys for me at guard. Guy just has been churning out Pro Bowls year in and year out. Might end up being a Hall of Famer from the guard position. Love that guy coming out. I really wish we had picked him up. Really do. Quentin Nelson and Joe Thuney for the Chiefs, also the other guards in the Pro Bowl. Creed Humphrey, that name, God, that wicked name, will be going to the Pro Bowl for the Chiefs. It stinks. Mitch Morris, free agent center for your Buffalo Bills this offseason, potentially a Seahawks target, also going to the Pro Bowl there for the AFC squad. Then we got Myles Garrett, Max Crosby off the edge, along with Trey Hendrickson on defense. No surprises there. Interior, Chris Jones, nearest comp you'd see walking in the NFL to a Jalen Carter running right now in the interior, along with Quinnen Williams for the Jets and Jeffrey Simmons from the Titans. Outside linebacker, Matt Judon, Khalil Mack, and TJ Watt. And again, no surprises with all this stuff. Roquan Smith and CJ Mosley are the inside linebackers. Mosley for the Jets. Good to see him start to bounce back as he was kind of in a rough start to the Jets there initially, but he's really coming on. Cornerback, Sauce Gardner, Patrick Surtain, Marlon Humphrey, Xavier Howard. Okay. Again, all those, I think Xavier Howard's had a tough year, so that's a little bit of a reputation thing. I think Marlon Humphrey might not be playing quite as well as he has in the past, but the other ones made sense. And then you got Minkah Fitzpatrick, no shocker there, Derwin James, and Jordan Poyer. So that's your AFC squad. Let's see if I can get to the NFC squad here. See if we can find the NFC. Come they just showed one. I want the NFC. There we go. All right, so for the NFC squad, you got quarterback is Jalen Hurts. Geno Smith, how about Geno making the squad? Kirk Cousins, so Geno makes his first Pro Bowl. Running back, Saquon Barkley, Tony Pollard, Miles Sanders. I guess that makes fairly well sense. Kyle Juszczyk, the Juice, getting in there for the 49ers. Wide receiver, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, C.D. Lamb, Terry McLaurin, all make complete sense. Tight end, George Kittle, T.J. Hawkinson. Again, I got nothing against that. Offensive tackles, Trent Williams, Lane Johnson, Tristan Wirfs. Yep. Offensive guard, Jack Martin, Landon Dickerson, Chris Lindstrom. Again, nothing that I can really pick at. How about Landon Dickinson coming out there, a guy, a center in Alabama, had multiple ACL surgeries coming out, turned himself into a Pro Bowl guard there for the Philadelphia Eagles. Center, Jason Kelsey and Frank Ragnow for the Detroit Lions. And then defensively, you've got Nick Bosa, Brian Burns, and DeMarcus Lawrence as your edges. Your interior linemen, Aaron Donald, Jonathan Allen, and Dexter Lawrence. How about Dexter Lawrence getting in there? Outside linebackers, Micah Parsons, Zadarius Smith, and Hassan Reddick. Just one of those great free agent signings there for Howie Roseman with the Eagles. Inside linebacker, no shocker here, Fred Warner, Demario Davis, both very good players. Cornerback, you got Darius Slade, Trayvon Diggs, Tariq Woolen, and Jair Alexander. So how about Tariq getting in there? And then you got free safety Quandre Diggs and strong safety Budda Baker and Talanoa Huafunga for the San Francisco 49ers. So like it, I can't really go against anything on this list, to be honest with you. I like all these guys. And you got, we got 3 Seahawks getting in on the team this year, which is good to see. But, and how about Tariq getting in there as a rookie? That's hard to do because it's a lot about a reputation based. I know the fan voting factors into this big, but it does tend to be something to get you in on that reputation if you're going to pull in there. Brian Myers says, in case people haven't seen it yet, Hawks released Tony Jones and signed Davian Nixon. Yeah, they need to beef up that line, and you feel like TJ Dallas is probably getting around on his ankle injury. So, Brian, it's probably indicative that they feel like DJ Dallas is feeling better on that ankle. Devian says, I couldn't agree more with it. Oh, with the Pro Bowl? Yeah, I'm with you, man. I thought they usually have a lot that you have your pick at, but this year's pretty solid. James Watson, Trenton Simpson, second first-round pick. Sign me up, man. I like Trenton. I like him a lot. Sijin says, did anyone see the tweet on John Whiting, a new head coach for the Seahawks? Well, I guess it's probably a good time to address it, isn't it? I mean, we should probably talk about it. And yeah, there was a tweet that came up, and I think we've got to take it with a little bit of perspective. It was from Benjamin Albright. He is a Bronco insider. So, I don't think he's a guy that necessarily throws a lot of clickbait stuff out there, but you also kind of wonder about this, like, is this a Bronco thing with a bone to pick with Seahawks? So let's stir up some stuff. I mean, that started to cross my head a little bit with that. But it was the essence of the tweet was essentially that he said that the general manager up there has been wanting a change of head coach for a long period of time, indicating that Schneider's been sort of wanting Pete not here for a while. And I would say that, though I'm not giving a lot of validity to this tweet saying, well, this guy's definitely coming with some sort of truth that he's tapped in, it wouldn't surprise me to know that that's where Schneider's standing on the situation, because I can see where the frustration comes from. It's frustration I share. And with Schneider, it's got to be even maybe a little bit worse at times, because there have been moments, I believe, through the years where Carroll has overridden him on player picks and signings because he is the vice president and he had the power over Schneider for all these years. So, if you're a general manager, right, and you have a coach who has more power than you, which already not the best dynamic as a general manager, but you've had ultimate success with it. It's worked for you, so you do it. But then you start going through the years and you're finding increasingly through the years, he's telling you more about where you got to do your job at, and this guy needs to be picked. I want that guy to be picked. But then you're watching him do his job. You're watching his bread and butter defense, turn to water. And you go, wait a second here. You're mucking up my picks and stuff over here. You're mucking up the cap for me over here. You're coming into my ear on a Monday going, get me Jamal Adams. I don't care the price. And then on your end of it, you can't get your defense right. You can't do your coaching things correctly. And if that was where that was coming from, you could understand where some of that frustration and why John might be a little bit more of like, okay, I'm kind of good, And again, it's not that he hates Carroll or anything, but that there's a little bit of I wouldn't mind a new coach. I wouldn't be shocked if that was the truth. So I think there could be something to it. But again, the source on this one, we gotta keep in mind. John Lee says, how many years of crap defense since the Boom era died? What gives? Well, it's a lack of accountability. And that accountability is going to have to flow this offseason if we're going to want to see change, in my opinion. It's less talk and more do. And, Carroll's had him multiple times to re-engineer this defense over a couple of times. The Legion of Boom was not yesterday. And it's not like through all the Russell Wilson era, all you were doing was dumping all of your assets into the offensive side of the ball. Where did the assets go when we dumped the least amount of money into the offensive line for like a 7 or 8 year period? Where did those assets go? They went to the defensive side of the ball. Because even when Carroll had Wilson in his prime, he didn't just double down and commit on to Wilson and go, okay, I'll have a middling defense and I'll just go all in on Wilson and we'll just let our quarterback carry the day. He always wanted his good defense. So he was always going to try to keep trying to fix it and dump resources into it and everything else to get it done from that standpoint of things. So you've been down this road before with it on the defensive, we just need the more talent thing. And you went out and got more talent and you haven't necessarily gotten better defensively. Megan says, what is the Fangio scheme? The Fangio scheme is, in essence, Megan, you run a cover 2 shell, which you show 2 safeties on the back end a predominant amount of the time, and that's what you show to the offense. But then post-snap, Megan, you're doing something different a lot of the time. And so you're very unpredictable in your nature from a secondary standpoint of the type of coverage that you're going to run. That's the first and foremost place that it's a change. You ask the defensive lineman, Megan, to gap and a half, which is that instead of just getting uphill and penetrating into a gap, you say, I want you to penetrate and attack this shoulder, attack this gap of this offensive lineman, but always have a route back to the backside of the gap. So it's also how you teach up front, and then it's got a little bit more of a pressure-based package to it, and then you're going to bring more blitzes. You're going to make the offense a little more uncomfortable at times and not just slide into soft coverages where you're just dropping as many as you can get into coverage. Those would be the three main items, but it's the cover 2 shell, Megan, at the front of it. The cover 2 shell where you see the quarterback comes under center and he looks into the secondary and he's going to see 2 safeties as though they were on a line back in a traditional place. Not necessarily one safety up here, just that they're going to look like they're going to go into a cover 2 look. And then they will always kind of slide out to it. But it's meant to kind of confuse the offense a little bit, which is a little bit of the opposite of what our prior defense used to do, which was we're just going to line up. You're going to know what we're going to do. We're going to show you what we're going to run. We're going to run it post-snap, but we're going to be so good in our execution. We're going to be fundamentally so disciplined that we'll be still better than your offense, even though you know what's coming. Well, now you're trying to change a little bit of that, but you've not put those changes in play, Megan, because you've not really put in the cover 2 shell. You've done some of the gap and a halving with the defensive lineman, but you've not really been bringing in the pressure packages. Which is weird because even when you bring the pressure packages or show the pressure packages or become a little exotic, it actually has really a high rate of a good effect for this defense. This last week, you had Brock Purdy start out the game, I think 11 of 11. You finally brought a blitz. It got to him. It caused the first incompletion. Then you fake a blitz on the very next play. You mock a blitz, drop it back into coverage, and again, another incompletion. You make a quarterback have to start to think a little bit more, not just be able to play free and easy. It's going to make it harder on him to execute the position. DVN says, we need a new coach. I love Pete, but if he can't learn to take his hand off things and just focus on morale only, then he needs to go. I think this is going to be a common sentiment, DVN, that you're going to hear not just from you, but from many in the fan base right now. And I'm trying to be in a position of not quite going to the point of being in the let's call for Garrett's head, and that I'm trying to put perspective on this and keep in mind what we've gotten from the season and that it's a rebuild year. But it does get frustrating, and I would not be one to throw a wet towel over people's frustration in this lack of adaptation, this lack of Carroll's willingness to evolve and grow with the times and recognize the temperature of the room at times and just keep kind of holding on to the old. And it gets frustrating. And I think people have a right at that point to be like, I've seen this for so many years now, as somebody else said, the Legion of Boom Errors a long time ago. You haven't gotten past, I think you've gotten past the first round in the playoffs once in like 6 years or something, 5 years. You haven't been to a conference championship since 2014. I mean, the Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than you since 2017. I'm not trying to be a what have you done for me lately kind of guy, but it feels like that was almost 6 years ago. I'm trying to see if she will. Oh, here we go. I got it. Okay. Garth, write this down. It's either 2 shots of Makers or 1 shot of Makers, depending on how much of an alcoholic you are. 1 shot Fireball. Fill up the glass with eggnog up until 3/4 quarter of the top. Then top it off with either 7-Up or soda. So Garth, you're going to need more. So, and then she does say that she likes to add a dash of cinnamon and a dash of nutmeg. So this is Mama Brandon's mama's. This will take you to the Wonderland. Okay, this is your Christmas spirit drink. This is gonna get you the holiday spirit. You're gonna be seeing effing Santa Claus after a couple of these drinks. Okay, so you're gonna go out there to Costco. You're gonna get yourself a big bottle of that Maker's Mark. You're gonna put 2 shots in that glass. Get yourself a shot of Fireball. Yes, Fireball. Put that on in there. Fill the glass with eggnog up until 3/4 full. Then you're going to top it off with either 7-Up or soda. Then a little dash of cinnamon and a dash of nutmeg. Yeah. That'll take you to the promised land. I promise you that. Herbicide says we have to get Kobe on the field more. Yeah, that's where I wonder with him as being the outside guy, Herbicide. That's where I think his sort of like long-term future lies rather than the slot. I think the slot thing is just by necessity. So you could, sorry, years ago. Keegan says, I think we've gone to a conclusion that Peter has to go. I think a lot of people are at that spot. And I'm not pushing back against it in the least. I'm not quite arriving there because I think that there's enough here that's been successful this season. But at the same point in time, if we brought a new coach in tomorrow, I got to be honest, I would celebrate it. I would celebrate it. And I do have big questions and concerns as we go into the future with Carroll. You know, there's 2 different things. Saying, oh, I need to have him fired too. You kind of lost my confidence. You know, I've watched your defense flail for well over half a decade now, and you not have any answers. I haven't seen your defense perform at an elite level in your entire time here, with the exception of when you had Hall of Fame level of talent, basically kind of across the board. That's hard to stack up. That's hard to replicate. And it's part of why I keep going back to the schematic things, is you've got to find schematic advantages you can build in for players at times, and not just be wholly reliant on the talent only just carrying the day. And that's what we do, is just rely wholly on the talent. And we don't give them any real great schematic advantages because we run such simplified stuff, especially defensively. Yeah, Bruce, I would say, like what JP Hinks says below in the comment section here, that it's very hard with John Schneider to necessarily say John Schneider has been the one running these drafts, is he's not had the final say. You know, there's guys that I know that you're right that he would love, but the key point on this, Bruce, is that, and not just on drafts, but on, again, like a Jamal Adams trade or Jadeveon Clowney trade or a Sheldon Richardson trade. You know, when these come down the track, they aren't always necessarily coming organically from John's office. And a lot of times it's the coaches telling him, you're going to get this done. And sometimes when the coaches tell him to do that, that may not go and play with what John wants to do in his plan of it. And if he was running it as a general manager pure. I also think, Bruce, when you see last year the draft run so much differently than it has in recent years, it would seem to indicate with maybe some of that control was wrestled away from Coach Carroll last season. And that would be a big explanation for why it suddenly looks so much differently as a draft than what it looked like prior over the last 5, 6, 7 drafts. Sean Lee, Alton Robinson is got a knee thing that he had early on in the year, Sean, that he's just not been able to bounce back from. Herbicide says, let's talk the dudes that probably won't be back next year. Let's start with running backs. I don't see Penny, Homer, or Dallas back. Why would I? I think Homer comes back, or DJ Dallas comes back, Herbicide, because of the fact that he's still in the last year of, I believe, his rookie contract. So he's not going to be terribly expensive. So he probably does return. I actually think the door's open for Rashad Penny to come back, because you could bring him back on a 1-year prove-it deal at a very probably low rate. And that could help to fill out your running back room. I still don't think that could preclude you then from having to go find another guy maybe in the draft. I do think that Travis Homer is probably unlikely to return outside of him coming back on a veteran minimum deal. But I don't think that's a big priority. Sidegen, why hasn't Mafe been playing? The team likes more what they get from Bruce Irvin over this year. I think that they haven't necessarily felt like Mafe is ready from a pass rush standpoint to get those reps. So they've really kept him in a targeted run stopping role only when he's been on the field. But I think it's just more of they liked what they've gotten from Irvin in as far as that pass rush goes. And they're needing to get, they don't really have the benefit with this defense this year to kind of wait on a Mafe development, let him get his reps, let him get his feet wet. They need to get more production on the football field. You know, you've got outside of Uchenna, you got Darrell Taylor with an occasional once every 4 game sack thing, and that's about all you were getting. Herbicide, they just, the guy they drafted at Ohio State, what was his name? Tyreek Smith. He's just stashed. Teams do this at times, because you don't want to put him on a practice squad. He'll get taken, right? So you just tell him, look, we're going to keep you on our roster this year. We'll IR you. You'll get your full, pay. But this way we protect you from going on to the practice squad. But he'll return next year. It was just a matter of they felt okay about their depth where it was at the start of the year versus him not having a pathway to get on the roster. So that's what that one is. Alton's got a knee thing, I think, that just hasn't bounced back. Charlie, no DK or Lockett in the Pro Bowl? No, but they didn't quite have the production of the guys that were out there, I think, and in there. I think the names in this Pro Bowl make sense to me. You could have given either of those guys a nod, and I would have been cool with it, but I understand why not, too. Wolverines, we do need a defensive tackle in the worst way. That's my high priority. That's why one reason that Jalen Carter is going to be my number one right now as it stands. I do hope he is the pick at this point. Byron Fung, do we still have a chance to make the playoffs? Yes. I believe if we win out all 3 games, we're in. If we go 2-1, I believe we're going to need a couple of teams' help to get in. We would need Washington to lose, and I believe we'd need Detroit to lose. But there was a pathway in both of those 2 instances to still get in, even if you lose this week, theoretically. But you could kind of control your own fate if you just win out. Big country, I would put DK in over CD Lamb or let's see. Boy, it's hard to put him over. I mean, CD Lamb's over 1,000 yards already. DK's at 924. It's pretty close, I guess. He's close. I could see him doing it. Charlie, no Mr. Isaacs is my man Brando. Good to see you. How are you in this Christmas season? Any fun plans? Go Hawks. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate it, Mr. Isaac. I'm pretty low key when it comes to the holidays. I don't get too in crazy because my family's kind of spread for the most part around the country. So it doesn't get as much a chance to really enjoy the holidays where you got everybody kind of around. That's the part I used to like about Christmas is you had everybody, near. I got my dad here though, out where I'm living at. So, we'll get together and do something. But I'll keep it pretty low key, just me and my cats, me and the cats, dad, maybe go over to a friend's house or 2, drink a little whiskey, some of those, right? Yeah, some of those, right? A little bit of that. Dan Letter, I am an Eagles fan. What is your take on Geno Smith? Keep him or draft a guy? I lean towards keep him at this point, Dan, but obviously the cost has got to be right. I'm not paying him up at the heights of heights. He's got to come in at kind of a mid-tier deal, the same type of mid-tier deal that doesn't exist in the NFL right now for quarterbacks. You're either at the top of the market or at the bottom in the end. There is just no in-between. So I can't go top end on him. I would like to get him into kind of that mid-tier deal, but I think he's done enough to prove he should be brought back at this point. I'm not a big fan, Dan, of this quarterback class necessarily in the way of, there's some guys I like, but if I'm picking a guy at the top rung, I sure would like to be a little more sold on him if I'm going to pull that trigger. And with these guys in this draft right now, there's some question marks that you can really titch at that kind of ding them a bit. I like the certainty, the bird in the hand versus the bird, the 2 in the bush. Geno's kind of that bird for me on this respective thing. So I go Geno, Dan. And great job by your team this year, man. Your general manager absolutely killed it. And hopefully Jalen Hurts isn't too injured there with that shoulder. You're hearing some worrisome things initially after that, you got Gardner Minshew. So, you got the stash. You'll be fine, but, Wu-Tang Financial, what's up, man? Not JT. No, the Seahawks playoff chances aren't done. We're still in it. Mr. Isaac, our son's patriarchy says, go Hawks, man. Been a rough yet entertaining season at times. Christmas is a great time to evaluate what matters most: family, friends, and your community. Future is brighter than many franchises. That's why I wanted to kind of lean with is, I sometimes do have to talk a little bit about the negative, and that's what I feel like I kind of do here and what we do here with the chat and how we analyze this team and look at this team. And that has you on very much on trying to really pick the good and the bad out both, not just trying to raise up the good and put only a bright display on that. And I think there's times you can look at maybe stuff and get yourself lost on where the perspective is a little bit with it, where the season has been at the end of the day a smashing success. You are on a Cowboys trade like right side of history situation with the Russell deal. You had a great draft. You got a lot of good players that are young on cheap deals. You have the stage set. You do have to finish it off now. But everything has been put, into motion here. And in a lot of ways, like I say, the hard work is kind of done at this point. Now it's just about landing it. You've got the $1 million move. Now we just got to avoid the 10-cent finish. Seahawks, Jose says there is a linebacker out of Baylor. I can't remember his name right now. Let me take a look. Baylor linebacker, NFL prospect. Let's see. No, not that one. Dylan Doyle? Would that be who you mean? So I think Terrell Bernard got taken last year, I think, Jose. So I think it's Dylan Doyle is what you're thinking. Not JT, 10 inches of snow there. Ugh. Yeah, we've had a good something close to that here. Maybe not quite that. SE Wolverine says, remember his name from Penn State's Drew Allar, quarterback. He'll be a sophomore next year. He's going to be nice. I will remember him. There's a lot of good up-and-coming quarterbacks here on the rise, coming on point here. I'm behind on the chat again. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Thank you. Another dono, Garno. Thank you, Garth, for another donation, man. Says, Brando, is the orange cat an expensive breed? It's well-mannered on streams and such. My sister is in the cat market, so I figured I'd relay some info. Well, thank you, Garth. Appreciate the $5 donation. She's a short hair, American short hair cat, man. Nothing other than the fact she's a princess. But no, she's just she's a normal cat. I think the unusual part with her, Garth, and I don't know why she's so well mannered, Frank, because she can sometimes get terrorizing when I'm off stream. But she's a female tabby, and anybody that's ever had a tabby cat, they usually are males when they're tabbies, and they usually have a little bit of an interesting personality. They're very vocal. They're very in your face. They're kind of a bull in the china shop a little bit. So. That's why I say it's interesting to hear when you say that she's well mannered, because she's usually pretty much a live wire chasing the other cat through the house, doing burnouts and zoomies all over the place. But she's a good girl, man. And I would say, if you want to get an orange kitten that, she just needs to, it's a one cat kind of cat. Number one, doesn't need multiple, and then just get ready for your hands to be full, but fun full, they're fun cats, but nothing, I don't know. She might have a little lynx in her somewhere down the genetic line somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised on that. She's a little feral to her too at times, Garth. So I can't be sure on that part. Thank you for the $5 donation though, brother. Jacob Kessinger with the $5 donation. I appreciate you as well, Jacob. Says, who would you suggest for head coach if Carroll retires? Maybe an in-house hire like Desai or Waldron, or maybe an outside hire. Jumped into the stream late. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Jacob. I would like, if I haven't, because again, I've not even really gone down this realm of really considering it a possibility. So admittedly, Jacob, I haven't done a lot of research on the hot coaching commodities that are really out there on the market that would, be a possibility to bring aboard here. I think Sean Payton's going the Chargers, so I would remove his name off the board right off the rip. I do tend to be a little bit higher on Harbaugh at Michigan than some people do. He is just kind of a name, but I do think he is in tracking what he's done with Michigan there, how he's developed his offense from some of its old simplistic designs and updated a little bit. I like that he's showing some evolution to his coaching game, and I think he's taken that Michigan program upwards from where it was prior to his arrival, which is some coaches have showed throughout college football. That's not as easy as done for just a name to walk in and go and do that, especially a place like Michigan been struggling for a while. So he's maybe a guy that would stand out to me, that would be interesting. I can never see Harbaugh replacing Carroll here as that being ever even in the realm of possibility. But I don't have a lot of great names for you just because, again, I don't think it's a possibility of happening, or haven't thought it's a realistic possibility of happening. So I haven't really, considered it as much. I certainly would make overtures out there to a guy like Lincoln Riley, who I don't think you'd pull in. That would be another guy out there. I might even look at a guy like, that doesn't get talked a lot about, but a guy that I think should be considered a little bit more, and that he's looked at maybe as like just the retread guy that actually probably deserves another chance, and that's Jim Caldwell. He doesn't get talked about, and a lot of people, Detroit coach, I think he got really handed a tough hand there with Detroit when he came aboard there as the head coach. But he's a guy who's just, general nature, and anytime I've heard that guy talk, and anybody that I've heard talk about him has been really, really high on that guy. He might be another guy that I would take a look at. I don't think, Jacob, I would be in favor of necessarily going with the young, hopeful coach who can maybe be ready. I don't. So I'm not as much on the Desai Waldron feeling like they're quite ready to go. I think they need to be a little more time in the oven myself. And hey, man, jump in the stream whenever. I appreciate you. Just jump in the stream whenever you do. Late, early, afterwards, when it's recorded, anytime, Jacob, man. And thank you for the donation, brother. You're awesome. I appreciate all you guys on that respect of things. Thank you so much. Guard Knight with another $5 donation says, I'm not a Russ hater, but if anyone wanted him gone, it was JS. Pete was beholden to him, which hamstrung JS. I want to believe John Schneider would have picked Baker. I want to believe John Schneider would have picked Baker if Russ had been traded earlier. I think Garth is referencing the first round offer of Seattle offering to Cleveland the first overall pick, and then maybe taking Baker if that had happened or occurred. And that might have been a possibility, Garth. I still haven't gotten confirmation that they were looking at Baker at that pick if they made that trade at that time. It may not have been Baker. It may have been somebody else too, if they made the trade there at that point. But I think Garth does raise a point here that is worth saying, in that when we look at Carroll with this, we don't have the information to know this. So this is conjecture on my part. But if it is indeed true that if it was down to Carroll having that control wrestled away this offseason to where general manager John Schneider is now truly a general manager, truly in charge of all of the personnel decision-making, then he was the one that would have overridden on the Russ trade. Well, then do you give Carroll the credit then for that Russ trade? If Carroll is the one that says, I didn't really want to move him, it was really Schneider doing it. And this is, again, I don't know this, you don't know this, but this is what I'm conjecturing about being potentially in the background as to happening. Then you do that on top of that, right along with the fact that he also had that control taken away in the draft. So it was really Schneider getting to run this draft as well. And so two of the bigger, brighter spots I'm speaking of about this team don't come necessarily from Carroll then at that point. And I think that's a little bit to Garth's point on his donation, which I think is probably, again, as we like the talk of, maybe that general manager's been ready for that coach to be gone for a while, kind of talk from that guy on Twitter. It adds up to me. It makes sense. We don't know because we don't have that fly on the wall, ear on the door, inside knowledge kind of what's happening, but it would not surprise me if we came to find that was indeed the case. And I will give Carroll the credit on the other side of it, where, look, he has opened up his offense this year like never before. He's allowed for it to throw the ball like never before and throw on first down and run up tempo, and Waldron to be able to run a little more unfettered in the offensive designs. So Carroll's got to get credit for that, because that does go to him in being willing to open that up in that way. Garth, another donation, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate another $5 donation. Goodness. Says, thanks for the recipe. I'm going to break that out on Christmas Eve. By the way, I will require 2 shots, as Brando could have predicted. Hey, I probably would too, man. And when in Rome, do it right. You know what I mean? She didn't lead with like 1 or 2 shots, Garth, either, by the way. This is my mom. She was like, you do it 2 shots, or if you want to be a little weak-kneed little puss, then you can put 1 shot in. She didn't say that whole part, but it was all inferred by the nature of putting the 1 shot second rather than leading with 1 or 2 shots. So that's her kind of saying, you need it. If you're going to do this right, do it right. That's 2 shots. It's Christmas. You don't got to be anywhere tomorrow. What's the worst going to happen? You going to fall asleep watching Christmas Story for the 50th time? Not the worst way to go, right? But I guarantee, Garth, do the recipe in full, and that thing will go down like butter. You're gonna be like, this is clinking. It's clinking already. My cubes haven't even melted. What's going on? How can this be this delicious? Especially if you're a big nog guy. Thank you though, Garth, for all the donations, brother. You are awesome. I appreciate it, man. Sweet. Zach Smith with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Zach. Says, as good as Geno is, do you believe we could trust him to take us on a playoff run or even winning a Super Bowl? Or will we be left disappointed? I think it's a great question. First off, Zach, thank you for the donation, but thank you most especially for the question, because I think this does unpack an interesting thing to kind of consider and think about. My opinion on Geno's current troubles have come from things that are things that are going to be corrected and are not from things that I would expect him to usually have to undertake. And to be specific on that, Zach, I don't expect Geno Smith or any other quarterback into the future to need to be throwing it, 72% of the time in a game, as he's had at times in games this year, or even up at around we're at like probably 57% or something on the season right now. And that's a very high volume to be passing at, especially for a team at times that have been 48-52 pass to run in prior seasons. So I look at like you're having to throw too much, which right out the gate goes beyond Geno and is correctable. And then you have no running game. So you've become really one-dimensional in your running game to where now it's all on his arm. He's got to throw the ball over the football field. And there's some diminishing returns from that when that's now, the case. And that wouldn't shock me. I think too, a little bit of the pressure that's come from the offensive line's gotten worse over the course of the year. I think they've gotten worse in pass protection kind of across the board a bit. And all of these have worked to impact his game directly. For me, what it comes down to, Zach, is the plan for how this team is supposed to be put together. And the team is supposed to be put together that it's the team first, right? Your original 2012 blueprint was you build up the super team, you spend the most amount of money on the offensive line, then you bring in the young quarterback who's ready to hit the ground running, who's very pro-ready, who doesn't have to play like a superstar out the gate, who can be just a very proficient game manager, but that can be enough in that recipe and design to go get you a Super Bowl and win you a Super Bowl. Likewise with Geno, though he would not be going into the future the young Russell Wilson-like quarterback who's just the proficient game manager, I would argue we would at the very least know with his floor, he gives you a better than what Russell gave you on the field in his first 3 years, as far as from the quarterback play and what he was capable of game in, game out for producing. Geno will give you above that moving on into next year. So if you're still fitting to the original designs and building out the rest of that team, comparatively speaking to the old designs, you're further ahead along in your quarterback position at that point when we compare him specifically to the first couple of years of Russell Wilson, because Russell Wilson did develop. He did become one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the sport for a time period, but it was not in really those first 3 years. He played the position really well. He played it efficiently. He was a great dynamic player as far as utilizing his legs along with throwing the ball. He was excellent in the red zone. There's a lot of stuff to his game that was really good, but was he a top 5 quarterback? Was he having a top, I would say 10 statistically quarterback season at that point versus every? No, he wasn't. So it's a little bit of a weird one to look at with the Zach, because it's not completely to the old designs of the blueprint. But I believe that some of the struggles he's had recently is not defenses solving him. It's just that it's all on his shoulders to do. You have bad defensive play. You're not able to run the ball. The pass protection's leaky. And now it's on you to carry this day. And you've had games this year, Zach, where you literally couldn't have punted or you would have lost the football game as it was in the Detroit game. So yes, I think he can lead you on a playoff run. Yes, I think he can win you a Super Bowl. And it really then becomes about you having to get the other decisions right and less about the quarterback position at that point and hitting on those other picks. And that's the other thing that this does, by the way, Zach, is if you can ride with him, let's also remember it's not just a vacuum decision, being it's just a matter of bringing Geno in or not bringing Geno in. It's also that potential one of those first round picks in this draft that instead of going to that defensive line or instead of going to the linebacker position, you're now going to a quarterback who you don't know necessarily where his development is. You don't know how far along the process he is to hitting the ground running. And that's the last part of this I'll say with that, Zach, is if I want to go young quarterback like I did with Russell before, I need to find the guy that's very pro-ready, who can just come in and he's good to go. And I don't think there's a lot of quarterbacks in this draft that are really in that state that you can just insert them in and you're good. I think there's a lot of guys that are going to take maybe a year or two to kind of get to that place of things. So that does impact how I view this as well. Garth, Jacob Kessinger, Zach Smith, thank you for all the donations. I really appreciate it. You guys are very kind. Mr. Isaac says a lot of people hate gin. I personally love it. I'm kind of, I don't know. It's okay. Depends how it's being kind of mixed. Mr. Grubb says, I really dislike watching the defense in the soft zone formation, especially on third down and long. Or how about third down and short, Mr. Grubb? I think you meant third and short. I don't like watching it either. I'm tired of the soft zone defenses. I really was getting excited this year for this attacking brand style of defense, this exotic style, a style of defense that would confuse teams. And you run a soft zone coverage that's a predictable zone coverage. Not just soft, but also very predictable of when you're going to run it and how you're going to run it. Ryan says Cam Smith's not close to 6'4". Wolverines, I like Brennan, but he lost me on the Tyler Lockett video, but still like the grind, though. He gets a lot of wrong IMO, but he grinds. Yeah, man. Brennan does great work, man. He works his tail off over there, and he's consistently putting out content on a daily basis, and it's hard to do. You got to put a lot of work into it, and I get stuff wrong too, man. We get our stuff right. We hopefully get more right than we get wrong, and a lot more right than we get wrong. That's definitely the goal. And Power Growth says, say Igga Boogie 10 times. You get 3 pronunciations per show. Tommy, how soon do you think we will know what we are going to do with Geno? Do they hold off on signing him until after the draft? How soon do we have to tag him? Not sure JS wants to show his hand early. I think you have till March 31st to apply the franchise tag. You would decide before free agency. So it goes free agency and then the draft. So franchise tag decision, free agency, and then the draft is basically the 1, 2, 3 punch on that one. So, you'd have to decide by the time you're in the draft. You couldn't see if you get the guy in the draft and then come out of it on the other end and then make a move at that point. Tony Wright says, hey, Brandon, congratulations on your quarterback, Geno Smith, making his first Pro Bowl. So the ante has just went up. So the ante has just went up on the price to sign Geno, right? Nope. I don't know that necessarily. I'm a big believer, Tony, in the belief that negotiations, whether it's in football, whether it's in baseball, basketball, or real life, whether it's for a car deal or for a corporation, every single negotiation is impacted by one thing and one thing over, and that's leverage. Geno making the Pro Bowl doesn't impact from a leverage standpoint one iota. What impacts from a leverage standpoint, Tony, is the fact that the franchise tag costs $31.5 million. Seahawks can use that franchise tag and bring Geno back on a 1-year deal at no future commitment. And for the level of performance he's giving you, and let's say he doesn't even land in the same top 5 state he's been for most of this season. Let's just say he's top 10, that he does in fact regress slightly next year. To get top 10 level of quarterback play on a 1-year deal at $31.5 million on a $230 million cap, I'm perfectly fine with that. Perfectly fine with that. So what that will end up doing, in my opinion, in my prediction, Tony, is that will end up driving the negotiations. And so what you will see the deal end up for is probably a 3-year deal. It comes on an average per year basis that's a shade then below that $31.5 million. So to me, $26-27 million on average per year. And then when I look at that price, I think that that's well worth it. But I don't think the Pro Bowl vote impacts this in the least. Wolverine's Hawks Nest is good, though. I appreciate him, like what he sees. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you, brother. Mr. Isaac, how dope would that be to take down the Chiefs in Arrowhead? I went to the Chiefs-Seahawks game back in 2018. Great game. We clinched the playoff berth with that W, if I remember correctly. I do believe that is correctly. And that was a fantastic game. I mean, you had Wilson and Mahomes going back and forth, both making some outstanding throws, some great just key moments into that game. One of the fun games in recent memory, in fact. And look, this game's potentially one we can take. One thing the Chiefs have done throughout the year is they will play down to the competition. They will not necessarily boat race everybody just because they're that good. And I've kind of wondered if they've maybe been a little bit in that cruise control mode here for most of the year because the AFC West hasn't been quite as tough and they've just kind of been able to kind of do their thing a little bit. But they're a good team. It's a tough place to play, but certainly we can find our footing here. We can take this game. Alexander Matthews says we have to beat KC, but I don't see it happening. Hopefully I'm wrong. Sorry about the cough, folks. Brian Myers, Chris Smith over Antonio Johnson. Guess it depends on needs. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I liked Antonio Johnson, but Christopher Smith's a better player. He's just better. He just stands out, plain and play out, just jumps off the tape. And none of the other strong safeties in this draft so far. I've watched all those. I've walked at multiple games of JL Skinner, Brian Branch, and Antonio Johnson, which are the other strong safeties in this draft, and nobody jumps out like Smith does. There's kind of a difference on them in my early evaluation, at least, for whatever that's worth. Nagat says it just losing 3 straight for a better pick. There's no reason to be embarrassed in the playoffs. Well, I can understand where you're going from with it, and I think the odds are long to get there. But I have a feeling the team is going to try. I think they're going to give out their best. They're going to put their best foot forward here and try to make it happen. Oh, goodness. I'm getting behind here. Rest in peace. Franco Harris is right, man. I'm a little behind on the chat suddenly, so sorry, folks. We'll catch up here. Dan W., have you watched how one man ruined the defense by that franchise guy on YouTube? Brendan mentioned it yesterday, and it's a must-watch. I'd love to hear your take on it. I do intend to watch it here at some point, Daniel W., so I will check it out. I do think some of the initial points that I heard presented from the video, and certainly I'm sure the details of it are right about where it's going wrong and what Brendan mentioned about hyperactive safeties and stuff. I can get where that's going to, Daniel, but it's like the failures that sometimes gets mentioned here are really not upon the defensive scheme itself, Daniel, and it's really more, in my opinion, on kind of the first blush of this, of a lack of teams bringing in a new defensive scheme that's a change from the old, but then they don't decide to change really any of the personnel out. They don't try to fit to the scheme and what it requires. And we saw the same thing here. We saw the same thing with the Vikings. And those things stand as the two, I'm sure, high water mark points of the guy's video as far as this is why this defense is kind of failing a bit. Or San Diego, for instance, with Staley, which is, again, he doesn't have the personnel there to make it run. They tried to bring it in and make it this offseason, but those moves haven't really worked out. And that doesn't mean the defense itself doesn't work. It means that you got to get the right scheme. But that's the truth about all defenses. You got to get the right personnel to fit the scheme, not fit the personnel to the scheme. That doesn't work doing it that way. But I will still, Daniel, absolutely still check it out because Brandon recommended it, so I got to see what it's about. Wolverines, I'd rather we be in a 4-3. We don't put pressure. I would have rather that they'd done that like 8 weeks ago, Wolverines. I agree. I think they've got to consider doing it this offseason too. That's part of why I say just commit to something. Commit to what you want to be. Yeah. Green 80 says, Pete landed generational players in a few short years that came together as a brotherhood. That's just flat out luck. Credit for drafting those guys, but it's time to move on. Agreed. I don't think this is throwing shade at Carroll and what he's done here to say that, look, that's what you accomplished at that time of that Legion of Boom team. It was one of the most simplistic schemes in the entire NFL, and you got a lot out of it, but you've not come close to replicating that. And we're not looking for them to recreate it. You're not going to recreate a legendary defense, but you can't even create a good defense right now. As I said a couple of weeks ago, I've got a pastry chef that can't make a donut. What do I make of that? And I think it's a valid question because it ain't a question that just popped up this year in a rebuild year. It was that last year, it was the year before, it was the year before that, it was the year before that, year before that. It's been here for a little while now. Jeff Krakowak says, if we go 2-1 in the last 3 games, I heard we have a 61% chance to make the playoffs. Thank you, Jeff. That's some great information right there. There you go. 61% if you go 2-1. Brian says, I'd be so happy if to end this season with a running record above 500. That would be way cool considering the circumstances. Agreed, Brian. Yeah, me too. Me too. Barry Totoro vomit comment incoming. Genie, we haven't played a full game where both sides played good. Yeah, I agree with that. Sounds about right. Maybe 1 or 2 games. Like the first Cardinal game, maybe, Gene. But even that was kind of weird, you know. Megan says, wow, if your mom made me a drink, I would be in bed for a month with a migraine. She's the kind of bartender who don't mess around. That's all I'm going to say about that, Megan. That we don't mess around in my family when it comes to that. You got to beware. When she hands you a glass, you better smell it, sniff it. Ooh, that's strong. Okay. I got to be careful with this one. Give me some more ice cubes, please. I need some more ice cubes. Mom's making drinks. I need a bigger glass and more ice cubes. Mr. Isaac 560 says, funny how folks were claiming Pete Carroll as a potential coach of the year about a month ago, and now we are having these conversations. Yeah, that's why it's always important, Mr. Isaac, to say you got to make the full assessment of the full year, you know, and, you know, we have conversations throughout in various ways in various places, but it is that full assessment at the end of the day. I also think it speaks to Mr. Isaac how far this defense and this team has fallen back from that team that was starting to round out. And the fact that it comes down to, again, the defense failing in the way that it has, is this had so many times through the years here. Again, this is who he is. Carroll's not just a coach. He's supposed to be a defensive-minded head coach. And that impacts his decision-making and the way they build this roster in a variety of different ways. And if he can't find success in that fashion anymore, while you're continuing, as I've said in the past, to dump a lot of resources into that defense, then it's certainly a part that beyond, you know, looking at him as where he was going to be or what he's going to be this year, about where's he going in the future? What can we expect in the future from this defense? Got some various opinions on the drinks. That's good. Ominous Jerry, hey Brandon, how do you see us finishing the season? I think we'll beat the Rams again. KC game may not go so well, and I think the Jets game can go either way. A winning record would be awesome. I'd like to see, I want to say I echo your guys' beliefs on this. I'd love to see a winning record this year. That'd be great from my standpoint. I think the KC game is going to be hard to come away with a win on. I do think the Jets game is to your point on this, is the important one, and it might come down to whether or not Wilson starts or not. Do you got Mike White or are you getting Wilson? They have to come out here and play us at home, so I guess I like that from that standpoint, ominous, and I think that if that game maybe just comes down to a field goal, maybe it's us being at home is the difference in that one. But this team is hard to predict right now about where it's going to be and what it's going to be as we go into the future at the moment. So I like the chances, but I don't have a lot of confidence. Tommy says, what if we went with 6 down linemen, no linebackers because they suck anyway, 2 corners and 3 safeties? Not sure what that is called. Maybe the bear front or a big nickel hybrid. Solve the run D. Well, that's a lot of defensive linemen, 6 linemen. That's like the 85 bear, old school bear front kind of look to it, I guess. Something like that. Hard to get away with that, Tommy, because you're probably going to end up giving up yards in chunks on the back end. There's just too much open spaces and zones to go that tight up on the fronts. Teams are going to throw on you all day long at that point and test you in that fashion of it. So I like the idea on it. I think you can get away with like the 4-3 under one we had before, where that left you with 5 basically defensive linemen, right? Because your Sam linebacker was always a defensive end hybrid type guy. So when you're in your base on a 4-3 under, you can get to a 5-man front from that standpoint of things, which I think could help this team out if they want to go more in that direction at times. But I think you get to a 6, then that's probably just a little bit too, it's probably a little bit too much. Stefan Saylor says, what's up, bro? The Chiefs have played 2 close games the last 2 weeks. I think we have a chance to win this game. We have to win out or risk missing the playoffs 2 years in a row. We got a chance here, man. And the Chiefs definitely do sometimes kind of play down a little bit to the competition a bit. You know, maybe they're in, cruise control, thinking about the playoffs a couple weeks out. But it's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a tough game. Wu-Tang Financials, if Peter doesn't get the defense right with a good draft next year, he should go. This is house money year, so he can't really be fired. I think you kind of wrap up why I'm saying that even though there's some faith and confidence lost here, I'm not calling for Carroll's head necessarily myself at the point, because of the fact that there's probably been enough here to earn the one more year with where you're at and what's going on. But like you said, if I've got to go through another year of this, like this defense again, you better believe I don't think I could maybe last a half season in next year if they're doing this way before I'll start, lighting it up. Gene D says, how in the world are the Eagles the best team in the NFC? They were pathetic last year. Pathetic? Didn't they go to the playoffs last year, Gene? I think they were like beating the first round, but I mean, they did a lot to significantly improve their roster. You signed Hassan Reddick. They got the other cornerback to match up with Darius Slay. They had a great draft where they added guys that were going to be useful players on this team this season. They made a trade for Robert Quinn to help out their pass rush. They signed Ndamukong Suh. They've been developing their offensive line the last couple of years, including drafting Landon Dickerson, moving him over to left guard. They're solid all the way through with it. So, they've taken great steps to improve themselves and get themselves here. Made a lot of right moves. Gene says Pete has had his run, but he's not getting it done. We all appreciate what he's done, but man, these last few games are really bad. Yeah, they've been tough to watch. Mr. Isaac, it's just interesting to hear this perspective. Fans have a right to be upset, but I don't know, man. I'd give him at least another year. He's been to the highest of highs and lowest of lows. Yeah, I mean, it's where Mr. Isaac, again, I do try to get to that place of saying that while I'm in favor of, okay, we're going to give him another year. I can certainly get where people are coming from. And this is really a place that I caution people to try to get to on understanding this, because this is a place that goes to the place of the most passionate point for the fans, and that they want to see the future success of their team. And we all have different opinions at times of how to get to that future point of success as a team. And when you have a situation like this that's controversial, we crossed this bridge with the Russell Wilson situation last year. And it's one that I think the discussion is worthy of having and considering and talking about. And while I do land on saying, okay, he gets another year, I also get those people, Mr. Isaac, that go, look, you talk about the highs of the highs. Those highs of the highs were 10 years ago. Like I was kind of pointing out in your recent playoff record, when you have gotten the playoffs, you basically get bounced out of the first round. And it's, nobody looks at the Jacksonville Jaguars as an organization and says, here's a pinnacle of a winning organization, right? Nobody does. More playoff wins than your Seahawks team since 2017. This is a 6-year period. I know a lot of time with Carroll here has passed really fast, but we do have, it ain't about like, well, the Super Bowl was just 2 years ago and we could da-da-da-da. They're talking about in New England about Bill Belichick losing his stuff and everything else, and they're making these questions of him. Bill Belichick at least has a Super Bowl win in the last couple of years. And he's been back there a few times. Well, he's been back to the Super Bowl, 2-3 times since that fight with our Seahawks where we lost to them? Granted, did it with Tom Brady, but did get there. We don't have that recent track record of success with Carroll here. We don't. We got some muddling results. And when it comes to the defense, not only do we not have just not muddling results, we have really bad results year in and year out on that defense. And this is what he's here to do. He's not here from around. He's here. He wants his defense to, it's a big part of how you build this team. It's why you're not an offensive centric team. It's why I talk about having the proficient game manager. This all bleeds into how his philosophy wants to be based on this team, which is it's built out of that defense being an equal part to the offense. And if it's not holding up its equal end of the bargain, then that is an issue and a problem worth discussing and pointing out. And I don't think people are being emotional when they do that. I think it's a valid issue here, because the simply bringing in new talent next year does not fix this issue. That's not the only thing, in my opinion. It's a big part of it maybe, but not the only thing. Gene says, yeah, but I still don't believe Jalen Hurts is good. He's going to have to prove in the playoffs. I agree with you there, Gene. And he's got that arm injury now. So we'll see where he's at as far as health standpoints. But Sons of Patriarchy, Ryan Neal needs to be prioritized. It's going to be hard, man. I mean, you're spending already more. You've got the safety position in the NFL, which already is a devalued position in the NFL. You're spending already more money than any other team in the NFL by a wide margin into the position. And then now you're going to add a third guy to the mix. And I'm with you. I'd love to bring Ryan down, but it's tough. Sons of Patriarchy, we need dirtbags on the front seven, regardless of scheme. Secondary, I feel good about. I do feel good about the players back there. Definitely. Daniel Bailey says Pete's supposed to be a defensive coach, but depends on having elite players to have a good defense. At that point, isn't the elite personnel relying on the GM? So what good is Pete? I think Daniel Bailey brings up a good thing here for the folks that are saying it's about talent. And then I think he brings up a very, very valid point here, and it's worth, again, just considering on this. If Pete's system only runs when he gets elite talent, then isn't that more built upon what the general manager is doing it than what Pete's doing it from an X's and O's standpoint? And if it is relying on that, then what is it that Pete's here, as I've mentioned a couple times, what is it that he's bringing that's on the beneficial point? Is it the chemistry he can build in the locker room? I mean, we got to tangibly mention this at this point, not in the way of like we say it in broad strokes, but what is the actual specific things he brings to the table as a head coach right now? Not 10 years ago, but right now. Because right now you don't win X's and O's on a weekly basis. Right now, you're getting out-coached on a weekly basis. Last week against the Niners, I saw a team more ready to play, more energized to play, playing like they were playing for something. And I saw a team in our team that was kind of flat and kind of going through the motions at times. Not everybody, but a lot of them. I think this again, these are why to me there are valid questions to ask here, because the answers coming from people are, well, didn't he do enough this year? Well, okay, what did he do? What did he do? If he was on board with wanting Russell to stay and not get traded, if his hands were completely taken off the draft for the first time, which I don't know that this was, but I'm guessing it probably was to some degree, then what were the parts in his dope? The adjusting on offense? Yes. And that's the part where the folks that are pro Carroll, I think that he's not getting enough props on the pro side of that in the respect of opening the offense up, letting it become fully modernized, not having, just letting it run, letting his coordinator really coordinate. And I think you got to give him props on that. I wish he would do the same thing on the defensive side, but I don't think he's likely to do that on the defensive side. But this is where the negotiation, this is where it's going. This is where the discussion will go. We got to strap in. It's going to be bumpy on some of this. Saijan says, who has the best NFL wide receiver duo in a top 10? I don't know what you mean on that question. Sorry. I think we probably have the best duo. Mark Harborcorn. What's up, Mark? I don't think Geno is our future. I think a new quarterback and a middle linebacker should be our first two picks. Hit that like and sub button for this hard-working man. Thank you, Mark. And I'm okay with going that route, man. I'm not anti that at all. Dan says his best attribute, being Carroll, is he's a cheerleader, not to mention he has blocked the general manager from building an elite defensive personnel. Potentially that way. I'm not sure. We'll see. Agreed with you on that, Mr. Isaac. Says, please, if you're the defense is fault. Yeah. You got to give him credit for offense. I agree, Mr. Isaac. That's why I'm trying to make sure I'm trying to balance this as much as I can in it. I know you're referencing above another poster there. Garrett Shepard says, unless we can get a great proven coach like Sean Payton. Yeah, probably won't be able to pull him out, I would say. Mr. Isaac, he had something to do with hiring Waldron. The world is not black and white. No, he did have something to do with hiring Waldron. He did. And that's, again, want to give him props on that. I'm not trying to knock everything away with it, but again, you got a defensive coach that can't put an elite defense together and has been trying for 6-7 years. You wonder with some of the trades that he's pushed for, you're seeing a lack of player development in some of the guys that he's drafted. The offense is great. And again, I don't want discussion to go off the rails with this too much, but again, I think people on both sides of the issue, wherever you stand on this, I just ask wherever you stand on this to understand both sides of it. There's a draw on this to go the other side's crazy for thinking this. And I just want to push back on that going, look, I think it's understandable why both sides kind of feel the way they do on this. And I don't think either side's necessarily crazy for doing so, but I think both sides do also have a valid leg to stand on it. And it's not just as clear cut as, well, he's absolutely deserved the right to come back. There's just no argument to be made that he should be let. Well, there's an argument to be made. There's an argument to be made. It ain't that quite clear cut. But I think the more we can kind of land in that place, the more it's, all right, we'll see where this goes. Pete probably wanted to Green 80 says Pete probably wanted to hire Waldron so he could figure out how to stop McVay's offense. Spoiler alert, he still doesn't know. Maybe. Gene, our defense turned it around for 2 games, then went right back to being last in the league. Yeah. They probably had four games there. Dan says, so I would put DK over McLaurin, but not Lamb. Yeah, I go that route. Daniel says it would suck missing out on a top pick if the Broncos win versus the Rams, but in a vacuum, Russell for Cross, Mafe, Miles Murphy, Anthony Richardson, or so such is a massive steal, even so. Plus Noah and Shelby. Yeah, agreed, man. Still would be an amazing allotment of picks at that point. Gene says, call ex-Seattle Supersonics coach George Karl. He knows defense. He does know defense, doesn't he? Jacob Kessinger with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jacob. Says, how much to order trade Diggs and do it for Neal? Well, you probably wouldn't be able to do that, Jacob, because they play 2 different positions. You know, Diggs is a free safety by and large, and I don't think you're going to want to have Ryan Neal doing a lot of single high stuff or playing deep center field positioning. You'd have to go draft another free safety if you did that. How much to order trade Diggs and do it for Neal? How much to order trade? Yeah, I mean, you might be able to get like 5th, 6th round back maybe for thing, but I think even with his contract, I don't think you're pulling anything back for Diggs, and he's got too much dead money. So Diggs will be here into the future. There's really not a way to, unless you do a post June 1st designation on him, there's really no way to get out from under his contract without at least getting through the 2nd year of the deal. For the most part, that's how it looks to me. Tommy says, we might find out that this was always going to be Pete's last year as a head coach. Would make sense as to why he brought in Desai. It could be. I still maintain I don't think Pete you would have done necessarily. I think he would have just retired if he thought there was the end was in sight like that. It's possible, but I think he's here going on beyond this year. AI says, I like Caldwell. Yeah, me too, man. He's been growing on me recently when I've been thinking about what he kind of went through with his situation there. And a guy just has never been given another chance out there. And I think kind of probably should when you hear the way people talk about him. Mark, you're in Great Falls. Oof, it's cold over there. AI, the Lions OC is probably a hot name. Yeah, probably. I heard they had the least 3 announced in the whole year there. It's pretty amazing production for that offense, which isn't exactly loaded to the gills. Mark, your overnight wind chill is going to be negative 48. I'm going to be so cold tonight. I'm going to have my heater just going full blast. Tommy says negative 48 is also the Chiefs' line against our Hawks. Seriously. That's what I heard too. Zach Smith says, thanks for the well-informed response, man. My pleasure, Zach. My pleasure. There's a lot in the question, man. There's a lot in it because it does, in the quarterback decision, of course, that is impacted on everything, to how you build the roster, to how you're going to run your offense, to the expectations of what your offense are. So it's such an important key here on looking at this Geno deal to see where it should land, what it should be, or if he's good enough. But I do think, and the more I look to this NFL and the way I look at it is that I'm leaning more, Zach, into the future being about more being quarterback driven and more of it being a team driven. Still needing the quarterback. That's not to be precluded, but that it's really the team that can kind of impact that. So the patriarchy wants some snot bubbles of fear inducing guys at the line of scrimmage. I'd like some of those too. Brian Koski says, I'm sorry I can't donate. I'm broke. Hey, no worries, Brian. You watching, hitting the like button, subscribing up. It's good enough for me, man. Especially during this time of year. Brando dude, what's your take on the quarterback from the Washington Huskies? I like that dude. What's your insight? Thanks. I like him a lot too. He's got good enough, I think, size. There is a little bit of some worries and injury concerns with him on his past, but he's got a very snappy delivery. It does come a little low, so it doesn't, there's times where it'll look almost coming out like a left-handed Phillip Rivers at times. It doesn't always consistently go that low, but sometimes the delivery can kind of start to slide down just a little bit. Nonetheless, though, he throws with a lot of pop, a lot of velocity, which stands out. I mean, the ball really jumps out of his hand. I also like the accuracy and where he puts the ball. I'm glad he went back for another year of college. I do think he would have been in that third or fourth round range for me, Brian, if he came out on this draft. And if you were looking for maybe a guy that was some closer to some of the Russell Wilson-like production vibes Wilson gave you in 2012, though they're different players, he could maybe have given you some of that equivalency of that production where there won't be a lot of guys in that third round range that fit that mark. But overall, I like his decision-making. He can process. I've seen him go through multiple reads, even though that offense sometimes does set you up to just be able to really just ball out of the hand, over here. And you're not always having to sit back there and read things through. But I'd like to see another year of him going up maybe against a little bit tougher competition at times. If we can see a few more of those games, how he does against those teams, and just kind of see, if he can follow it up with a second year of production there, give me back-to-back years of kind of play to kind of show me he'd done it. But I think he certainly can be pushing himself up into, I don't think he'll be a top 15 kind of quarterback, but a guy that could push himself up into first round talk, even if it's at the back end of the first round into next year's draft. But no worries, man. I know how it's going out there. We're in an inflation period and all that stuff, Brian. So donations are not required. Danny W says the Vic Fangio defense is known for a soft zone coverage, which, watch the video I mentioned above when you get a chance. Cover 4 has a lot of soft coverage. Yes, it does play a lot of it. It's just that when there's a little bit more of a prevalence of offsetting to more of a pressure-based look. And what I'm meaning by this, Daniel, is that you have Carroll with his defense prior over the last 10 years is one that wants to blitz outside of 2020 when you got Jamal Adams for that short little half-season point till you cut it off. Absent that, through the majority of Carroll's time here, he's blitzed at the 30-second mark in the NFL. No, so not only does he blitz at the least amount, he highly blitzes at the very highly least amount in the entire league. So yes, there is still a zone-based coverage to it and even soft zone coverage, but there is an offset to that in Fangio's scheme of you can still get more pressure-based packages coming. You can get some more blitz looks coming than you get out of this Carroll defense. And while it's not a blitz-heavy scheme, when you compare the amount of times you're going to blitz in a Fangio scheme versus a Coach Carroll defense of the past, it looks like they're running like the Wink Martindale Ravens, Fangio, whatever thing, So I would offer that there is more of it versus what we've done in the past, which was the key for me. Not that I need to have the blitzing be proliferated, but that it's, again, the Fangio scheme comes down to beyond just soft zones. It's again, the unpredictability, snap in and snap out for the offense, which is another thing that's in keen difference to the way, you've run this game prior. But I promise you, I will try to check it out, Daniel. I'm running out of time in the day. So I've got articles stacked up I got to read. I've got 300 prospects I got to do. I got to kick out this next video for the channel, do the live stream. So I'm just, what I mean, man, it's just a matter of I'm literally just running out of days right now. So it's sometimes I just don't have the bandwidth in there to get in on some of these as quick as I can. But I will get around to it. I promise you, I will check it out. And I appreciate the suggestion. Ominous Jerry, when do you realistically see Pete hanging him up? Sorry, I haven't been so active as of late. No worries. I've had class on late Wednesdays. Glad to be back, though. Hey, glad to have you back on in here, Ominous. I don't think Pete hangs him up until after the 2023 season, probably sometime in the springtime of 2024, when we go under new ownership, and new ownership will then want a new coach. So absent him having a startling return to prominence over this next, 2-year period or whatever, I think 2024 is when we can sell the team in the spring, and you don't owe 10% back to the Seattle, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, which I think they will be sold in short order after that. So if he's not carrying the day at that point, could be, I guess, within a year, honestly. Yeah, approximately, because we're almost into 2023. So time's flying. So probably he's got another year here, and then there's going to be the determination. And if he hasn't taken this team in a big forward step, I'm guessing a new ownership group's probably going to want somebody new. And if Jody still is owning the team, then he'll be here for 2 years. Mr. Isaac, our team needs a few pieces: interior offensive line, interior defensive line, linebacker, and you could throw in safety and another wide receiver, maybe another running back. Look at how much cap we have and draft capital. Be optimistic. No, I think it's worth being optimistic. But again, I'm really on the balance of this line, and this is really the hard discussion to have. And I've gotten in a ton of tussles in my comments, in my chats, even over the last couple of weeks, and trying to go down this place. And you know, with me, Mr. Isaac, I'm just trying to get to a place always of nuance, where we're not in the broad brush, where we're not looking for it's all one way or it's all the other. And I think we can land in the one way right now where we go, okay, Carroll's going to get another year. Okay, I'm not calling for his head here. But what I can say is that I look through this team in my lens, Mr. Isaac, and I don't look for this team to be merely good. I look at this team and I want to see him trying to aspire for Super Bowls, not to be merely good. And there's a lot of pieces in play to get ourselves trajected forward and to do well. But we've had multiple times in recent off seasons, Mr. Isaac, where we've had $50 million to spend and we blew that money. Blew it. Spent it on nothing. So just having the money to spend, just having the talent to bring in on draft picks, it helps. It gives you an advantage to put this thing into the future. But if you have a defensive coach who's old school in his approach to the point that he is operating on a defense that belongs in 1987, not 2023, well, then you're only going to have a certain height that you will ever reach with that team, no matter how much talent you stack. Absent, I guess, of stacking up Hall of Fame talent, which I think we would all agree is just not realistic. So while, yeah, Carroll's going to get another year here, these defensive struggles once again this year, having one of the worst defenses in football again this year, is not going to simply just get corrected magically off of the draft and that money that they have to spend, because it hasn't in the past. You've put a load of picks into this defense in the past, and it hasn't worked. You've put money in the past, and it hasn't worked. They will help. It could bring this forward. And as I said at the top of the show, Mr. Isaac, there's more pluses from this season than there are negatives, than there are lows. But it's a valid question to ask at this point in time, and looking at Carroll with this to say, is this a thing that can hold us back in the future from being that elite team? Not rising up to a good state with the talent you add, with the money you have to spend. Maybe you can push yourself to good state. But I look at it through the lens of, are you able to get to an elite place? And if I have a defensive scheme and a defensive-minded coach, old in his approach, who's unwilling to change, who every single week is getting out-schemed on his defensive side of the ball, it's hard for me to see that type of team getting to a Super Bowl, or even contending for a Super Bowl, or even getting to a conference championship. And that's the part where I think there's something to be valid said about bringing this out in the open and saying this is something that's a valid concern. It's not just simply being negative or not being optimistic enough or not looking at the glass and saying it's half full. It's to say the glass half full, but the part that's not full could be the part that upend all this, no matter how good it could kind of end up being a little bit. Tommy Eaton says, I'm a Seahawks fan first, not a Pete or Russ fan first. I think changing head coaches would be good for the team. And as much as I love and appreciate Pete, I think it is time to move on. Again, the people's perspective are completely valid on this from where they're coming from. Riverside, I would keep Pete for one more year, then get a new coach and a quarterback in 24. There we go. I'm okay with that route too. AI, Gino signing a team-friendly deal or he playing on the tag. We could trade him for assets also. Yeah, you got a couple ways you can go with Gino, and I think they're all golden, frankly, including to your point on that AI of just drafting a quarterback too. You could go that route as well. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. My gosh, Garth, like $6, $7, $5 donations on it. Thank you so much, man. You are awesome. He says, Jim Caldwell is an awesome name to throw out there, yet I worry about his age like Pete. Don't know his age though. Hoping JS wouldn't have picked Baker. Yeah, I'm hoping he wouldn't have either, Garth. I do get encouraged with JS when he was the guy on Russell Wilson originally. He was the guy on Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. I think John Snyder very well may have a bit of an eye for quarterback talent. At least that's, to me, when I hear about him visiting those aforementioned pro days, as he did when he still had Russell Wilson on the roster, speaks to me of the fact that he was keeping his eye on kind of the cream of the crop out there, and he was recognizing it. I'm not sure on Jim Caldwell's age either, and you're right, he is a little bit older. But he may be up there in that spot of things. But boy, I think he has deserved probably a long overdue second chance, considering so many of the other coaches in this league, like an Adam Gase or Josh McDaniels, who didn't have the first time of success, still go out there and they find themselves and getting themselves another opportunity, another try. So glad we agree on that one, man. And I hope you're right. I don't think Baker would have been the guy, but you never know, man. You never know. He's got his share of general managers in the league, including McVay with the Rams, right? Who really loved that kid and liked his attitude coming out. I wasn't one of those guys, but he did have some people out there that were really like, yeah, Baker. Jacob Kessinger with the $2 donation says, how much to order to trade Diggs and do it for Neil? Oh, so I missed that one. I missed Karst below you. I'd already read that one. So I'd already responded to that. Sorry. Thank you for the donations though, Jacob. I think I answered your question. If I didn't, Jacob, I'll look at on the comments, but I think you might have been missing a word in there too. Faithful Quest 49 says Pete's going back to college. No, Pete won't go back to college, man. He'll be retired after this job. Rick Cepeda, how are we 9.5-point underdogs? We're going to get killed. The Chiefs tend to play down to their competition. They don't tend to just run away from teams this year. A little bit. It's going to be a tough game this week, I think. Julian Garcia, what do you think of us taking Anthony Richardson with our second first-round pick? Because if John is controlling it, he loves quarterbacks with size and upside like Mahomes and Josh Allen. I'd be okay with it. I'd be okay with it. I think it's, if they want to go quarterback, I'm not going to be anti-quarterback here at all. If they want to go that direction. And Anthony Richardson, if you're going to take the most talented quarterback in an NFL draft, even if I've got to wait 2 years, I still can't really get anti that or be negative against that move. You're getting the best at the most important position out of a draft. That to me is, I will laud that decision. I do think you're going to have to wait on him a little bit to get out of it what you want to kind of try to get out of it. So that's a little bit of, that's a little bit of it there. Tyler Muir, Holmgren started out rough, but consistently made the playoffs in the later years. A little rough, I guess. He made the playoffs in his first year here. So, yeah. And then it took a couple years to kind of get it back around as he was rebuilding the roster. So, yeah, that's kind of right. It's kind of right. Ominous Jerry, would snagging Fangio from Philly as a defensive coordinator be worth it? He definitely has taken Philly's D to another level, but having three defensive coordinators in 3 years may mess with the personnel a little. No, you're not going to bring him in here, Ominous Jerry. He's not going to want to come and serve under Carroll because Carroll's not going to let him run his scheme the way he wants to run it. Fangio goes and becomes a defensive coordinator somewhere. He's going to want to do it with his ability to not have to hear from the head coach. I run it my way. You trust that I'll run it the right way, and then you shut up is kind of what he would tell the coach. In kind order, but he's earned probably enough gravitas to be able to kind of say that is kind of a bottom line, right? Dan W says, have an open mind, but he doesn't bring up having two hyperactive safeties. That was just kind of my takeaway from watching him explain it and the whole benefit of it, but it's much more than that. I'll check it out, man. For sure, I promise. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez says, none of the 3-4 defenses are stopping the run. Good point. Makes it harder, that's for sure. Green A says, if we have a great coach, sure, keep him for 10 years, but do checks to make sure the team is getting better. And if it gets worse, does it get better? We haven't gotten better since the dip. Feel where you're coming from, man. AI says, yeah, because Pete is about to lose 5 of 6. I agree, Bruce. I think Pete was a little more involved. I think Pete's been involved throughout in these drafts. I don't think he was just involved early on. I think having that vice president role was very key for him to become Seahawks head coach. He wanted to have the overarching say over things. He didn't have that control in his first 2 stops with the Jets and the Patriots. And he had the opportunity to swing that hammer here, and he took advantage. Nolan Arvance, real 3-4 defensive tackles are unicorns. Vince Wilforks do not grow on trees. No, they don't. And very much you could make the argument that a 3-4 defense in a lot of ways does begin with the zero tech simply because of what that zero tech provides in stopping the run, commanding the double teams, being immovable at the point of attack, and you being able to rely on that as a defense. I've long kind of wondered and thought that. I brought it up to Chad Brown last year when I was interviewing him, and he seemed to kind of agree. A lot of people think that the 3-4 defenses begin with the outside linebackers, but I think you could make that argument that it's very much that zero tech, that guy right over the top of the ball. John Anderson says, Brandon, what would you take? Brandon, what would you take what Seahawks did in the 90s or 80s, or what Carroll and Schneider has done in their time? What would you take? Brandon, what would you take? What? Some of these guys' comments, it's hard for me to figure out what you guys were saying on some of these. I can't quite parse it out. Brandon, would you take what Seahawks did in the 90s or 80s, or what Carroll and Schneider have done in their time? Would I take what the Seahawks in the 90s or 80s? I would take what Carroll and Schneider have done in their time. If I have to make the choice between that or the other. I don't know that it's a binary choice, John, as far as that impacting what the future decision on that would be. And again, with the successes they had a long time ago, don't have as much to do with the current standing of things necessarily. I'm not sure the point on that. Maybe I'm missing something there. Random viewer, who do you want the Seattle to play if they make the playoffs? How about another shot at the Niners? Or another chance at the Niners? Tommy, they can cut Diggs and save $9.5 million as opposed to June 1st hit. Sign Neal and draft to safety. Jamal is hard to get rid of because he is injured, and the CBA says he gets paid in full. Yeah, the new injuries kind of have some injury protections in that new CBA, so they might go that route. I guess it's possible, right? It's in the mode of possibility. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Randall, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat. Says, to me, the most glaring weakness for the last 6 to 8 years has been pass rush, not just sacks. Large swaths of game with little to no pressure on the quarterback. Thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. You, as you always do with your comments, open up kind of a interesting spot in my brain on kind of the consideration on this. And I don't think you're wrong. Certainly has been a long-held frustration for me as I look at this team, and that they've been a team that needs the front four to generate the pressure all on their own. I just talked a few minutes ago about the fact Carroll is one of those guys who wants to blitz the least amount of any team in the NFL in an ideal situation. Well, if you're going to blitz the least amount of anybody in the NFL, of any other NFL team, you're going to be number 32 every year, then you're going to need to have the front four that can generate the pressure. And so I agree that getting more guys that can get the pass rush done, Randall, would go very far to helping things out. One of the other impactful points, though, for why the pass rush has struggled in recent years has, yes, been a lack of talent, but this also then comes back to the scheme. Because what's happened over the last 7 to 8 years in football, if you look at the evolution of football through this time, is that the college spread concepts continue to inject their way into the game. And what I mean by that is the short passing attacks, the fly sweeps, the bubble screens, the getting the ball to guys in space and letting them work. This further drives away from the designs of Coach Carroll's defense, which is to, Randall, take advantage of those teams that are wanting to hit the big shot plays down the football field. So a lot of times the reason that you can't get the pass rush there is because the quarterback is getting the ball out of his hand so quickly that the pass rush doesn't have a chance to get there. And how is he able to do that? Because you're playing soft zone defense on the back end, which then opens up all of those short developing routes that are open then instantaneously for very quick gains. That also has impacted the pass rush too. Now, it's not just a matter of talent. That talent's there. I don't want to undersell that. It is part of it. But you also have these quarterbacks comfortable with knowing they've got the time in the pocket to get the ball out, hit the little flat route, hit the little crosser coming across, and that they're not going to have to worry about pressure at that point because they're getting the ball in their hand before it can arrive. So I think there's a little bit of both of those there with that, in my opinion. It's a bit of both. It's probably more that you need to get the talent and the pass rush ability there to get it done, that you've probably sold that one over and over again, right? You had an offseason where you went LJ Collier and Ziggy Ansah. Like, that's not good enough. But I think it does go a little bit beyond Randall, just merely that needing that pass rush. And that if you're still in those soft zones, if you're going to go into a 3rd and 3 and play off coverage with your corners and drop them into bail technique, there's going to be an easy 5, 6, 7 yard completion there. And if you do that more often than not, play in and play out, there will be those easy completions there for you continuously out through the course of the game, and your defense won't be able to perform as well as they once did. Because remember, again, a big part of why Carroll runs his defense this way with the soft zone defenses, is because the offenses of the 80s and 90s would take their shots over the course of a game. And when you would do that at that point to a Coach Carroll defense, he's got you then. That's when he'll get his interception. That's when you're going into the teeth of his defense. But offenses have gotten more patient. Offenses have gotten less reliant on the quarterback holding on to the ball for as long, and that reduces those opportunities for those pressure points. But I don't want to discount as well, Randall. We need to do a lot more into adding on to this pass rush crew, and in a way where we recognize the last few years you've gone really just up to barely just good enough to way below not good enough. So let's overshoot that line by quite a bit, much in the same way we see a Niner team do in the way that they address their pass rush and keep reinforcing those ranks even when they do lose a guy or two. Randall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, I think it's easier to shore up the run through the run support through free agency or mid-level trades than it is to address pass rush. That's why those guys cost $20 million, $20+ million. I would agree with you on that, Randall. I think you can find some of those guys that might not be as expensive. They can be just kind of run stuffer only types. They can give you a little bit of that as a specialist role. Certainly don't have necessarily the run stuffer specialist on the roster right now as it does stand. So yeah, I agree with you. I think you could probably find in this draft too, Randall, there's a lot of zero techs in this draft. Just go through a couple of names that stand out to me. Saiki Ika, Keanu Benton out of Wisconsin, Maze Smith, Brian Brees. There's a lot of guys down there on that inside too that you could potentially get in the draft as well, Randall, to help things out. So there's a couple places you could attack this from, I think, to find it. Daron Payne's a guy that stands out to me, Randall. That should be almost to me like free agent priority number 1, if not Mitch Morse, who might be out there as well for the Buffalo Bills. So those would be a couple guys I would take a look at. But you're right. The outside pass rush guys are the hard ones to find. That's why they get paid the money they get paid. And Randall, another $5 donation. My goodness. Thank you so much, man. You are very kind. It says, Run D. How much of this year's D can we say not having right players for scheme? We need to fill in talent inside the trenches and linebacker. Overall need is more than the talent. Yeah, I mean, that's the great debate, I think, that's raging right now, Randall. It's raging in the Seahawks fandom. It's raging in my chat. I can see people going back and forth with it. It is the discussion that's drawing a lot of sparks in the fan base of where is the problem? What is the issue? Is it talent? Is it that you have guys here that just aren't suited for this scheme? Is it all those things? Yes, I think that all of the answer is kind of a full-on yes with it. Not having the talent is a big part of this, and I don't, as I've said many times, I'm not underselling the talent portion of this, but this does go beyond to me just the talent aspect of it. And it does come to scheme too. When you're changing to a 3-4 defense, but you have a lot of times this year where you're running the 2-man front with then 2 outside linebackers and it's getting gashed in the run play after play after play. That's not a very hard correction to see from more of a schematic styling. If the Seahawks had just ran a 3-4 defense purified throughout, Randall, they would be much better in stopping the run this year, and that would have nothing to do with the talent. That would just simply just commit to running the 3-4 defense. Stop running this wonky 4-man front that you're running continuously, and it's getting destroyed continuously. And it makes so much simple sense as to why it gets destroyed. I mean, folks, you don't have to be an expert at football, right? I normally have 4 defensive down linemen for 4 offensive linemen, right? So now I'm going to take 2 of those guys, and I'm going to squeeze them in tight, and then I'm going to take the outside guys and I'm going to widen them out as far as I possibly can. Well, then there's a whole lot of space on both sides of the line of scrimmage for teams to just run right up the middle on you. It makes it so easy for then the linemen to get to the second level because they're not held up with defensive linemen. It wasn't hard to see that wasn't going to work, and I don't know why they didn't see that it wasn't going to work. But they've continued to go back to it over and over again. But that thing to me isn't a talent thing. That to me is like, you could have put any kind of talent out there. I could put Jalen Carter in there. And if I squeeze Jalen Carter over the A gap and I've got wide 9 technique being rocked by my outside linebackers, I've got 3 yards of space I've created for the offensive line and just instantaneous room off the snap in the running game, especially on inside zone runs. I don't know if that just is going to get fixed on the talent. I think it's a bit of both there that needs to kind of get, hemmed up there a bit. Randall with another $5 donation. Goodness, Randall. Positive is we set a 2.5 key positions moving forward: left tackle, cornerback, and we're okay at quarterback. Agreed, Randall. I think tight end's another one. You've got all 3 of these guys with another year of club control as well going forward with them. I don't think you're going to hold 4 tight ends on the roster. And where I did lead at the top of the show, Randall, is that we were looking at the highs and the lows, and there's way more highs on this season to really to be happy about and to look forward on this. I know we are getting caught up a little bit on some of the negatives here, but there is a lot of positives with this team and what they've done and what they've undertaken, which has been very, very, very encouraging. I'd agree with you. I think especially outside corner, Randall, I think you're good. I do think you could look to maybe fix up a little bit of the slot. I don't know if Kobe Bryant's long-term future is slot cornerback in this league. So they could probably be good to maybe address that. But on the outside, I think you're set in stone there. Definitely left tackle. You're fine. You're 4 deep right now. So you feel really good about that position, 100%. Agree with you there. Randall, another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, because we drafted so poorly, could the restocking of the talent take an extra year? Not top end guys, but the nuts and bolts of this team? It could. I mean, you could be still a couple years out of getting yourself to being an elite team. And as much as, we can feel encouraged about this draft, some of the guys that we hoped were going to step forward this year and become players that could combine with the players we drafted this year to be that base have not been as good a base as we had kind of hoped to be. Jordan Brooks, Cody Barton don't seem to look like they got a huge future here with this roster as it stands. Darrell Taylor, I think, is on precipitous ground here as far as his future goes with this team and being a key kind of member going forward. So now that you've lost a little bit in those areas of things, you're going to have to fill their spots. You're going to probably have to go find an outside linebacker this year, Randall, and some of those middle inside linebacker as well. And so, yeah, I could end up making it take time. I think, Randall, to your positive point at the start of this and what you talked about, the good news is that you really have only so many positions you really have to truly address here. Center, left guard, defensive line, middle linebacker, that's really your core of true necessity. And you've got the picks and you've got the money to just deal with that core of needs. And that will help things. That will improve things. And even if there aren't schematic adjustments and you just run the same scheme into next year, talent will probably take you up into, 20s maybe, 1918-ish. I would argue, though, it's not going to allow it to get to an elite state unless the schematics get fixed on the other side of it. But yeah, it's hard to say at this point, Randall. I think the team can get back to next year, but it all is about how they spend that money and who they end up taking the picks with and how close they are and ready to hit the ground running like these guys were hitting the ground running this year out of this prior draft. Randall, all the donations, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Says, with another $5 donation, says, offense, give me a guard, center, and a hammer at running back. Probably need a third wide receiver who can be a number 2. Offense closer than D for sure, but D can flip quicker. D can flip quicker, and D's the one where getting young guys in that are flying around the ball, it goes fast when you get it right. I'm with you. I go center, guard is my priority. Running back would be the third. I think receiver's a little distant for me, Randall. I'd look to try to maybe bring back Marquise Goodwin on a short-term deal because I don't want to invest the third receiver in a third-round pick or something like that. I'd really like to be putting it more to these needs we have. And while we do have the picks and the money to spend to get the needs filled, I don't know if we can afford to necessarily throw it at positions that are kind of in okay shape. We're fine at, it's almost like a bonus kind of pick, so to speak, to do that. I think you got to lock in on the spots that are more of the necessity now at this moment, in my opinion of things. But Randall, thank you for all the donations and always being the positive ray of light in that respect of things. And I do agree with you, man. Pass rushes have been a big problem for years and years on end. And you've definitely short sold it. And this is why I say you got to commit to the scheme you want to run. So if you want to run, you don't want to run any of the blitz stuff from Fangio's scheme. You want to be just soft zone looks. You're going to require the front 4 to get the pressure. Then that's fine. That's part of then when you own to what scheme you want to run. That we're not going to blitz like he likes to blitz. So now you need to get the dogs up front who can get the job done all on their own, who aren't relying on the extra bodies. And that means getting the truly talented across the board at that point. That means not having a lot of weak links on that defensive line. And it becomes kind of a requirement at that point if you're going to choose to not be that. I'm not talking about blitz heavy team, just a team that's willing to utilize the blitz at a higher rate than we have in the past. Brian Kosky, you have a Merry Christmas, man. Appreciate you. And a Happy New Year as well. I haven't said that yet. I should have said that earlier. Tom Eaton says, remember John Fox got a team to a Super Bowl even when he had a Manning as a quarterback and a bunch of high-powered weapons. He was average everywhere else. Didn't he get Carolina into a Super Bowl? Am I forgetting that? Am I remembering that wrong? Julian Garcia, what do you think about bringing in Dan Quinn as a head coach? He always has great defenses and Waldron can fully take over on offense. I guess I don't know. I'm kind of ready for a new injection, a new blood in life if we're going to change into a new coach. I don't really want acolytes at Carroll. I'd kind of like to just prefer get a something new myself. I like Dan. He's going to get a head coach job somewhere else. He's a good coach. He's done a pretty good job with that Cowboys defense, but I would lean more into the realm of saying I'd prefer to probably go a different direction. Kind of like to do more of an offensive-minded head coach if possible too. Sam says if they ship Pete out of town, then I'm cool with Waldron being promoted. Possibility. Faithful says Jefferson, Thielen, the best duo. I don't know, man. I'll take Lockett and DK. Merry Christmas to you too, JP. Benelli, we have the worst linebacking core in history of the NFL. They're sad. Well, they're not good. That's for sure. That is for sure. Oh, Hill and Waddle. Big Country's right. Hill and Waddle's the best. That's the best combo. This year, they're the best. Those guys are having an insane production this season. Good call on your part, man. TP1 filler linebackers are pathetic. Brooks would have been good second or third linebacker. He is not a Bobby Wags type. I agree there. Far fall from Bobby Wags. AI, did you notice in that 4-game win streak, in every game the opponent was super banged up, missing 3 to 5 starters? Chargers were missing like 4 starters. I did notice that. I mean, I've kind of noticed that about the team throughout the year here with this defense, and it's probably something worth considering. Those folks looking at this defense right now, 29th points, 29th in yards given up. Let's also remember, go look at the schedule this defense has played this year. Have you had to play against the toughest quarterbacks in the sport with all of their weapons? Have you gone against the high-powered offenses at every turn? Because there ain't a high-powered offense in this division we're operating in right now. There isn't. Shanahan gets a lot out of that offense, but I'm not going to say it's a high-powered offense. So you have 6 games a year right out the gate there that aren't high-powered offenses. You know, you've had the Saints with the red rifle at quarterback down. What were they down in that game at one point? 3 of their wide receivers, and you still let that team run up and down the field on you over and over again. You let the Raiders coming into that game and run for well over 230 yards on the ground. Carr still threw for 300 yards on you. You had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers who were coming into that game. Look at that offense, how bad that's been this year. Worst in the NFL in running the ball, and they ran the ball all over you down your throat. Yeah, it's been bad here this year in the results of the defense, but it could have been even worse and should probably be even looked through as it's been even worse than that when you consider it through the lens of how weak an opponent that you faced. And to your point on that, how many of the opponents have been beaten up and down so many guys over this time too. Remember the times as it's time to bring back the nasty in this defense. Legion of Boom brought the smoke to people. This defense looks soft as a pillow. This coming from a guy that is defense wins championship philosophy. Agreed, man. I'd love to get back some of that spirit, some of that just running around with reckless abandon. You saw a little bit from that 49er team on Thursday, or didn't you? They were showing a little bit of that kind of same spirit that you would love to see. Dan W says Caldwell 67, though. I doubt he comes back to an NFL team pushing 70. He's probably done. He might be. And if we get to a point where Carroll's really, truly in a position of maybe going out the door, that's going to be a realistic possibility. I'll look a little deeper at the possible coaches, but I don't want to look at all the coaches that are out there on the market if it's really not a feasible possibility that he's even going to be moved or go anywhere, which I just don't think he is. TV1 says I'd go D with top 4 picks. Oh, going D all the way. I like it. Cardi, I'm not a Seahawks fan, but I feel like guys should target Anthony Richardson in the second round if he's available. If he's there, I'd love it, Cardi. I'd love it there. That'd be a great place to pick him up. I think he might get snagged somewhere at the end of the first, but I like him a lot. He's a great player. You can see the upside. You can see where he will be eventually. Sons of Patriarchy, 10 degrees Fahrenheit in northern Idaho. Yeah, it's getting colder and colder, isn't it? I can feel it. I can feel it. Cardi, since Geno Smith is playing well, Anthony Richardson can sit behind him for a few years while he develops. You could totally do that. That'd give him a pathway where it'd be great for Anthony too, because then you're not forcing him on the field prematurely, letting him truly develop back there, letting him have the time that I think he truly needs. AI says, I use fan for one. Sorry. Tommy says, let's hope we can keep Geno. Might have to tag him. There are going to be teams that want a quarterback, and he's one of the top available outside of the draft. It's the part that I say, you got the franchise tag. You can remove all of the element of the other teams competing for Geno's services instantaneously if you want to. Yeah. Brian Koski says, thanks, bro. Merry Christmas and all that good stuff. Don't forget, go Hawks. I never forget, man. And Merry Christmas to you. Danny W says, yeah, we 100% need to mix up some blitz looks. Yeah, and you get what I'm saying on it. I'm not saying that I'm expecting Carroll to turn into the most blitz heavy guy in the entire world, right? I'm not. And in many ways, I think that they intended to blitz a lot more than they have this year. I just think the Jamal Adams injury probably removed a lot of that out of the playbook. It doesn't make me like that, but it's an explanation for it at least. But just a little more in there, right, Daniel? Just a little more of that sprinkling it in like a spice so the offense can't just every time they come up to the field go, okay, let me read the coverage, and then I get to acknowledge and understand that I'm never going to get extra guys coming at me in a blitz. Or it'll only happen a handful enough times in the game that I can just react to that live, try to find my hot route at that point and make it happen. But it's probably not going to occur. So that's the part I want to remove from the quarterback and the offense's mind. I want to remove that from the offensive coordinator's brain. I want them a little more unsettled, a little more uncertain about what we're going to be doing on the other side of the ball from a defensive standpoint. Mason, at the end of the day, I think Anthony Richardson can be a top 10 pick. Only 2 years ago, the 49ers traded a Hall to take Lance at 3. Anthony is more physically gifted and played better competition. I could see it absolutely happen, man. As I've said with him, I think he is the most talented quarterback in the draft. So it all then just becomes about the right team going, okay, well, I know I got to wait a little bit on him, but I'm getting the most talented quarterback in a draft. And so if I'm at 12, 13, or if I'm at 6, 7, maybe that'll be enough to drive that a bit forward. I think that there's other quarterbacks in this draft more pro-ready who are also very highly talented, maybe not quite to where he is, who may be enough to kind of push him down that board a little bit. But it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me. Randall says it's supposed to be -2 tonight here in Yakistan. Yeah. The whole state's getting it right now. There is no one's getting away from this one. Sons of Patriarchy, center and interior offensive line can't be overlooked, but man, some swagger on the D in the box to build upon gets me hyped. Me too, man. Me too. I'd love to see it. I like that. I like it when you can feel it when you got that defense that's roaming around like bullies, taking it to the offense, flying around the ball. You can feel it. AI says, I got to exercise. That helps me out. Sorry, you're speaking. You guys are having comments and conversations in the chat. Sometimes I'm almost reading live. What's up, Last Second Sports? How you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well tonight. Congrats to your Niners. Tom Eden says Jeff Simmons was making the argument that Pete is not really a defensive-minded head coach. Going back to USC, it was really about having an efficient offense. Talent carried the Legion of Boom, not scheme. Yeah, I agree with that secondary part. I don't know if I'd say he was never a defensive coach. I mean, the guy, he's a former secondary coach. He's a former defensive coordinator. He's always built offenses to be balanced and not to throw too much because partly he wants to protect his defense. A lot of his philosophy comes from being a defensive coach. I don't know if I could put that in that same vein. I don't know if I could quite go there with that. Sajan Woolen leads the cornerback position currently in the NFL for Pro Bowl voting. I heard Sauce overtook it. Sauce went to the New York fan base. There's like 15 million people out there in that state, in that little area. And he's like, who are you letting this no name overtake me in the Pro Bowl voting? You guys got to help me out. So once he begged the fans and complained, they helped him. But he was leading before that. Amari Taylor says, Brando, what do you think will happen this offseason at quarterback? I think we probably re-sign Geno and that we probably draft a quarterback behind him. My guess. Consumer 114, Diggs making the Pro Bowl is a bit of a joke, really. Just got to thank those Seahawks fans, man. You got to thank those Seahawks fans. Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation says, Fox got Carolina to a Super Bowl and Delhomme lost to the Pats. Yeah, that's right, Randall. And that was that Pats team at that time that was filming everything, right? They were filming practices. They were doing the dirty back then. But yeah, I think Fox was a good head coach to get two different teams to a Super Bowl. I don't think you do that just because you lucked into two different beautiful situations. I think your point about Delhomme and him doing it with that Carolina team that had such a great defense, but you did it with a guy like Jake Delhomme, who was, Geno Smith is way better than Jake Delhomme, and he got that quarterback there. So I think he was a pretty good coach. I do. Thank you, Randall, though, for all the donos, man. Jordan with a $5 donation says, Pete needs to stop being loyal to his players and sit them when they aren't playing well. It's been a bit of the process that's been lost, I think, in this back end point of the decade of this Coach Carroll run. And what stood out to me when Coach Carroll first got here with Schneider is the willingness for nobody to be given their job. Nobody to just, you've got a contract, so we're going to, we can't get out of free. We don't want to eat your dead money. So, you've got us over a barrel. So we have to put up with you not necessarily towing the line or playing in a certain way the way we want to. This is what caused, for instance, TJ Hushmanzada to get cut. TJ Hushmanzada wouldn't sit in the right chair in the film room sessions. And that was enough to get him cut. You churned through your roster more than anybody else in the NFL. You were moving through players. Nobody was guaranteed their spot. You created an environment of competitiveness that was palpable and you could feel it. And even the stars who had earned their role and earned their position and were earning their prestige throughout the league still had a feeling in their heart like every week that they went to practice, they had to earn their job. I don't have that same feeling with our players right now, where you go, I feel like you're out here having to earn your job every day and that you're fighting for your life and that this is that important to you. And that's a little bit of what I talk about when I say last week in that game at times, there were some of those players in that game that had a little bit of I'm going through the motions look to them. They weren't quite playing with the same fire and intensity that I was seeing across on the other side of the ball. So I'm with you, Jordan. You watch Tanner Muse go into this game and quickly outperform what Jordan Brooks is supplying to you in this game. And you go, okay, why have you stay hung with Jordan Brooks? Why has he been the guy you've kept trotting out there if he is playing at such a bore role versus what you might have on the roster at other positions? And I think the team's been a little hesitant in recent years to just move off of guys. I think if they had brought an LJ Collier in 2011 and realized what he was, they wouldn't have been holding on to that guy for 4 years just for the hell of it. But that's what you've done, is you've held on to LJ Collier for 4 years. We knew on draft night the guy's probably going to be a bust. I'm sure they knew it probably pretty much that first year. But we're still just going to hold on to him for the sake of just holding on to him. Just holding on to him. And I agree with you. The loyalty's part. Hell, even the re-signings of Brian Monet and Poona Ford kind of built in from a loyalty thing rather than actually a performative-based thing. And it's kind of shot you in the foot at other times. So I'm with you on that, Jordan. I'm with you. Thank you for the donation, man. Rick Sabeta, Coach Prime has turned Jackson State into a powerhouse, and there's some excitement down in Colorado. If he turns Colorado around, would he make a good coach here in Seattle? Kind of trying to figure out what I think about Coach Prime, Rick. I liked a lot of him going to Jackson State and trying to take a program that was nothing and turn it into something, and I thought he was going to stay kind of committed to it. He's kind of bounced out of it a little bit, I think, fast before he's gotten into quite that place of things. And part of me wonders if he's just sort of hopscotching his way to kind of get to that head coach role at the NFL level, which maybe is not the worst thing. I mean, hell, you got guys like Jeff Saturday that have done none of the groundwork that are just being handed the head coaching role. So maybe. I don't have enough of a track record really, Dion, to know if I'd feel confident enough to do that. And he'd be a little bit of, I think, a wild child with it. But he might also be lightning in a bottle. He might also be just so unique that it works, especially with the young kids. Alex Mark says, who are we taking? 3, Anderson or Carter? If you're in John's shoes, they're both on the board. Who are you drafting? I'm leaning at this point to Jalen Carter. I'm working on right now, Alex. My next short for the channel is going to be a Jalen Carter video. And the bottom line of the video is going to be that I'm getting big time Cortez of Kennedy vibes off of Jalen Carter. I've now watched, I think, a good 13, 14 games of his tape. And he does so many of the same things that Cortez Kennedy does. They've got a patented swim move that is exactly the same in the way that they use it. They both have the power and the explosive element to it. They're very, Carter's a little bit bigger than him by a slight mark, but maybe weighs just a little bit more, but very, very similar. And when I look in NFL history right now at finding, how easy is it to find edge rushers that can be elite versus finding elite interior players, interior defensive linemen, interior defensive tackles. You can count on your hand the number of really good interior defensive tackles that we've had in this league over the last 8 or 9 years. All right, I'm talking really good defensive tackles. I can count on my hand. I could just take 2 sets of brothers between the Bosa and the Watt brothers and give you 4 right there of just premier edge guys on that basis alone. So to me, there's more of a numbers game at play on finding the true, guy that like Anderson is that special edge talent versus how much harder it is to find the interior guy. Also then combining that with the fact that it happens to be a much bigger need to me than the edge rush is, or at least a bigger need than the edge rush is. So I would go more Jalen Carter at this point, Alex, and I'll definitely be putting some videos together to kind of beef that argument together a bit. But yeah. Sons of Patriarchy, I'm okay with the 4th or 5th running back too. Churn if need be. Got to shake the beast mode curse eventually. You got it right, sons. It can't last forever, right? That ghost has eventually got to go to heaven at some point. We may have to go 5 deep, man. The way our running back room gets crushed every year. Daniel, I did a mock with the 2nd and 17th of a 1st and 2nd round. I got Carter, Quentin Johnson, Trenton Simpson, Anthony Richardson, Brian Young, 2024 3rd and 4th, and 2023 83, 114, 117, and 143. Thoughts, grade, 2nd and 17th. With the 70th and a 1st mock draft. I like it over. I like that. Okay. I think the Quentin Johnson one is probably the one that I would have a little bit of issue with. I know that he's a lot of people's favorite receiver in this draft. I just think it's not the need of where you've got in other places. I mean, you haven't addressed at that point the middle linebacker role at all. And you need to kind of fill 2 of those spots, right there. But I think the rest I would feel probably pretty good about. I think the rest of you're on point with the rest of it. I'm just hesitant on the receiver side of it. Just a tiny bit, Daniel. I'm with you, Mr. Isaac. I want another shot at the Niners this year. I want to go sorry, last second sports. we gotta rip your guys' heart out this year. You done us dirty twice. We gotta return the favor. Sajin says, Brando, you have a great chat, crowd, and I freaking love it. Oh, thank you, Sajin. I can't say I agree 100%, man. My chat is the best. We have a lot of vibrant discussion here, a lot of great debate. You always see it stay even respectful, even as it gets really heated. And I really do appreciate that about everybody here. Yeah, me and Last Second will be back at it again for sure. Faux show. Riverside, I'm with you. I'd keep Woods, Adams, and Harris next year. I like Miles Adams is giving you some stuff at times. I like him with some. He's got a little bit of potential, a little wisp of potential there. A little wispy. Masondale says, what do you think about the idea of trading the Denver pick to Washington to jump up and get their quarterback? In return, we get something like 2 firsts and Chase Young. Would likely require a move back to the 4-3. Sign me up, Mason. With me, that's my ideal. As much as I've talked about taking Jalen Carter, my ideal is to move back in the draft because that tends to be the team moving out of 2 or 3, say even 4, going back 6, 7 spots. You tend to pick up such a haul in return that it makes it well worth it. And if that was the haul that we were getting back, I got Washington's first this year. I got Washington's first next year, and then I get Chase Young in return. I might do that. I might do that. Last second says at the Hawks Nest, Brandon, Seahawks, Commanders, and Lions. Oh my, who makes it in? I'll say my Seahawks last second sports, but that's just because I'm being a homer on it. So I'm owning my homerism with this because I don't have a good, with me, I'm usually going to give you a logical, reasonable, something to back it up. But I think we just kind of find our way in one way or another there with it. I love the Lions story. They're playing great with it. They definitely scare me right now with how they're going, and I think they're going to hand it to the Carolina Panthers here this week. So, I don't have a lot of confidence with this one last second, but I'm going to homer it. I'll go the Hawks. I'll go my Hawks. Not confidently though. Free Truth wants Deion Sanders. There we go. Last second sports, Lions are 7-7 with no Chiefs on the schedule. Yeah, it's gonna be tough, man. It's not looking good for us. It's not looking good for the home team. KV Zanzi says the Packers will beat the Lions in Week 18. There we go. That could happen. They do tend to have the Lions number. Mason Dale says, not only do I not love Anderson's tape, but Seattle would be a great place for him to succeed. In my opinion, he needs a true number one rusher besides him to take the pressure off him while he learns. It's fair enough. I do like Anderson's tape, so I like him a lot. He's a good player. And Jordan 14, I keep forgetting to take a look at Joey Porter Jr. I keep meaning to go check him out, and I keep forgetting to check him out, so it's my bad. Megan says Anderson over Carter for my second pick. Talk me out of it, B. Well, like I said, with that on the defensive tackles, you look at Megan, I went through the names, and if I look through if I really try to just be kind of even keel about this and not talk about just defensive tackles that have had good seasons, but I'm talking about truly dominant level of play from defensive tackles over this last, call it 8 or 9 years here, Megan. You have Aaron Donald, you have Chris Jones, Fletcher Cox, Cameron Hayward, Calais Campbell, DeForest Buckner, and Geno Atkins. That is it. That number basically quadruples if I'm trying to assemble a same list over that same time period of truly elite edge rushers. I mentioned the 4 that were the Bosa and the Watts alone, right? Your Myles Garrett types. Hell, you could go with Cameron Jordan's over this time, Zadarius Smith. There's a lot of different guys you could start to kind of step up there. Danielle Hunters. It would be a pretty big list. So I look at it more of it's hard to find that inside guy. It's really tough. And when you have an inside guy like that, look, when I mentioned those guys on this list, Aaron Donald, Chris Jones, Fletcher Cox, Cameron Hayward, Calais Campbell, DeForest Buckner, Geno Atkins. Of that list, DeForest Buckner, Calais Campbell, Fletcher Cox, Chris Jones, Aaron Donald, they've all played in Super Bowls too. Oh, they just all happen to, isn't that coincidence? There's this few list, and a vast majority of this have also been in Super Bowls. And I think that that's also not coincidence. I know it's causation a little bit, but I don't think it's coincidence. Rockets, I feel actually confident that we can we can be competitive and make it a close game versus the Chiefs, seeing as how they perform lately, and that their defense isn't as great as the 49ers. I love the confidence, and we could take it. I think they've got the advantage here, but they could. Alexander Matthews, Brandon, if not Pete, who would you want as a head coach? So it's been asked a couple times today, Alexander Matthews. Because I'm not really in the standpoint of calling for Coach Carroll's head at this point. I'm not jumping up and saying I need to see him fired now. I'm going, okay, we're going to go another year. I haven't really given a lot of thought to looking at who the other ideal candidates are out there and available on the market. A couple names that I've mentioned are Harbaugh, Peyton, Jim Caldwell, who's been through here. I would look at Lincoln Riley. But I'm not really as married to this as far as this is the route we've got to go. And I don't think it's a realistic possibility too. And I like to try to keep my eyes set when I'm looking at stuff with the team or the realistic possibility. So I'm not looking at stuff that has really no potential of ever really happening. And I just don't see, the pathway or approach on that one. But one of those guys would be I probably, of all those names I mentioned, I would probably be pretty happy with any of those guys, to be frankly with you, for different reasons. Andy Anderson, Pete and John draft JL Skinner. A lot of JL Skinner love out there, Andy Anderson. I will say he's kind of a pure strong safety, and with the scheme, you do need the safeties that can do both. You need the free safety that can do strong safety stuff and the strong safety that can do free safety stuff. I don't think JL Skinner has the free safety stuff in his bag. Hits like a load of bricks, big guy. He can do all of the box safety stuff that you could want a box safety to do, and he'll probably be around a second round pick. But that would be my only issue with him, is I'd wonder if is he going to be able to run single high at times? Is he going to be able to drop into cover 2 in moments? And that stuff, when you watch the tape with him at Boise State, that's when he starts to have his struggles, is when he starts to drop with depth in coverage. Tommy says, sadly, I don't think we have a chance at Anderson. I think he's second overall to the Bears. I think that's a likely place for him to go too, Tommy. Bears need edge rush. They moved on from Dan Quinn. No more Khalil Mack. Long gone is Khalil Mack. Long gone Akeem Hicks on the inside. No more Eddie Goldman. They need some pass rush. Yeah. A lot of love for Carter and Joey Porter Jr. I like it. I like where you guys' heads at on this. I could go that route. I got to check out this Joey Porter's tape, man. I keep forgetting to check it out. That's my bad. Jeffrey Thistle has been a member for 7 months of the Hawks Nest on the Hawks Nest channel. So thank you, Jeffrey, for being a member for 7 long months. I really do appreciate it, if I can speak right. It says, Gino, I believe, can have earned a 2-year contract, and we need to draft a quarterback high. Both can be true. Fact is, Hawks haven't had a top 3 pick in 3 decades. Very much, Jeffrey. That's why I've said I'm okay with that, going that route, is if you do sign Gino and you still take a quarterback, and even take a quarterback high, even take a quarterback with that top 5 pick. Gino is a guy in his 30s. He is a guy that I think could play at a prime level for the next couple of years, but I don't know he's going to play till he's 38, 39 years old. I'm not going to have faith in that as well. And if they wanted to go that route and make that investment there, say nothing of it being about investment for the future, it's also a nice bit of hedge and insurance that you would have for a Geno injury, and to be able to bring a guy off the bench who could still be very dynamic if that were to potentially happen. So I'm completely okay with it, Jeffrey. As you say, you're not going to be, if they get a guy they target in this top 3 that's a quarterback that they say, this is our guy, this is what we want ideally from the position, and we could get it right now, even after we've signed Geno. I'm not going to argue or poo-poo at all if they want to go that direction with it, because I think it makes a lot of sense to do so if they want to choose to go that route with it. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I really do appreciate it. It says, Brando, I know this sucks for Megan, but I can't forgive USC for their Pac-12 loss versus Utah, good as they are. USC with Riley as their head coach should win. Well, I mean, yeah. The thing you got to take into account with that one game, though, is that they were in that game and they were playing really close when Caleb Williams was healthy and okay. When Caleb Williams got busted up a bit, that game started to go sideways. And Riley hasn't been there for 5 years. He's just walking in the door. And, look at a guy like Harbaugh, who was coming into a program in Michigan that was in a very similar state to where USC was with Riley coming in. And you're not going to just turn that program around instantaneously overnight, even with the NIL money that does exist out there and is substantial. It's still going to probably take you a couple of years. And with USC, especially Garth, it's that USC defense that really needed a lot of help. Riley coming in was going to instantly, along with Caleb Williams coming in there, help that offense out and turn things around there. But defensively, there was a lot more work to be done with that squad. So I get it, man. I don't forgive for USC, but there's other reasons. I think they were standing at the head of the class back there in the 90s when we were kicking butt UW. And I think they were in the Pac-10's ear at that time going, you should maybe sanction UW. Yeah, I heard their quarterback got a loan on the car. Yeah. Go ask him about it. I don't know. It's my little conspiracy mind start running wild on that one a little bit, but I wonder I wonder if they weren't the one raising the alarm bells on that particular one. It's your boy Michael. What's up, man? It's good to see you. E2K, what's up? Good to see you too, bro. Says Richardson is far from the best quarterback in the draft. I say we take Hooker with our third pick. He won't last past that if he drops that far. Yeah, and I think he's let me say with Richardson, I think he's the most talented quarterback in the draft, UE2K. Don't think he's at the best state. I don't think he's the best guy that you're taking right now that, he's at. But I think he has the potential best talent in this draft. So let me try to put that as more nuanced, I guess. Mari Taylor, Brandon, what quarterback do you think we're going to draft? Hendon Hooker isn't bad if you're talking about the third roundish in that area of things. I think it's hard to guess at this point because there's so many different options and places that they could look to pick. And there'll be guys at every point that they select with those first three picks to take a guy that they could look at as being the future for them at the position. So I'm not sure. I don't have a really great read on who they would tend to favor. I think Schneider is going to like Will Levis quite a bit. I don't think that they draft Will Levis. But I don't have a read on him, man. I really don't. I think they're going to probably, if I make a wild guess here, I'll say they re-sign Geno and probably go quarterback third round or something, or quarterback second round, but not the 2 first-round picks. Sons of Patriarchy, I'm standing pat with the secondary. Linebackers that scrape and fill, defensive line that shed and blocks and blow it up. I'm with that. John Mellinger, as much as I want to add to the defense, we need help in the run game too. Center, guard, both, whatever it is. Agreed, John. I think offense, you need to really lock in on like a microscope on what you need to take care of because most of it's in good shape. I do think that microscope needs to be directed first at the center position and then second at the right guard position. Those are the two big needs as it stands right now with that. Brian Myers, quarterback watch into 2024 is Dennis Leary. There's a lot of guys in 2024 to look at. Sounds like we're going to have another deep draft of the quarterbacks there. But he's on my list. I think I took a quick look at him initially too. Sam the Great says, I watched highlights on both Carter and Anderson. I like the upside in Anderson. Yeah, I would say try to, if you can, watch the defenses play snap in and snap out between the two guys. I think it tells more of it. It's very easy with Anderson to get caught up in his highlight reel. And I think you got to watch with both of the two players playing and play out the impact that they're having defensively speaking. And you just, to me, I feel a little more consistently Carter's impact playing and play out in what he's doing. And Anderson's got the flashier stats. Guys on the edge are going to have flashier stats than defensive tackles. That's just always going to be the nature of things. But yeah, I'm a big Jalen Carter guy. U2K says, Carroll stinks. Should have been fired a few years ago. Continuing to get outcoached week after week. I know you've consistently been that spot, Huey. So, and it's looking righter and righter as of recent note. Yeah, I says I'm not into Coach Prime, and while look at that and that look at me stuff. Yeah, I get it. I'm not sure what to think of it either. I liked it when he was going to small college and kind of doing that humble approach to it, but it seems like it's kind of now just bouncing up. Jordan says, I do not want Anderson. I don't trust a player who basically takes a year off. Bingo. Me neither. It's a big part of what I see with him. There's a lot of, when you watch play and play out with Anderson, of him taking plays off. I don't see Carter doing the same. And Anderson doesn't have to deal with the same kind of double teams that Carter gets in the inside as well. Anderson's great. He's a magnificent talent. There's no doubt about it. But not a lot of refinement, number one. And number two, not necessarily the highest motor. And that concerns me if I'm taking a guy in the top 3 of a draft. Yui says Deion's a showman and a salesman. We've had enough of that with Carroll. Let him stay in college where you get players with salesmanship. It's true. Nagasa, we don't have a chance for Anderson or Carter, so there's nothing to talk about. We might have a chance for Carter, Nagasa. Well, we got a chance in both of them, man. It's something to talk about. So we'll see how it plays out, man. But we're dancing, right? We're dancing on the green. Daniel, one of my favorite mock drafts moves is trade our native 15th pick to the Jaguars for their 43rd pick, next year's first. At 43rd, drafting John Schmidt center and Jags get Paris Johnson offensive tackle at 15. I like the trade, Daniel. I think you could probably get more than that, though. You're dropping what? Like almost 30 spaces in the draft at that point, right? So you're almost 30 spots back in the draft at that point. You're picking up a first, you're getting their second, and you're getting a future second on top of that, Daniel. If it's by what's been the baseline in recent history, if you make that trade, I think you're getting even a little bit more because that's a substantial fallback. Not that I'm against it. I'm with it, but yeah. Jordan, R14, Marvin Harrison's going to be nice. Boy, I bet he will too. He's going to be a real good receiver in this league, man. That kid's got incredible body control. Okay, soon. Brandon, have you ever spoken about the Hawks with Rob Stanton? I've been interested in it. I've gotten a little bit of a mixed bag from my chat people about Rob, so I don't, I would like to do it. The part seems to be on some people when I'm wanting to bring people in is there's people that go like vampire like hiss, and there's people that love the content with it. I think I'm going to bring him on here at some point with talk if I can, if he wants to. We can do some draft talk and do a little bit of Seahawks discussion with it. So I brought it up a couple weeks ago, and I had a little bit of a mixed thing with it. I'm obviously not trying to get people's hankles up by bringing on guests or whatever. So there's some stuff built in with that. But I like Rob's work. I think he does. I think he works really hard on that blog and has done so for seems like damn near a decade out there. So I would like to probably at some point try to get something working with him. I would. So I'll probably reach out to him here once we get postseason here and see if we can get something set up as far as taking a look at the draft stuff. I kind of wanted to try to catch up to where his mind will be at as far as knowledge of some of these guys in the draft when we are discussing. So it can be a little bit of a back and forth. And I'm not just like, what about this guy? What about that guy? At least I'll know a little bit what I'm speaking about too. UE2K says Young at Bama is the most pro ready. It's the most ready. I'm not so sure on that. I think he's ready, but I don't know if he's the most ready. I like Hooker though, man. Sergeant says Lions, Brando. They might. Herbicide says if we don't get Carter, I think a combo of Ika and Thule would be better. Be a good alternative path to go that route with it. Mr. Isaac 560 says, we all know the Niners can't beat the NFC West opponents in the playoffs. That's what I'm counting on, man. Okay, you got our number in the regular season, but wait till we get to the playoffs. He says, just like I don't understand the love for Levis before the season, I don't understand the Richardson love now. Sure, he's big and strong, but his accuracy and he's a pure project. Yeah, it's as I've said with Richardson on this UE2K, I've said I think he's the most talented quarterback in this draft. Doesn't mean he's the most ready or he's the best right now. I think he could be the best down the road from a potential standpoint. I think you're getting in a guy like Anthony Richardson, a guy with the biggest ceiling and also the biggest bust factor potential of the quarterbacks in this draft. I think a lot of, I've made this prediction, Huey, and you were here when I made it back well over a year ago before we even played the season out in Kentucky, and it's not changed right now. And that is Will Levis is going to go in the top 5 of this draft. Will Levis is a lot more liked and favored than the general fan base out there. And I think that the folks that are anti-Levis, rather than looking at the menagerie of NFL teams that would line up for his services to the point he's not going to make it out of the top 10 of a first round, and many people are just going, well, he's just a bust. Maybe you should start thinking, why are they coming to this thing? If I look at the tape and he looks so bad to me, How could they vault him up to this height in the draft? And in a draft, by the way, where there are a lot of talented quarterbacks. This isn't merely Will Levis getting up in his height of this first round in a draft where there are just a bunch of piss poor quarterbacks and he happens to get to carry the day because it is so crappy. There's some good functional choices out there that you can go through in this draft. But the bottom line reasons are all the same. He's playing in a pro-style offense, and when you mention who's the most pro-ready style player in Bryce Young, he's not Huey. You got Will Levis, who's pro-ready right now. He'll play right now. Get on the football field, and he'll be ready to go for you. Bryce Young has not taken really any snaps really under center. He's going to have to learn his footwork. He's going to have to get that all cleaned up. There's some of that to go with. It's not to say Bryce Young can't play now. He might be able to play somewhat now. He is closer than some of the other guys. But in Levis, you've got a guy with all the physical abilities you look in a modern pro quarterback, from movement, from how he releases the ball with a free and easy release, to having strong arm strength. In fact, his arm strength has improved over what it was last season, Huey. And while he does play really wild, where the front office people look at with that situation and where they take into account, and where I agree with them on this, is he has so much up against him that he has to overcome versus the other quarterbacks in this draft. And it's by a wide light year amount of margin between the two. You know, from offensive line to pass catchers to everything else in between, it's just not as much in his favor to work with. And so he's trying to carry the day and play Superman. And when you try to play Superman in football, you're going to often get bad results on the other end of it. Doesn't mean you're not still maybe a good player. It just means you don't have a very good supporting cast around you. And he's playing for Kentucky. It's not exactly the best of the best out there, you know. Herbicide Anderson and Simpson in the first round. Ika and Schmitz in the second. Either Dexter or Mozzie Smith or Roy whoever in the third. I'd go with that, man. I'd love that. Boy, Mozzie and Ika, you'd go far to helping out your run defense with those two guys on the same line. Mumbles with a $10 donation. Thank you, Mumbles, for the huge, big, fat donation. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well out there tonight. It says, all in on defense with the draft, with the center position mixed in. Hope John's still in charge of the draft instead of Pete. Otherwise, we'd grab the best long snapper and convert him into a center. Oh, thank you for the $10 donation, man. And if you talk about those first 4 picks, without getting specific, 2 first rounders, 2 seconds, and without getting specific to necessarily the spots, if they wanted to go, defense first round, go double down on the defense, with the first 2 picks, take Schmidt, that kid out of center, get the best center in the draft with the first, second round pick, and then go back to defense again with that second, third round, with that second round pick. I'd be okay with that, Moles. And I think adding three players that should be starters on this defense right out the gate for you at that point should be pretty helpful to allowing this defense to take some steps forward regardless of what happens with the scheme. So, well said, man. And thank you for the big donation as well. I appreciate you. D Nugget with a $1 donation. Thank you, D Nugget, for the $1 dono. I really appreciate you as well, brother. Hope you're doing well out there tonight. And thank you for your support. Thank you for all you guys for all your support. You guys are very kind. You always are. K. Soon says, at Brandon, where are you on Simpson? Where would you attempt to get him if you would? I think Simpson probably is a late teens first round pick. I think he could end up getting his draft value vaulted up by people looking at him as somebody who could be somewhat like a Micah Parsons type, but he's just not quite Parsons as far as the freak show nature of how he's put together. It's you're really getting kind of a little bit less than that. But as a linebacker, is one of the best linebackers I've seen on tape so far in this draft, and as a guy with a lot of versatility, where you could play him over a lot of different positions, middle. You could play him. He could play a will in a 4-3. He could play as an outside linebacker rushing off the edge. He's good in coverage. He's good in the run game. He plays with some really good fire and instincts as well. I like his tape quite a bit. So I look at him as part of a late teens, maybe even into the 20s in the first round. I don't quite have him in the tier 1 group, which would go to about pick 14. So he does land into tier 2 for me, but one of the guys at the top end of the tier 2 of the draft. Sam the Great says, not a big fan of Levis, but lots of mock drafts have him going top 5. You're with UE2K. There's a lot of folks And I've seen him in my chat. I mean, dozens and dozens and dozens, I would say, over the last year and talking about Levis that are very anti-Levis. And so I am very much myself on a little bit of an island here, but this is one of the reasons why I've made this big, bold prediction, and I made it a year out. Because I have when I have certain amount of trust and faith in certain ways I'm seeing a draft go or an evaluation go on a player, I'll really start to hammer it. And when you guys see me really hammering in on one like I am on Levis here, you should know I'm not just doing it from blind faith or just from my own evaluation standpoint or just, well, it's just what I kind of, it's a lot's come into account to come to that decision on it with it. And he's one of all the quarterbacks in this draft. He's the one where I totally get where these front offices are coming from. And they are not coming from a stupid place in their outlook and their view of them. And these mock boards are correct. He's gonna end up going top 5. Herbicide Campbell, UCLA round 4, Tank Bigsby and Cooper Bebe in round 5, and a kicker in the 6th. I like it. I think Herbicide, I do think Cooper Bebe is going to be the first guard taken off the board in this draft. So I do not think that he lasts into the 5th round. I see him as a 2nd round guy as it currently stands. Tanks Bigsby, as I've got right now put as like a late 3rd rounder, early 4th rounder. He's got some Dalvin Cook kind of vibes. Not the same talent as Dalvin Cook's, but kind of a similar kind of feel for him. A lot with Tanks Bigsby, Herbicide's going to be on how he runs his 40. Because I'm a little uncertain about his top end speed. And if he goes out there and runs a 4.6 or something, that then's going to knock him down quite a bit. But his change of direction's awesome. Doesn't really run like a tank, ironically enough. But fun player to watch. Well, Sijin says Levis, no. See, a lot of no. I know, folks. I know there's a lot of anti-no Levis. I get it. I've been hearing about it for a year. I do. I get it. Yeah, W2K, I like Hooker, man. I am very worried about Young, though, and I think the worries about his size shouldn't be understated. That guy's going to show up to his pro day, and he's going to be under 200 pounds, unless they let him have sand in his pants. And he looks like a guy from State Farm when I was watching him today. He's like even in that same red shirt, just normal build looking dude. I don't see how that guy's going to have 300-pound linemen fall on him consistently and how he's going to hold up. Soon we need some linebacker help bad. If we plan to stop the run, we need to go there hard. Agreed. Yeah. You need probably 2 middle linebackers at this point. Prime, large man that's felt, picked up another grown man one-handed. Oh, Jalen Carter? Yeah. That's an awesome cut, man. LSU just picks the quarterback up like he was a toddler. Get away from that. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, what about Aaron Glenn as the next Seahawks head coach? He was a hell of a corner back in his day, Jose. I know he's been, a coach for a while through the league a little bit. I'd be open to it. I think he's got a pretty good reputation throughout the league. I don't know a lot about him and what he wants to run and what his defensive background kind of is with it. I would say, though, again, Jose, I'd probably lean to more of one of an offensive coach at this point. As people were mentioning, like Dan Quinn, or I'd probably go more offensive-minded head coach. I feel like you have a little bit of a built-in advantage with an offensive-minded coach that you don't always get with a defensive-minded coach. Alexander would wait another year for the quarterback. That makes sense. He says, can't wait on a quarterback. Need to take one every year until you hit one. Take Hooker because he'll drop due to injury. He also sits behind Geno for a year or so. He does. He does indeed. I would be okay with it, man. No, I'm not hating on USC, Megan. USC's fine. I was just, I just heard rumors that, they got my UW squad into some, sanction issues back in the 90s. And, it made a legendary coach in Don James retire. And so if USC's at the head of that, I don't know if they are, but. Science says, nah, Brandon, ran round 5 and watch John. I'll watch. Brian Myers, the draft hinges on Geno signing or not. I see Hawks being outbid. Locke becomes starter. Rookie in the later rounds to groom. Draft for D and inside offensive line. Could go that way. It depends too, Brian. If you do decide to franchise him, I don't think you got to go down that road of having the competition for other team services at that point, especially at $31.5 million. But you're right. It does hinge on kind of that one way or another. Megan says, B, can you explain why the worst team gets the best picks in the draft and the Super Bowl wins get the worst picks? Because they want competitive balance in the NFL, and most leagues want this to some degree, even the lottery-based teams, Megan, because you don't just want the rich to get richer. You want everybody, and the ideal here is that you want every team in the league to feel like they have a functional chance to go out there and win the title every year. And the NFL's been the forerunner of this in sports, in driving parity and setting up the rules in a very specific way in order to allow those teams that are at the bottom to get themselves then vaulted back up to the top very quickly. That's why I say in the NFL, it ain't about having to be all patient and waiting years for yourself to turn yourself around. If you're bad, you can do it very, very, very quickly. So if you let the rich get richer all the time, Megan, and have the best picks in the draft, then you would never have any turnover theoretically, and you could end up with super teams that are riding for decades on end, never knocked off their stride, and those teams that were bad never being able to pick high enough to go up and get those players. So it keeps the competitive balance in the right place. Mumbles with another $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. It says, yeah, when you play Superman, you fumble the ball for the loss in the Super Bowl, despite it being a Bronco Bowl. Worth it. Yeah, when you play Superman, you fumble the ball for the loss in the Super Bowl, despite it being a Bronco Bowl. Worth it. Thank you for the $5 donation. You do. That is very true. That is very true. You play Superman ball in football. It's a sport with a lot of guys on the field. You need your help. One man can be Michael Jordan. You start acting like that and you do that, players will tell you it's when I start stepping outside of my job, stepping outside my role, trying to do too much is when things can go bad. And a young player, especially a player in college like that, is going to be, I think, most susceptible to finding themselves wanting to try to become that guy, especially as a really highly competitive guy. But I don't think in the NFL they're going to knock Levis as much for that. I think they're going to trust that they'll be able to coach those wild instincts out of him a little bit. Bubbles, thank you for the double donation though, man. Garth Knight with another $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. Says, Brando, you belong to the city. You belong to the night. Every little river of darkness between the neon lights. Messed up the back end part, Garth, but I know the first part of that song. You belong to the city. You belong to the night. The night. The night. I like that song, man. I can't do the breakdown. That's the part you reference. Every little river of darkness thing. I can't do. The words don't run off I can't sing the words the same way, the right way. It jumbles. He says Seahawks need to focus on offensive side of the ball. We need to make the side of the ball a juggernaut. Not saying ignore the D, but teams that are great at something usually win more. Yeah, I think the defense needs some help here, man. I do. I'm not saying the offense doesn't need some help too. So, center, guard, but I don't think you can put the majority of the assets of this draft in the offensive side of the ball with what we've watched out of this defense, not just this year, over the last 3 years. But I'm okay with leaning offense more heavy into the future. I don't know if Carroll is. D-Nugget, when Carroll leaves, the change will happen. I agree with Brando 100%. Sad because I love nothing more than gum-chewing, sideline jumping Pete. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, man. And I do love me Pete Carroll. I can love me Pete Carroll and still be a little bit tough on him for sure. But yeah, I don't think there's a lot changing as Carroll goes forward. I'm hopeful that they adopt more of this scheme. I'm hopeful that they make some schematic adjustments and changes from an X's and O's standpoint so they're not beat on a weekly basis in that realm of things. At the same point in time, I've got to acknowledge that in this realm, I don't know that I've seen a lot from Carroll to indicate that he's willing to necessarily change this very specific aspect going forward. Talent will help. Talent will improve, but I don't know if it's an end-all be-all either. You belong. I got that song stuck in my head, Garth. You belong to the night. I'm going to have to put that on later. UE says, NFL teams think he's a Burrow or Allen kind of guy, but Levis to me reminds me of Daniel Jones, not Allen or Burrow. Richardson would require a Hurts type transformation, but find both lacking. That's a fair enough assessment, man. I understand where you're coming from. And like I said with Levis, I've gotten a lot of people that are on that same board of not kind of getting it with Levis or seeing it with Levis. I don't see the Daniel Jones thing. He's a lot more solidly put together. I think he's got a way better arm. I think he's got way better mechanics than Daniel Jones did. I mean, there was a reason to me Daniel Jones was also being mocked as like a new Peyton Manning type when he came out. Being that he was looked at as being a cerebral guy on the next level who wasn't necessarily having that same kind of arm. But again, I get it. There's a lot of people out there that are not there on Levis, you know. Save the great Brandon, I get where you're coming from on Levis. He isn't trashed, even though I'm not a big fan. I can see why the scouts love him. Yeah, I it's a hard evaluation to make, and to flip it to the other side, to the people like that might land on your side of this, Sam, or UE2K's side of this, where they're coming from on this. I can get the people that in their evaluations have said, I just don't see it with the guy. I understand that. He's really a hard evaluation. He's one of the harder ones that I've had in recent years in looking at the quarterback position. But when the light bulb kind of went on for me, and I started watching games, and I was like, oh, he's under pressure again. Oh, he's under pressure again and again and again and again. Oh, he finally got the ball off after he got blasted in the face by the defensive tackle. He put it right on the line, 25 yards up the football field, and then it bounced off his receiver's hands and then was intercepted. You know, and okay, now we get to their defense, which can't stop anything. It just, you see so much on that team that is working against him. And you kind of go, okay, what is my expectation level for this guy and watching a top end prospect when there is this much that is going bad? And when you look at the other prospects across the board, they have more to work with, the top end guys. At Alabama, you know, Young's got more to work with. He has the opportunity to look a lot cleaner and things to look a lot better because he's not under as much duress and an avalanche of pressure or guys that can't catch or a running game that's going nowhere, you know. But I'm interested to see, man. Like I said, I've been making this prediction since back last year when I first looked at Levis. I felt strongly about it as I did then, as I do now. And I'm hoping that this one ends up proving me right on, because there has been so many people that have said that, no, he's not going that high. There's no way he's going that high. You're crazy, man. You're insane. You're out of your mind. Why are you even going to jail? Christian Joyce. Where's the facts behind Carroll being a defensive mastermind? Isn't it just a hangover from his talent selection for the Legion of Boom? Where else are his credentials? Why do we think he can run an effective D? Christian, I would say I can give you answers to this, but I find myself with the questions you ask really in the same place that you are from the standpoint of things. And this is why I present this as a big issue for us, and not just simply that something that needs to be glossed over as a talent worry or a thing that we look over. We've invested talent into this defense. This is not merely that we've been putting everything into the offensive side of the ball and we've ignored the defense over the last 5-6 years, and that now that's why it's so starved for talent. You have been pouring resources into the defense, and it's not getting you the returns. And not only is it not getting the returns where you're not even a middle of the road defense, you're a worst defense in the NFL, and you've been flirting at that spot for 3 straight years running, and then you were still kind of bad even before that point. So the returns are getting diminishing as far as Carroll is, like you said, the quote unquote mastermind. I don't see it at this point either. When I look at a defensive mastermind, I look at a guy who puts his players in a position to succeed. I don't necessarily see that with Coach Carroll. When I look at a defensive mastermind, I look at a guy who on a Sunday who can beat an opposing coach from an X's and O's standpoint, who can always be a step ahead of the opposition, who can find adjustments in his bag when the opposition is doing something to them. But don't we more often than not at times see a team hitting us in a certain way offensively and we just can't do anything to stop it? They just keep hammering and hammering and hammering and hammering. We're just like, oh, that's tough. We can't stop. That's tough. We can't stop. That's tough. We stop it. So I think your questions are valid. And I don't think, Christian, that there's necessarily a real easy answer there on the other side of it either. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, yes, I hate Cam, not Wham Bam, but that Cam. Fair enough on that. Cam, not Wham Bam, but that Cam. Cam Newton? Which Cam on that, Mumbles? Which one? Okay, Soon says, leave us alone. Sajin says, what if Stroud and Young fall in the draft? Then what? I don't know if I see those guys falling. I mean, even into a little bit of, I think they'll both be in the top 10 probably when it's all said and done. EBGK says, NFL is often horribly wrong on quarterbacks. I was pounding the table that Fields was the best quarterback in that class. NFL got it all wrong. 49ers would be in Super Bowl if they took Fields. It's possible on that. It's possible. And Fields is definitely outperforming Lance and Wilson. And you're right. Teams do get a lot of it wrong with it. I would offer with you with Levis, the difference here is that rather than being one or two teams that fell in love with him, there'd be a collection of NFL teams. It'd be a lot of front offices who would be landing in the same kind of spot I'm landing in if they were picking in that top 5 and needing a quarterback. Whereas I think some of those quarterbacks like Trey Lance, I don't know that there was 10 teams that would have taken him with the number 3 overall selection, or even the same with Wilson. I think there was just select teams that kind of did fall in love with those guys. Though admittedly, I don't have anything tangibly as far as proof to give you on that. That's just a feeling of it. But yeah, you're right. They do get it wrong on the other side of it. Megan says, B, there's 3 things you don't want to screw with when you want to remain friends with me. PC, Trojans, and JAZ being way better at quarterback than Craig. Fair enough, Megan. So that case be, why bother winning? I know that may seem like a dumb question, but to get the best players, you have to be the worst team. Well, Megan, this has been a problem in recent years in the NFL. Brian Flores, who was the former head coach of the Dolphins, claimed that the owner had offered him $100,000 for every loss if he just sunk the team in to get them that bad pick. You've heard other other whispers coming from the Cleveland organization as well as having done that in the recent past history. So some teams have taken that track of things, Megan, but just simply getting up as a high pick in the NFL and getting high selections is not in itself a guarantee that you're going to go out there and win. And a little bit, Megan, you make the point of why I say what Seattle needs to do this offseason is not merely just adding talent. There are other aspects that build into building a football team and building a great football team that go beyond just you having high picks and getting the best talent. It helps. It puts you ahead. It sets the stage, all of that stuff. But you also still need the coaching and development aspect of it. And you do need the schematics where the coaches can put the players in a position to succeed and get the most out of them. That's also as an equal portion of point. You can have a talented guy, but if the development isn't there, if the schematics isn't there, then you just have really a talented guy, don't you? So it's a track some teams have taken, but I would offer that those teams that have taken it, like the Dolphins or like the Browns, have been more kind of joke organizations in recent history. Those organizations that have been truly good organizations that go for it, that are looked up and held in high resolve throughout the league, are those that truly do attempt to try to push the envelope and win, and they're not interested in losing. And that's part of the reason, Megan, that I've been anti-tank and getting into that mindset of things, because you start to get in that mindset, starts to proliferate the organization, and suddenly now you start to accept losing as a normal thing, and that being okay rather than the standard being winning. Huey2K going to Megan. Jesus, Huey. Huey's on fire tonight, Megan. I can tell he's angry about Pete thing. All right. Mr. Isaac, dude, I'm so amped for the draft. Go Hawks. I'm signing off for the night. As always, thank you, Brandon, and for all you do, and had a fun evening. Well, thank you, man. I did too, Mr. Isaac, and I'm psyched for this draft. It's going to be an amazing draft. We're going to be doing a lot of prep work for this draft. I'm going to be having you guys aware of all of these dudes prior to us arriving. You're going to know them from back to front. So I'm working on my Carter right now, and Jalen Carter video. That'll be the next one out, and then I'm going to just start kicking these out as far as some of the draft prospect vids go. So we'll be pumping them. Saijan with the $5 donation. Glenn Fry. That's right. It's Glenn Fry. You belong to the city. That's what it was. So you can finish the song. I'll start lyric. I'm sure people would love me to start ripping into lyrics on it. I like Glenn Fry, underrated little songwriter at times. He could whip out a little ditty, couldn't he? But I like that one, man. That's pure 80s. And yeah, the saxophone's right, man. One of the great saxophone songs of the 80s. In the night. It's got some part where he's like, into the night, when he gets really amped up in the song. I forget what the words are exactly. You let who you know, Megan. 11-1's right. Yeah, W. So I think my favorite center outside of Schmitz and maybe even more is Tipman, the Wisconsin center. Let's grab him in the 3rd to 5th round. Centers go late sometimes. He is a mobile and a mauler. Let me get his name down. Tipman. I've heard his name, but I haven't written it on my list yet. So I need to get it on my list. Tipman, center, Wisconsin. I'll take a look at him. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for the mention on that. I'll check him out. New Balances are comfortable when you're chewing gum, says Prime. Daniel, when you see Joe Pittman, center, Wisconsin, you'll be a man. They use him to pull a lot, so he is constantly moving, and he just bullies people at the second level. I love that, and that's one of the big things I want to look for in these centers, Daniel. You mentioned a great part of it, because, of course, there are some centers in this draft that are actually really talented guys. I just don't think are going to be fits for this scheme. I don't think that the Luke Wolper of Ohio State's going to be a fit. I like Patterson, but I just don't think he's going to have quite the mobility to be a pure fit here. You could make him work. It would work with him here, but I just don't like him as much of a fit of like Schmitz. But I'm still looking for that guy, Daniel, like you kind of describe of Tipman, who's that guy that can really, truly get out in space. Really, really great in his mobility and still can really drive people back so that you're not just getting a Joey Hunt, Austin Blythe guy where it's like, okay, he's mobile, but he weighs 290 pounds, but you actually get a guy that can do something. D-Nuggets says, is Coach Carroll one of the few coaches who doesn't hold a job play card? No, I think there's a few of them out there. I think there's a good collection of them, D-Nugget. I think. Daniel, you will be a fan. Not will you will be a fan. Oh, I know what you meant on that one. Yeah. No, I think I'll like it. I know autocorrect gets me all the time too, man. Always gets me too. Mumbles with another $5 donation says, Newton, you are insane, but not because of Levis. Mr. Bitter Chocolate Pies versus Sweet Fruity Pies. Well, I'm a chocolate pie guy, man. What can I say? Fruit and bread should never have gone together. The man that invented that whole thought process should have been executed on site and never have let his horrible ideas proliferate so many different cultures across the world. But that's fair enough. I know I'm definitely on my own little ice shelf here with my chocolate pie stance versus fruity holiday pies, which kind of suck. UGK says, you are right. Levis is definitely going the top 5, but just don't think he's worthy. Like Trubisky or Mayfield or Jones, I just don't see the elite field general in him, but he's serviceable. Well, he's got stuff still to prove, so he is not a clean prospect, Huey. And as I say, it's a tough prospect because there is those issues with him. I do see differences between Trubisky and Mayfield and Jones, all different reasons down the line. Trubisky had 1 year of production. Levis is at least going to give you 2 years of production there. I think Levis has a much stronger arm than Trubisky, a much more cleaner, easy delivery, and it's really not even close. Trubisky, to me, is a real wonky deliverer of the football. He doesn't step out on his front foot. He doesn't deliver it with any real good gumption. He's always falling away, plays the position a little bit scared. I don't think anyone described Levis as playing the position scared. In fact, he probably plays the position a little bit too fearless. Baker Mayfield was 6'1". Levis has easily got 2 to 3 inches on him and probably a good 20 pounds. He's also way more mobile than Baker Mayfield by a wide margin. He's got a much stronger arm than Baker Mayfield. So I would give him the edge and advantage there. And Mayfield had a lot more to work with coming out of Oklahoma than he's had to work with. But I just spoke on Daniel Jones. I think he's better than that, man. I do think he's better than that. But we'll see. It'll be the fun part of this draft to see how that kind of, for me and my, just beyond where he goes, is how that kind of all facets out. And, that just, for where we stand in our feelings with the quarterbacks and who we prefer, and kind of want to see where it goes. Tommy Eaton says, Pete once said, I don't have any answers. Reminds me of the U571 line where the guy says the skipper always knows what to do, whether he does or not. Yeah, I didn't like that back a couple years ago when he said that either. It was not, I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't have any answers on it. That's not what you ever should say as a coach. You always should have an answer. You should always be trying something. And if you've reached the spot where I don't have any answers, it does, as it did at the time for me, raise some questions on whether that you're the right guy at the job at that point. You should have years of potential answers you can apply here, whether they're right or wrong. At least you're applying some different answers rather than, well, we've tried everything we got. We got nothing else up these sleeves. It's been shot out. Brian Myers, Brandon, Merry Christmas. Have a great one, and thanks for all you do for the 12s. Well, thank you, Brian. You do the same, man. And happy holidays and Merry Christmas to everybody out there here over the next couple of days. I hope everybody out there is having a great holiday season, staying warm, well-fed, around the family. Just enjoy these times and soak everybody up as we've had some up and down times in this world over the last couple of years, and you got to take those moments, like these moments, and really do enjoy them and appreciate them. Herbicide says, I think I would go for Tanner McKeon in the 4th if I had to choose a quarterback. Seattle could be very high on him, Herbicide. I know Schneider went and watched the game between the Huskies and Stanford when Stanford was in town. He is a guy to me draws some comparisons to a guy like Jared Goff a little bit. So I could see them going that realm. He would be a fit for what they want in this offense. Maybe not the mobility you might look for, but certainly he's got the arm. John Hobbs, Merry Christmas to all you wonderful Hawk fans. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, my man. Have yourself a good one. Megan says, B, for my Christmas gift, can I get no more singing, please? Fair enough. The Baker Street's the best one, Herbicide, for saxophone. That's my favorite one. Because Megan asked, I won't sing the song to it, but I like that one too. He had a couple good ones. Mumbles with another $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Says, hey, Brando, give Blythe some credit. He's really mobile just in one direction. Backwards, indigeno, like magnetism. So those new magnets they're putting in the pads, man. They thought they had him turned away, Mumbles, and Gino and him can't coordinate. So instead of turning him away so they repel each other, they always end up flicking him the wrong direction. Like, wait, did you have yours out? No, I had mine in. I thought you had yours out. No, you had yours in, I had mine out. Man, I told you what happens when you have yours out and mine in. You pull right back to me, man. We got to cheat. We got to do this right. Come on, get your magnet in the right spot. God, bro, come on. I can see it, Mumbles, and you're right. That is the only way that he goes back in a very quick direction. You definitely don't get to see, even though he's a very mobile guy with Blythe, you don't really see a lot of him moving out in space with this team. He stays pretty much in that phone booth-like area of the A-gap. Thank you, though, Mumbles, for all the donations to the channel, man. I appreciate you. MJ Seahawk with a $10 donation. Thank you, MJ. Says, I have a feeling that the Donkeys pick will be a drop. I have a feeling that the Donkeys pick will drop a couple. If that's the case, Levi's and Stroud should be available at our pick. Other teams will give us a king's ransom, and I say we take it. MJ Seahawk, that remains above even taking a Jalen Carter. Even if we go a couple of spots back, I still am of the opinion that if I can find a way to move back just a little bit with where we are in the Broncos pick, I could pick up substantial more assets on the other side of it by making that move. That would be my number one priority. That would be the number one place I would love to attack first and foremost. And I think you're right to be on it because You look at recent history, when teams make those kind of trades, they get the king's ransom is the way to put it. You're getting a king's ransom back in return. And so now it's as I've said, it's taking the genie lamp, rubbing the lamp, telling the genie, hey, I want to wish for more wishes. And you go, no, you can't do it. And say, yes, I can. And you go, okay, I'll do it. And that's what you're doing. It's what you're kind of doing. So if I can pull that, if that's the route we can go instead of just taking the picks and selecting, then that is a bit more of an ideal for me if I could go from that stance of it. So thank you for the $10 donation though, MJ Seahawk. And we're on the same page, man. We're on the same page. Whether you're picking the top of that first round, 2-3, or whether you're back at a 5-6, whether it is amount of, we're talking about Young or, or whoever there versus Stroud, Levis or Stroud that might be more into the 6th, 7th range. You'll be at a spot to be able to trade back. There will be a team hungry for one of these quarterbacks at that point if you're picking there. And especially you're in a helpful spot if you've already re-signed Geno at that point to feel comfortable about the quarterback position, so you're not stressed to take one absolutely high if you don't have to. So you have more of the door opened up to then do the trade back, to pick up the more picks. Megan, Hackett has to be in the firing line for the Broncos season as well, right? Yeah, if he makes it through the season, Megan, he's not going to make it past what they call Black Monday for coaches. And that's the Monday just after the NFL season when guys are going to be fired as quickly as they possibly can be fired. That will happen with Hackett. He will be gone by that point. 100%. 100%. Megan says, I'm with you on the chocolate pies, B. My food allergies preclude me from eating dried fruit. Yeah, I don't like dried fruit. I don't like it cooked fruit. I don't want, no. Chocolate, creaminess. Give me a cookie crumble crust. That's fire right there. That's fire. You keep your little pies, your little fruit pies. UGK, the heat is on. Yeah, that's a good one too. Heat is on. Dun, 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 dun. Heat is on. I know I promised Megan. I can't though. He said he brought it up. I just see the lyrics on that. I got to sing it. Heat is on. It's on the street. The heat is on. I don't know, Megan. I might have to sing. It's Christmas. I'm in that spirit. I'm in that mood. The mood might take me. Sam the Great, pumpkin pie and apple pie. The only time I've loved fruits over smoothies. See, I can eat those. I ain't gonna throw them in the trash. I'll eat my slice. But I'll have wished for a better slice. Chess pie is delicious, but peach cobbler is undefeated. Yeah, I've tried cobbler. I've tried to get my head around cobbler. I can't do it. I can't get there, man. I've tried so hard. Soon, is Blythe a hockey player? Looks skilled on skates. He's got kind of a hockey build. He'd be a thick boy on the hockey skates, though. Peter Baychamp. Imagine if Brandon was a YouTuber in the 90s. If you think the complaining is bad now. Boy, I'm sorry if it's come across to you, Peter, as I'm complaining, man. And if you're taking it as that, boy, you're really not probably landing with the message of what I'm trying to talk about or what I'm trying to speak to. I really look at this as a channel, Peter, where we can kind of talk about all sorts of things on this channel. We can talk about the good and we can talk about the bad. I guess from your standpoint, I should only talk about the good and that there should never be any time that I talk about the bad. And I hear that from a good amount of people. There's a little contingent that comes in and thinks that. And I appreciate that's how you guys operate from. And I think because there's such a vibrant amount of you that are so passionate in your beliefs of this, that there shouldn't be anybody that speaks negatively about the team. They should be nothing but happy, joy at every turn. You guys should try a channel out like that and see how far it takes you. See if it can, bring you somewhere. But again, and Peter, if you've heard what I've been saying here today, and it's me complaining, I'm raising up some issues that I got concerns with, but it's not about complaining. And I led it with this show with saying that there's been more pluses and more bonuses from this team and much more to feel good from. I also, though, do let Peter, the chat, take me where I let them take me as far as our discussion. I don't let the chat, I like to have the chat kind of guide some of this too. And if they're having interactions and if there's vibrant discussion talking about Coach Carroll and whether or not he's the right thing or what's not working with this team or what needs to get fixed, I'll go with the flow on my chat. And so maybe that sometimes just comes off as me being, super negative or being concerned, or what was it? Complaining, I guess is the word you used. But again, I just look at it like I'm just kind of going with the flow of the chat. And if you look at the chat, we're all kind of in that same kind of flow state. So join us, Peter. Get in the flow state, man. Find your yoga move, man. Get your downward dog going, bro. Don't push up against the flow of the stream, man. Just go with the stream. And that is that we talk about the good and the bad. We talk about it all. But we try to look at it a little analytically here, You belong. I don't know if life's been an upgrade over Posick, Huey. I'm not sure. And Posick's having a hell of a year out there in Houston, comparatively speaking. And even Posick's last season was, I think, probably better than what Blythe's given you this year. I mean, he is a nothing burger when it comes to the running game, as far as what he's been giving you, at least with the scores and stuff go. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, fruitcake, Brando? No, absolutely, entirely not. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. The whole term itself is just, it goes against my religion. Fruitcake? What? It's like the greatest rug that's been pulled out from under you and I'm getting cake? Yeah, fruitcake. Fruitcake. No. Can't do it. Thank you for the $2 donation, though, Mumbles. Garth with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Garth, for all the donations to the channel tonight, man. You're awesome. You were born in the city, concrete under your feet. It's in your blood. It's in your moves. You're a man of the streets. So you were born in the concrete under your feet. It's in your blood. It's in your moves. You're a man of the streets. He does there's like a streets, sometimes they would do that in the 80s on some of the songs, like the singers would work up to a spot and then they'd hit that one, that one little note in it where they really drive it home on one line of the song. And then they just go back to the normal part of the song, but they get really intense for that one little spot and then kind of fall back. And now on that song, it's a pretty kind of sleepy song. And then it gets to that little part of that verse and he really rounds it off a little bit. Good song though. Soon says all I want is Carter for Christmas, but I can wait till the actual draft. Me too. Representative says, got a request. Doctor even telling Scott why the Broncos won't win anymore. Let's hear it. Oh, Scott, you got something to say about the Broncos? Yeah, Dad, I just want to think they're going to win. No, shush it. When there is time, you must sip it. The Broncos are not good this year. They will not be good this year. The Broncos have put their faith in Russell Wilson, and that faith will not be returned. They will only die. Hopefully that's good. But Dr. Evil definitely does not think the Broncos are going to win another game. It's not going to happen. It's not possible. They're the diet calorie cola of football teams. Not quite sugary enough. They go to the baby gap. Megan says, because you promised me you wouldn't, have to tell us all how much more Jim Zorn is better than the quarterback than Dave Craig. All right, let me work up my argument on that. Let me think about that one. I got to work on that one, Megan. Hold on. Besides, you're right to throw fruitcake at someone. That is the appropriate reaction if somebody ever serves you fruitcake. You have a right as an American. I can't speak to if Canadians have this right or what it is south of the border, but as an American, you have a right that was put within the Constitution itself to take the fruitcake and throw it at the face of the person that served it to you. It's known. It's in the fine print. It's not talked about a lot because there's bigger things. Constitution's got bigger items it's covering, but it was known that the founding fathers had a general hatred and a horrific dislike for fruitcake. Even back then, it was served oftentimes stale and nobody had asked for it. Chris Beck in the Hawks signed Brendan Schaub at linebacker. I don't know. I don't know if he's got the processing power on that one. I don't know if he can process. Careless Whisper, that's a good one. Another good song. 80s song. 80s ballad song. Maybe I'll give you a Zorn's better for today. I've been pretty hard on you today, Megan, so I threw some USC shade. Maybe I'll give you a Zorn's a better than Craig today. You got 24 hours on it, Megan. Clock's ticking, though. Tommy Eden says, I'm in Georgia. We do the pecan pie and Christmas crack. What's the Christmas crack? Yeah, I don't know what the Christmas crack either is. I'm going to be, what is Christmas crack? Sounds wonderful. A lot of pecan pie bumps back here. Okay. A lot of pecan pie love out there. All right. See, Tommy Eden, you're doing it right with the divinity and chocolate delight. That's the right way. That's the right answer. That's the correct one. Herbicide, Brendan Schaub ain't passing no drug test. Yeah, probably not on that. You're probably pretty right on the button with that one. I like strawberry shortcake. That's one actually I like. As long as I don't have the chunks of strawberry in it, though. I just need like the glaze. If it's got the actual strawberries, nah. Depends how they make it. Tommy says, I used bourbon in my fruitcake, and we made icebox fruitcake cookies. It's much better. Well, I'm sure you add alcohol to it, yeah. I think it should say something to you, though. You got to add alcohol into it to buff it up, right? Like, okay, now it's at a functional state. We've got the bourbon in it. Probably makes you, probably helps you realize, well, it's probably tells you about where this is at its base that we got to do that. Megan says, my aunt used to make my great-grandmother Christmas puddings, and I used to love them, but I'm now allergic. Oh, that's brutal. You have to like put down the family recipe and all that? That'd be tough. Joshua Sonier, I hear you about wanting to draft capital. Wanting to draft capital, but if I can get one of the top 2 defensive linemen in the draft, I want one of them. When was the last time we had an elite guy on the defensive line? It's completely on point, Joshua. When it comes really to this first round pick, I have a preference and something I'd love to see, but I'm not really married to it. Like that's the only way I'd want to go. There's a couple of routes here where I would almost feel pretty close to equivalent as far as happy with the direction of things. I think it's part of the benefit to your point on that of picking this high is there really isn't a bad route to go. I think if you saw what you were able to bring as far as the return of Hall in for going back versus just getting that one player and seeing all of that was bringing in return, I think that would be enough to win you over. I think when we talk about it as a mental exercise right now of, theoretically you've got 3 first-round picks versus just the 2 now, and okay, you're picking back 5 spots, but who's the guy you're getting that you're losing out on? It's a little hard in theory versus, okay, show me the actual players I'm getting versus taking Jalen Carter or Willen Anderson there. But make no mistake about it, Joshua. If they want to take those guys there, they're great defensive players. They will help this defense out. They'll help this team out. They'll help us improve on that side of the ball. So I won't be poo-pooing those kind of moves if they went that route. It's just that if you're talking to me about an ideal or where I would lean to like to see to happen, if I can talk one of those teams into giving up that King's ransom, you've really multiplied those picks in a huge fashion. Greg Kemp, have you watched Kendry Miller, TCU, and Julian Brents out of Kansas State yet? I think I have watched Brents. Let me take a look at my notes on Brents. All right, so Julius Brents, Kansas, 6'4" is what he's listed at, 200 pounds. He's a zone-based corner who seems at his best. Oh, wow. So I've got him written down here, zone-based corner who seems at his best playing man coverage. I got questions about his top-end speed. He doesn't look as fluid in off coverage as press. For being as big as he is, his press doesn't land with much thud or oomph. Receivers get right through it. He also then gets pretty grabby as well. He fights well in the run game and really attacks blockers, but I also wouldn't put it as a plus trait of his, meaning that, he's necessarily that he's vicious in the run game, that he somehow just really is always all over the place. He's good enough in that element of things. So a big corner that I think is at his best playing right up on top of the line of scrimmage off the receiver. But then, of course, in Seattle, you play a lot of off coverage and zone. So I don't think that you can, get the benefits from him here, where you're not going to play that press stuff. And the thing that bothers me with Julius is that if I got you up at press, you got to be able to press guys from time to time. You can't miss like he misses. Like when Brandon Browner, who was of similar size, used to come up and press guys at the line of scrimmage, he was going to press you. Like he wasn't going to let you get to a rolling start at all. Whereas there's just so many misses with Brent's up at the line of scrimmage. And then the oddity that he plays in his own scheme, but then he looks more comfortable when he's doing man stuff. Some of the change of direction stuff with him being 6'4", I'm a little bit not as much on him. I'm not as much on him right now as far as high on Brent's. Probably more of a 5th-ish round kind of cat as it stands right now. The other guy, did I look at the other guy? I looked at Deuce Vaughn with Kansas City State. So I looked at the running back at Kansas City State, but I didn't look at, I don't think I looked at Keandre Miller yet. Yeah, I don't think I looked at Miller yet. Let me make sure. I've been getting through so many names here, but I don't think I've gotten to that guy. Yeah. So I will write him down, though. Keandre Miller. But yeah, Brent's tape was just a little too rough for me. Jordan Kraft, we all know Brandon wants Matt Corral. Admit it, Brando. It's going to be the trade of the offseason, man. We're going to slip him right out of Carolina's back door when they ain't looking. So I just says, okay, now I have to play this song. It's a good song. Megan says, do not get distracted, B. I mean it. I get distracted. I'm the king of distraction. I can't stay on point. Jordan Kraft, we need another cornerback this draft. Kobe Bryant's not him. I think we need a slot, Jordan. I think Kobe might be okay on the outside, but I just don't think he's a slot corner. He's 6'1". He's not going to have that kind of change of direction there. You're always going to probably look for from the slot guys, especially for what you get is maybe a little smaller a guy. But that would be the place I'd like to attack. I'd like to see Kobe on the outside and see if he can hold up out there. Orlando Roca, I think Peter meant how fans complain about the current team. He said, imagine if YouTube existed in the 90s, what the fans would say about those bad teams. He wasn't talking about you personally. Oh, my bad then. I thought he had said something where he's pointing to me personally, but maybe I'm bad. Maybe I was misreading it, so that's my fault if I did. No, so Peter said that's not what he said. He said, imagine if Brandon was a YouTuber in the 90s. So he wasn't speaking to you guys in the chat. He was speaking to me specifically. No, it was a personal dig at me. So, yeah, that'd be great if he was speaking about specifically other, but nope, it was right at me. And it gets lobbed at me a decent amount. So, toss away, you guys. Take your shot, go for it. I'm a big boy. I can take it. But I'm not going to stop doing what I'm doing. You know what I mean? I've created this channel. I've been doing this for 4 years. I've had a tremendous amount of success doing it, and I'm not going to change a single thing about what I do. I'm going to do it exactly the same way going in the future. And we're going to continue to have great success, I think, going down that path. Brando, can you do Kevin Spacey tonight? Boy, Spacey's a tough one right now. I don't really do a Spacey, do I? I don't have a good Spacey monologue. So I have to figure out I'll have to work on my Spacey. I don't know. Gee, what are you telling me here? I don't know. It almost gets a little bit more walking for me when I do Spacey, because I start thinking of his walking, because he does a pretty good walking. So I think I start blending Spacey into knowing that I've got to be around with the people. I got to work on my Spacey. I have a good Spacey, man. It's sorely lacking. Herbicide, could we flip Kobe and Mike Jack? Maybe. Maybe you can talk him into it. Probably not, though. I think Mike Jack having a pretty good year for like Patriots or something in there. Jordan Kraft, I really want another comeback cornerback or a defensive tackle like Daron Payne. Daron Payne's the guy that I'd love to see us lock in on in free agency. Jordan, thoughts on Kobe Bryant, Michael Jackson? Yeah, so I think Kobe, don't sell him short quite yet, Jordan. You know, you moved him to the inside because you knew you had Michael Jackson on the outside. You had Trey Brown coming back as the cavalry later on in the year. You had no answers at slot. So Ugo Amadi you released Marquise Blair, and Justin Coleman is not the same player as he was 3 years ago. So that's led you to have to be putting Kobe in there and getting him going and getting him rolling. Doesn't mean that he doesn't necessarily have a better future on the outside, just means that the necessity of today requires him to play the slot. So I'd like to see him on the outside. I think Michael Jackson kind of showed you what it is, which is a slightly below average league corner. Still don't know what we got in Trey Brown necessarily, but I still feel pretty good about the outside corner position, Jordan. For me, it's more of the slot that is the big issue at play here, not necessarily the outside. Soon says, what if we drop to number 4 and can't get Anderson or Carter? Dropping down to load up on more picks could be outrageously great. Then get multiple good edge defensive players and some will work out. Yeah, I think that's a good way to go. And as much as we do love early on here, Carter and Anderson, there's going to be some tremendously talented players in that top 10 picks. It doesn't just go, well, there's, 2 great position players in this draft, and then you have the quarterbacks, and then you have all these like second tier talented players then all the way through. Not at all. There's some very good talented players that will be up at the high points of that draft. Maybe not the same quite level, but still very, very good players. Yui says, not liking fruit and being a Washingtonian is very suspect. I'll pray for you. I'll pray for your recovery from whatever trauma caused this anomaly. I'm renowned for it in my family of being one of the more picky eaters you'll ever find. Indeed, probably one of the most picky eaters you'd find in life. I eat about 5 foods as it is, so I have to own that. That is definitely one of my. That's definitely one of my own little issues, and I don't know why. Everybody else in my family, on both sides of my family, is really like experimentative with food. They'll eat everything. Hell, my brother will practically eat it raw right off of the rib cage. He don't care. And I'm just like, no. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Brando, I dig Levis, and my favorite pie is apple. Nothing wrong with that. I'll eat an apple. Of the fruit pies, that's one that I would eat, that I can eat and like, as long as you got the whipped cream with it. I need my whip on the top. Says, I also think Glenn Fry is dope, but Don Henley had a great voice. Now, they were a great combination, man. I mean, that's a band that some people hate on a lot for. I like them quite a bit. And I think they put some good music together, and those guys as a combination, I think were kind of a special combo. Henley had the voice, and Glenn kind of could kind of, run things through. It felt like a little bit from the background, how they put that kind of all together a little bit. But they were a great tandem, and it's a great band. A lot of other great guys in it too, though. The guitar player that came along later was awesome, and some of the members that went in and out were great. They had a documentary a couple of years ago that was out on the Eagles. I thought they did a really good job of it being a pretty straight line documentary that really went into the whole story of them. It was good, really well done, including going into what you like with those documentaries, which is their songwriting process and how they created the songs, how they went about it. Sometimes you get a little bit of too much of the personal stories and not enough about the stuff you really kind of want to hear about. Chris Beck says, remember the old line crisis days? Tom Cable of Fetty? I do. Those were some dark days, Chris. Marcus B says, no strawberry shortcake. Megan says, B, I'm waiting, and I do not like waiting. I told you, I'll give you the 24 hours. Give you 24 hours, Zoran Love. That's acceptable. Yui says, I say we trade back unless Carter is there. Seahawks are at least 10 players from being a good team. You can see we're of like mind on this, Yui, and that's where I operate from. Is that we need more than we need just the elite talent. We need a lot of talents. Megan says, B, Jim Zorn is a better quarterback than Dave Craig. A minute, I'll give you the minute. You get 24 hours on that one. 24 hours. Megan says, B, haters are going to hate. You wouldn't have had 10,000 loyal viewers if you had sucked. No, I wouldn't. And I think I've done a little bit with trying too much on some of these folks to just try to convince them of stuff that I don't think I'll ever convince them of. And my better place is I go forward with some of these folks. And, Like, they come in randomly. They're very few and far between. The people in this community are amazing and awesome. You guys supportive. Look at all the donations we have going through on every single stream, the likes that are hit. My videos have got like a 99% like ratio, which is pretty crazy to get on YouTube. So, we're on the right path. And I'm not going to convince everybody that this channel is for them. And I've kind of made my peace the fact there'll be just certain folks that I'm going to have to say, look, appreciate you checking it out. Obviously not your cup of tea. But in this not being your cup of tea, you don't have a right to come into a place where there's a lot of people enjoying something and be the one guy to come in the room and say, I'm going to tip over the whole table because I'm the one person who doesn't like it. There's so many people that are enjoying it. We're having such great conversation. There's still like a guy like that will come in the chat and want to have that kind of comment that doesn't add anything to the current discussion at hand, which it'll always be a part of it, but I don't always have to acknowledge it or say much to it anymore. And it's going to be kind of where I'm going to go as we go forward. Because I like talking more to the folks that get it, understand what we're doing here, Not necessarily agree with me every turn, but understand what we're doing here. Take UE2K, we've been on the channel for a couple years. We've had many roundabouts in a variety of different ways, and we have many things that we agree on. But we have an opportunity to go round and round on it, and it makes the discussion so much funner to really go through all the ends and from left to right, up to down, back to front. I think that's why this channel's appreciated as it is, because we do go in all these directions. Soon says, do a Biden. I got to stay out of being political. And I've been told I shouldn't make fun of elders. Herbicide says, I'm sorry, flip Kobe for Michael Jackson. Yeah, I'd much prefer him out there starting at this point. I think I know kind of what Michael is. Tommy Eden says, on a positive note, it's been 26 years since the 49ers won a Super Bowl. That is a positive note. Hey, Space, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. Appreciate you. Sam the Great says, Seattle isn't a bad football team. We're just not taken seriously. No, I think people got some respect for us in recent years and what we've done over the last 20 years as a franchise, but we're not one of the blue bloods. That's true. Megan says, I gag on apple pie, but we'll eat the middle of the apple. We'll eat the middle of the apple pie. It's not my favorite either. I can get through it though. There's some I can't get through, like cherry. No way. Yeah, Kitty's making an appearance. Herbicide says, I hate the Eagles, except Joe Walsh. He's one of my favorite all-time favorites. Joe Walsh is probably my favorite of the band of all the guys, just because what he does with some of his hooks on the guitar are just, he's awesome. He's awesome on a guitar. But I get it. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people that are not big on the Eagles. I think they caught me at a certain good time in my childhood where I just dug them. Space says, how's everyone feeling about getting in the playoffs? I think people are hoping still. Maybe you can slide on in. Hope's not dead for sure, Space, but you're looking at it, the odds are they do look a little tough, especially with how the team's playing right now, which is kind of not their best football at the moment. Daniel says, not even Seahawks great. I guess that's the difference between number 3 and 7. 3 gets us an NFL grade, 7 gets us a Seahawks grade. Still will be happy, but want the NFL all-time grade. It's understandable. I don't think it's a guarantee you're getting an NFL all-time grade at 3. It's a higher likelihood, I'll give you that. But I think tougher to necessarily arrive at. You still get a good player though. But all-time grade, not necessarily a guarantee at 3. Jalen Carter might be that. Anderson might be that. But it is still a risk even at those guys, as good as I feel about both those two guys. Herbicide, try to get Perna for a guest. I'd love to get Perna on a guest. It's always hard when you reach out to guys, though. You do feel a little bad when you're reaching out to somebody that's, 40 times bigger than you or something as far as their channel goes, and going, hey, you want to bump me up a little bit with your channel juice, And so I don't like to necessarily reach out to those guys that are any super bigger, because I feel like I'm using a little bit, I don't like to feel like I'm using. Megan says, I want to hear you say it like you mean it be. And that was not the agreement, is I had to say it like you mean it thing. That was not part of the baseline of the agreement here. Kelly, how you doing, Kelly? It says, subpar Seahawks. This stuck with me. Ha ha ha. Go Hawks. Subpar's about right. Subpar's about right. Tommy says, I feel like Russ had a better chance of completing a pass over the middle than we have of making the playoffs, unfortunately. They do feel like kind of long odds right now. They just do. Soon get Wyman on the show too. I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a try. Sam the Great says, it's time to win 3 straight. I love it, Sam. Let's go. Yui, I was 12 before the 12s had a name. I'm just a Seahawks truther. This team's terrible. Blah, 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 blah. I know. Yui's not big on where they're at right now. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Yui, on that it's a lighter schedule that you've been able to face this year. That's valid to a degree. You're also doing what you've done this year, Yui, with playing 6 rookies across the board, right? You've also done what you've done this year, eating $44 million of dead money, right? So you've accomplished what you've accomplished this year with 20% of your cap missing. I don't know if I go to terrible. I don't know if that's, to me, if we're going to if you're going to hang the label of a team that's terrible, they don't get to 7 wins. When we talk about terrible teams in the NFL, those are teams that are relegated for being 1, 2, 3 win type teams. That's terrible. As Kelly said above, subpar, middle of the road. Okay. But I do think we're a little bit closer than you're maybe giving credit for where we're at. I don't think we're quite to that terrible state of things that we're that far out. Herbicide says James Gang, his solo stuff was way better than the Eagles. Fair enough. Joe Biden's got Slayer over the Eagles. That's understandable. Funk 49 is a banger. Funk 49. Space, are we looking for another wide receiver now that Lockett is injured? OBJ? No. It sounds like OBJ is not going to be signing until this offseason. He would have probably gone somewhere at this point if he was going to go. No, they're going to elevate the Laquan Treadwell from the practice squad onto the active roster, and he'll take over. And you got Marquise Goodwin, Laquan Treadwell, DK Metcalf, and then Derek Young, I believe would be probably your 4, and then they'll go a lot of tight end heavy looks. All right, Megan. Jim Zorn is better than Dave Craig today. Wish you all the best too, Joseph Faisabon. Appreciate you, man. Sam the Great, have a happy holidays. I don't think the Giants nor the Commanders are better than us regardless of our flaws. I don't either. No. I agree with you. I agree with you there. Garth Knight with another donation. Thank you, Garth. All the donations today, man, like 10, 12, 20. How many donations today? I don't know. I can't keep track. Thank you for all the donations, though, brother. I really appreciate all your support here to the channel, man. You're helping me be able to do this in the way I've been able to do this season, which is almost getting to I'm putting full-time hours, being able to put just so much time into the channel with the support this year. And thank you guys for being able to do that. It's been what's helped us get this growth this year, where we've almost been able to double the channel in a year, because you guys are doing as much. You are allowing me to put this much time into it. So thank you for that, Garth. I really do appreciate it. It says Brando takes the good, he takes the bad, he takes them both. And there where we have the facts of life. The facts of life. The facts of life. That's all I'm trying to do with it. I'm not the grand poobah up here. As I've said, it's really about, it's why I do point to more of the chat and the combined brain trust of our chat and the different perspectives that come into play that are more than anything to help us get to the truth of a scenario. I might propose questions or have a perspective on it, but I'm trying to learn like the rest of you all are learning, and try to find and trying to see what is the heart of the matter of things on this. I don't think you arrive there by just merely looking at only the good. And I think it's kind of uninteresting to just look at the good, unless you are a Super Bowl winning team that's out there kicking butt every day. Then yeah, it should be only good. You shouldn't be really presenting much of the bad. But we haven't been close to a Super Bowl level squad here for quite some time. And so there's sometimes a little bit more on that bad side to talk about. But luckily for me, I know you guys have you guys have the internal fortitude to be able to look at those bad things and not completely fall in on yourself or turn into a complete puddle, like it seems some do. if you go that route. Thank you though, Garth. I know you appreciate it, and I appreciate you for appreciating that. Daniel W., I would trade my presents on Christmas for a Rams victory. Am I in too deep? No. You're passionate. You're a passionate fan like me. You'll give up anything for it. I would too. I'll give up my presents for the Rams, Vin. Come on, Rams. Rams victory is a chance at a face of the franchise player for the next 10 years or trade back for a huge haul like 3 firsts. You're right. A monstrous amount rides on this and staying around that trade, that pick, that selection. So no, you're operating like a well-reasoned man, like a logical man. Okay. So I keep that energy in that right place. You're helping push this, I think, somewhere even if it's on an ethereal, astral-like plane, you're pushing this into that trajectory of things, hopefully. He says, you saying that some Seahawks fans aren't delusional is something someone younger than me would say. No, I don't like throwing, with me, Yui, I'm not a big name caller thing. I don't enjoy doing, I like dealing with the actual meat of the argument. And I think when you get into saying people are delusional, you're at that point, it's not even about being disrespectful. You're just sort of saying your opinion doesn't matter because I've now been able to label you as this. And I really fight hard against doing that. That's why I try to give as much time to the people that I disagree as I do, is because I'm trying to understand the perspective on it. I think once you start labeling people, you're not really trying to understand people's perspective. You're just going to throw the label on them and put them in the trash, and then you're done with it. And that's not what I try to do here on the channel with it. So, I don't think Seahawks fans are delusional. I think people view this team in a variety of different ways. Who's right, who's wrong, we shall see, I guess. But I think there's a variety of different outlooks on how the team goes. Megan B, damn it. You're singing again. I am. Can't stop myself tonight. It's the holiday spirit, Megan. Orlando. Hey, Brandon. If Seattle were to somehow draft Levis, would you drink a cup of coffee with mayonnaise in it on stream like he does? Laughing out loud. I will. 100%. I will. In fact, I will tell you guys, if there is a hint of a rumor that we're going to draft Levis with the first pick, coming up to that draft, I will give you my word of honor right now. I don't even have mayonnaise in my fridge right now. I will go buy mayonnaise and I will put it in my coffee if we draft Will Levis. Yes. Jacob Davis says, congrats like heck to Geno Smith, Tariq Woolen, Quandre Diggs, and Jason Myers for their Pro Bowl starts. Yeah, how about that? Well done, you guys. Congrats to our guys. Got some Pro Bowlers out there. It's good to see. Really good to see. Sam the Great says, I'm open to all criticism on the Hawks, even though I think we'll make the playoffs. I'm glad you are on that, Sam. That's all I look for. That is, it's not a necessity to have to criticize the team, but just open to hearing it. And if you disagree with it, then let's argue the points as to why I'm wrong. And you might pull me over to your side of it. You might convince me I'm off my rocker. Others have before. It's part of why you guys are so smart. Yui says, no, Seahawks aren't the worst team in the league, but we're not a good football team. We beat some not good teams, and that's good, but we haven't beat a good team this season. But Geno has been awesome. That's a fairer way of putting it, UE2K. I think it's a little bit better way of putting it than it was kind of above in how you're putting it. And it's really more than what you are right now. It's a little bit about trajectory. Or if you're going to start 6 rookies at the same time, if I'm going to start 2 rookie tackles, are they going to remain stagnant, or are those rookies more likely to improve upon their next year of play? I think we'll see an improvement. If you stack up 4 picks like we are through the first 2 rounds of this next draft, is that more than likely to help the team out into the future or to have them remain stagnant? Probably is going to help them into the future, right? If you're going to have $50 million of money to spend, is that going to leave you stagnant for a team that was sitting on $40 million of dead money this year? Or is that probably going to help you to take steps forward in improvement? How far that improvement gets you, we'll see. But I think you would at least at the very least argue all 3 of those points are going to be plus steps, are going to take you further than what you've been this year. So I wouldn't say that this has been an elite team this year or one of the better teams in the league. It hasn't. But that it is positioning itself to set the stage into the future to getting to that place. I do think that I think they've laid the groundwork with that. There's more to be done, not nearly finished up, but UE2K, Rob Stanton still is suffering from England WC defeat. But some dumb general manager might take. I think you had a word got left out of there, UE. I'm sorry. Take Your 610. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Rob Stanton said Levis would go number one. Comp is Josh Allen. Jeez. And I'm up on, I like that. How about Rob? There you go, Rob. Go hard on that with the Levis thing. I love it. He's putting that faith in it. I can't even go that far with it. Like, I'm going top 5 with Levis, and I love Levis, but I can't quite get to the number one slot to see him, or even be taken as the number one quarterback off the board. That one's the hard one for me to see, because even in Josh Allen's case, of course, he wasn't the first quarterback with some of his blights that you had to kind of overlook when you're first taking him. But I do think NFL franchises are going to fall in love with this kid. I think Rob as well has been on this point every bit as long as I have, in loving Levis and saying, this is the guy, this is the one, he's going to be a legit great quarterback. So I could see it. And Josh Allen is a good comp. I don't think he's quite at Josh Allen's level for an arm strength standpoint, not quite as big and maybe not quite as mobile. But, a poor man's a slightly lesser version of that. A guy that could become a top 10 quarterback in this league, as opposed to thinking of it through the lens of a guy that'll be a top 3 guy in this league. I think Levis can get there. I do. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, Brando, I'll defend fruitcake with my life. That said, Zorn is not 17. Uh-oh. Garth, I'm already triggering Megan tonight. We don't need to further trigger Megan. I'm already pulling down the alarm bells tonight. Well, that's okay, Garth. I'm going to force you to have to send me a video at some point of you actually eating a fruitcake. I'm going to have to see a video, or it didn't happen, I think, on that one. Well, thank you for the donation, brother. I appreciate you. Greg Kemp, have you watched cornerbacks Rajon Wright, Latarius Brini, Mecca Garner, Tariq Stevenson, or Jalen Jones? Sorry for a lot of names. No, I appreciate all of the names. I'm all new names are welcome here on this. So I've actually not seen any of those guys. Rajon, but I'm writing them down right now. So if you could get Greg, give me like a week to kind of get into these names. Because once you guys give me these lists, I just kind of slowly kind of peel through them through the week and kind of go through and look at the stuff. Latavius Brini and Mickey Garner and Tyreek Stevenson and Jalen Jones. No, you're good to always give me a lot of names. I want to try to get, my goal this year, Greg, I think last year I got to like 240 guys I scouted. I'd like to get over 300 this year. So I'm sitting about like probably 50. So I got a long ways to go here still with some of these prospects in this draft. So the more names, the better. And I'm sorry, I've had quite a chance to look at them. I've taken a look at Sealy Ringo, Christian Gonzalez, Julius Brents, Eli Ricks out of Alabama, but I haven't quite gotten to some of those guys on there, but got them on my list now. So I will definitely take a peek. MJ Seahawk with a $10 donation. Thank you, MJ Seahawk. I do appreciate it. This is the great and the terrible of the year. We went 0-4 against the worst division in the NFL. 2-2, we are in the playoffs. On the great side, the Wilson trade was the right decision. That's very much, I think, a good way to put it on this, MJ Seahawk. Thank you for the $10 donation too, brother. I appreciate you on that. Yeah, you certainly have. I think it's, as I sort of led with the videos, the goods, the ups and the downs. I would offer with you too, MJ Seahawk, you had a fantastic rookie class, the best rookie class that we've had in here in at least probably 10 years minimum, if not maybe one of the best in franchise history as far as the returns from this class and where they're projected to be and what they're projected to be into the future. The NFC, what was it? The South there that we went 0-4 against was just brutal. You make a real clear argument here. You should have probably gone 4-0, say nothing of going 2-2 against that division with how weak they were in this particular year. But the good at the end of the day on this year, the great draft and the Wilson trade are going to set the stage for this franchise to be able to return itself to an elite status. It's not guaranteed. It's not absolutely written in stone, but you have laid down that groundwork with that trade. This Wilson trade will be looked at in very much a close consideration to a trade like the Cowboys trade did with the Vikings back in the day. That trade helped vault them to a dynasty. I'm just talking about trying to vault yourself to being like a Super Bowl contending team on a given year or two. So you've got to set the stage is there. That trade is to be on this right side of this trade from a historical standpoint, to be this so well on the right side of this trade, to have so much assets coming in return in this trade. Everything is there for us to go and take now. This is there for us to do, but you got to land it. And that's going to be the most key important part. But MJ Seahawk, thank you for the double donation, man. Double doubles on the $10, man. You're awesome for doing so. And, you're right to lament that. You're right to lament that, where it's, as I've said with this season, and I think UE2K's point on this is right, is that this was a weaker year. You had a weaker schedule. You had a weaker conference. You had a weaker division. You had a lot of things set up here to be able to be made successful this year and to have a real true chance to just go get right into the playoffs, not have to slide through the back door, not have to get in there if things break right in your direction, but just to be able to go out there and take control of it. And it would have been really exciting if they had done that. Just even more further encouragement into the future and to where we think this team's going into the future. But overall, I feel encouraged by what we've got on this team. There's some concerns, but overall, it's encouraging. Overall, it's plus. It's positive. Many Seahawks fans have visions of grandeur. I, on the other hand, am a curmudgeon. You own it. But my opinion is no more important than anyone else's. It's just mine. That's right. That's right. I appreciate your perspective in here, Huey. I do, man. As Sajid said, it's all good, bro. You got a place in here. Megan says, remind me, will you, record for most number of Seahawks quarterback sacks belong to whom, B? Dave Craig. And then now the next question you need to ask, Megan, is who has the most fumbles? Who set the NFL record for most fumbles in NFL history? That should be your next question. Because then you'd get me going even more again. It was Dave Craig. It's David. What would you do if the Seahawks beat the Chiefs? I'm kind of expecting them to beat the Chiefs. Or what would you do if the Seahawks beat the Chiefs? What would I do? I'd be encouraged. It'd give me a lot more hope for getting into the playoffs than I probably have right now. I think you've got a much clearer pathway to get to the playoffs at that point. So I don't know if it would change much of my outlook on the season or what I look at as the pluses or minuses for the team, just off of one, much of what I look at with this team has to do with the 14 games in total played, beyond just what happens in one game or another. But I'd be encouraged. It'd make me happy. It says I'm too late. Too late. Big Country says, I'll say this, Zorn is the best lefty in Hawks history. Yeah, I'd give him that. Brock Hurd making a historic climb behind him, though. He's had nip in his heels. But he'd get it. Jacob Chamberlain. I believe we can still make the playoffs, by the way. I won't stop believing until we're out of contention. I don't want you to stop believing, man. And we're looking a little bit in the future on this one, Jacob, but it's not to dismiss or throw away the hope of this year or to say that we don't have a chance at this point. It's just kind of looking at things we have 14 games to go through here now to kind of make, I think, more of a fulfilled assessment on how we're looking at this. It's not just a sample size or through a little bit of the course of the year, but I do think things become a little clearer on what we need to do. And while I do think we can make the playoffs still, as I do look at when I view this team, I look at it really through that main lens of how close are we to getting to a place of actually competing for Super Bowls? What do we got to do as far as to take steps to get to being an elite team again, to get from out of rebuild, to get onto our ascent, to eventually get to an elite state. And that doesn't mean, though, that I still don't appreciate what we got. And we still 3 games remaining. It is nice, Jacob, at least to be able to go, well, hey, we're in it. These games still matter. We're invested still. We're not thinking about offseason plans or whatever else. That we're still going for it. And I appreciate that part, is that you get to play in meaningful games all the way up to the end of the season, which is much better than some of these franchises which have been checked out since probably about week 10. Jacob says, yeah, we'll likely lose against the Chiefs, and that loss won't really hurt our chances that much when you look at how we can get in mathematically. No, you could still get in with the 2-1. I think someone said earlier, Jacob, we're at 61% if we can go 2-1. I messed up my contact here. If we can go 2-1 down the stretch. So, there's a pathway there for it at that point. And that it's within reach. And hell, if you get the Jets with Wilson there at quarterback, right? That's a lot more easy at home. You look at that as a lot more winnable game, and certainly Baker Mayfield and the boys coming into Lumen Field at the end of the year would certainly feel like one you could definitely walk away from as a dub. So there's still some hope here. I don't want to make it sound like I'm tossing that out the door or anything. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says, Brando, if you were a YouTuber in the 90s, I'd still want you to sing Glenn Frey songs and do some Pauly Shore for Randy. Of course, buddy. I'd be doing a lot of songs, buddy. I'd be doing... I was trying to think of a Glenn Frey song to do. Pretty girls, buddy, just seem to find out early how they can get by with just a pretty smile. See if you can reference that song, Garth. Let's see if you picked up on which one I was singing. Which lyrics are that one from? Megan says, sorry, B, couldn't hear you. Most number of quarterback sacks in Seahawks history. It was Dave. It was Dave Craig. It was Dave Craig. Space says OBJ would get injured on his flight out here. Yeah, I'm not convinced that his knee doesn't look like Swiss cheese as it is. I heard that the Rams barely even signed him last year. Like he wasn't even gonna, they didn't want to even like pass the physical. I heard he didn't pass the physical and they're just like, well, the knee's going to explode at some point, but let's see if we can get a couple games out of him before his knee explodes. Megan says, I would like to think that we can make the playoffs 12s, but I do have to admit the flame of hope is sputtering just a little. Understandable. My flame's sputtering too. Well, the winds are blowing hard and that thing's... Sam the Great says, never give up. But we got things to fix. Thank you, Denver, for those picks. I kind of rhymed there, Sam. I like it. You did a little, what are those? I did a little haiku there on that. Never give up. But we got things to fix. Thank you, Denver, for those picks. Kind of phonetically rolls a little bit there, Sam. I don't know if you meant to do that intentionally. Daniel, if we beat Kansas City, I want us to make the playoffs and win out. If we lose, I don't mind losing out. If we beat Kansas, I want us to make the playoffs and win out. If we lose, I don't mind losing out. Thoughts? Are you okay with going to the playoffs at 9-8? I guess it's memories either way. I always say, get me into the playoffs and I got a chance. I got a puncher's chance, right? And the puncher's chance comes from the boxer of the puncher's chance comes from a place in boxing where you have a boxer who's in a match and he's completely outskilled. He's outclassed. He's outmatched. And the guy's dancing around him and he's avoiding every punch, right, that the guy's throwing him. But they say he's got a puncher's chance, means if you got heavy hands, if you're still capable at one point of landing that one punch and getting that guy gone, you can still carry day. And I feel like that with us. If we get in the playoffs, it becomes about winning 4 games in a row by any means necessary, as dirty as it's got to look. And I don't care where this team is at and whether they don't deserve to be there, whether it's not good enough to be there, whether we're not as good as the elite teams in the NFL. I won't care. I'll still say, give me my puncher's chance. Let me take my chances to get in there. So if there's a pathway for me to get into the playoffs, Daniel, beyond better draft positioning or whatever else, I got Denver's first pick. I got Denver's first second round pick. I got draft positioning. I've got picks aplenty, money to spend. The problem going forward will not be ammunition in my gun, but where do I need to fire it? So this team being a couple games worse or a couple games better for that draft positioning over the chance of getting to the playoffs, and maybe something wild happens. Maybe you catch a team on the right week or catch a couple of teams on the right week, or maybe you get hot at the right time. Yeah, I'll go that route. Megan says, if we make the playoffs, I hope we just get past week 1. Me too, Megan. Me too. Garth, I'm guessing you didn't get the, I was looking for you in the chat there. Did you get the lyrics of that song I was singing? And I was having Pauly Shore I literally did Pauly Shore singing Eagles. And he was singing a Glenn Frey song. I'm going to listen to Eagles after this. See, the great haiku, I tried to be Dr. Seuss. Okay, that works too. It works as a Dr. Seuss too. The rhyming was there. Megan says, OBJ can injure himself in more stupid ways than I can. Yes. I watched him once pull his back doing cocaine off of a hooker's back in France. Oh. Megan says, I didn't hear you, B. Must have lost my hearing in week 6. Most sacks and fumbles for Seahawks history. Who owns those records? It's Dave Craig. Joe Biden, does anyone else remember Jerry Jones guaranteeing OBJ would sign after the Cowboys Jags game? Jerry never fails to disappoint. If Jerry gives you a guarantee, you're pretty sure to bet your money on another place. He's kind of the king of like, I'm going to tell you about the Cowboys, okay? Cowboys are going to go out there. We're going to get OBJ. He's going to be in here next week running routes for your Dallas Cowboys. That's what's going to happen. I already talked to Steven. Steven told me we're going to sign him. Daddy, I told you it's no sure thing. Steven, God damn it. Don't you start with me, boy. Daddy, I just told you. Tell reporters he's saying we're going to sign him. And we don't know. He's in a lot of teams right now. A lot of interest out there for him. He wants a lot of money. Don't talk to me about money, boy. This is Dallas. This is the Texas. Money is not a problem in this state. We got money coming out every wazoo. We're going to make OBJ a Dallas Cowboy. That's the important part. That's the part you need to remember out there, okay? This is the Dallas Cowboys. This is America's team, okay? That's how this rolls. Soon, green eggs and Cam. Daniel says, all right, you convinced me. Dan says, not to mention, if we make the playoffs and want to draft a quarterback, Geno has some trade value to make up for the lost draft position, maybe a mid-late first if he outduels someone. There you go, man. And it's possible here, Daniel. I mean, even if it's that you don't want to use the full franchise tag, but you just put the thread of the franchise tag, you're moving him to a team that's going to sign him to a contract extension at that point. You maybe don't get the 2 first-round picks back, but maybe you get something back then from Geno, second and a third or something that's in that realm of things then to find that kind of... The point on that is that you'll just have maximum flexibility with the Geno situation to kind of do what you want to do. Megan says, so therefore, who is the better quarterback? And yes, I am so loving seeing you squirm. I'm giving it to Jim Zorn. Today now. Dr. Seuss should be in the consideration for our next head coach after that rhymes. The Sam the Great, he should. Couldn't do worse. Megan, Jerry gives you a bet. Go the other way ASAP. That's right. Cowboys are number 1. Good to see you, man. Long time no see, man. Says, hey, Brandon, been a while. It has. I ran into my middle school, high school sweetheart. I fell in love, fell out of love, and now I'm back. Great show, brother. Dak sucks. Laughing out loud. Great accents. Oh, thank you. The Cowboys are number 1. You lost that girl because you weren't in favor of Jerry Jones. You were in favor of Dallas Cowboys, and you were in favor of Dak Prescott. All right, that's why you fell in out of your high school sweetheart. I called her, in fact. I said, you get away from that man because he's not loyal. In Texas, we're loyal. I don't care if you see me mismanage this team for 20 years, okay? I don't care if you see me kick out the best head coach in this Cowboy organization history. Say nothing to Tom Landry. Had to send him out too. That's just what I do here, okay? I kick me out. Legendary Cowboy coaches. That's just how I roll. Daddy, this isn't coming off good. You don't want to keep talking right now. Shut your little dumb mouth, boy. Why do I even have you as VP anymore? Why did I do that? Because you made so many bad decisions and you just had to do some kind of move to make it look good, so you just revolved around the deck chairs on the Titanic, Daddy, and you hired me. I know I did that. I was a rhetorical question, you son of a bitch. Shut up. Get back in the closet. I'm not going back in the closet. I'm a grown man. I don't sit in the closet. I told you that in 1970. No, Daddy. Yes, you will. Get in there. Get in there. You know I could do this all day. But it's good to see you back. Cowboys are number 1. And boy, Dak getting a lot of heat this week after a couple of those interceptions from this with the Jags game. Though a few of those didn't look like they were exactly his fault. But my goodness, what was that? Former running back today was just going off on Dak. He's like, Dak is ass. Like, oh my God. Woo. Sajin says, Jerry said he would buy a Super Bowl before he dies. And we all heard this. Huey says, making the playoffs will mean playing good football teams except the Bucs. We're not at that level. But this is why we should build up the offense. It's our unit that's closest to being elite. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. MJ Seahawk with another $10 donation. Thank you, MJ Seahawk. Says, isn't it funny that the Lions and the Hawks are having similar seasons? Peaks and valleys. Draft picks that should have been mediocre at best. Merry Christmas. Hey, Merry Christmas to you. And yeah, Merry Christmas to everyone. Sorry, Merry Christmas to everyone. MJ Siak was wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. So thank you, man. Please do everybody Merry Christmas out there. And yeah, there's a lot of distinction, I think, between the Lions and Hawks. I think you do have two teams that are in that fluctuating state / a rebuilding state. And they're in both cases, I think, moving past that point of rebuild to an actual spot of now you're injecting forward. As I say, I feel like there's teams that are in 4 different states in the NFL, and you've got to really itemize which state you're in to know whether or not you need to go for it or get more resources invested in a different direction. And that is, you're either rebuilding, you are on your ascent, you're in between, or you're an elite team. And you're always finding yourselves in one of those 4 states. And I do think that the Lions and Seahawks definitely, even with their peaks and valleys, MJ Seahawk, do find themselves moving out of that rebuild state into now an ascent state. Doesn't mean they're elite yet, but it means they're now into their ascent. They're on the road and the path of their climb. Still more to do, still other moves that they've got to make to get things kind of cinched up, so to speak. But they're on the path. I think they're pointed in the right direction versus some other organizations out there in the NFL, like, let's say, a New Orleans Saints, which I don't know that they're necessarily pointed in the right direction right now with where things are going. But thank you, man, for all the donations on the chat tonight, man, named JC Hawk, and throughout this year as well. I really salute you and appreciate you, sir, because you've been awesome throughout this year for the channel. So thank you, brother. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, the Orange Cat, you have a brilliant, that Orange Cat you have is brilliant. You have that left-handed center on the LA Rams the other night. First time I've ever seen that. Left-handed center in the LA Rams the other night. Oh, did I see the left-handed center in the LA Rams the other night? First time I've ever seen that. I've not ever seen that. I can't remember the last time a left-handed center. Though I haven't really looked for it either, though, Garth, on that one. And it was Tequila Sunrise, by the way, was the song I was singing in Pauly Shore's voice. I don't know if you might have missed that, Garth. But I did a rendition of Tequila Sunrise via Pauly Shore. That was just for you, brother. That was just straight for you. You can't hide your lying eyes, buddy. Orlando, did you see the viral video of the Raiders fan harassing the Pats fan from the game Sunday? It was awful. Drunk fans are the worst. But the Pats fan handled himself very well and just ignored her. Yeah, it was a sickening video to watch. You know what always makes me weird out with these kind of videos when I see these moments like that? Being a woman or a man, whether they have a husband or wife, is that you see a woman or acting like that or a guy acting like that, and there's a significant other there, and nobody's raising the, like, you're being an a-hole, pull back over here. And like her husband kind of tried, but he was drunk, and then he started to try some stuff. And you could see that they were being cool. They were just watching the game. This is the modern NFL where you get fans who are going to wear not home fans jerseys to the stadium. They're going to root on other fans. That's the nature of this online world where you can get tickets like that. Maybe it wasn't as much a commonplace 30 years ago, but this is now how it is. And people need to be respectful of that. You want to give a little bit of, you want to give people a little bit of a hard time if they're wearing an opposition's jersey in your stadium. You can maybe say something here or there, and I'm going to be like, okay, they got to expect they're going to get a little bit of that. But she was literally up in the guy's face. He showed way more patience and resiliency than I would have, because I probably would have lost it at some point or another through that process, because she was intense, and it was a long video. It was like multiple cuts. And it's like, okay, now let's go 20 minutes later, and she's still up there and he's just being calm. He's just looking at her. You can hear him saying, I'm just trying to watch the game. I just want to watch the game. And I guess that was his actual first NFL game that he was going to as well. So brutal experience for his first action. Soon, I like Lions and their coach too. I think they're in good hands at this point. I think they're in the right hands. Cowboys #1 mismanaged times 10. Megan, your Jerry impression is only bested for me by Cosell for me, B. Well, he would tell you tonight, Megan Cock Roger, that many like themselves want Dave Craig in this 1980s time period. But for me, you give me the plucky, pugnacious, indescribable Jimmy Zorn, and I'll ride with him all day long. His Seahawks offense of the late 70s is certainly one of the most action-packed, unpredictable units that you will find in this game. Yui says, yeah, I saw that video. The black hole is no place to mess around. Never challenge Raider fans if you like sleeping above ground. Yeah, it's probably tougher for them too, because you probably wouldn't see as many fans willing to go into Oakland to wear those jerseys when they were up there. But I think probably in Las Vegas, they're seeing a lot more jerseys than they've ever been aware of in their own stadium in years past, and it's probably throwing them for a bit of a loop. Cowboys aren't rolling. Laughing out loud, Dak has 7 interceptions in 4 games. Our defense is not that good. He's definitely kind of struggling a bit. Defense is weird. You guys look really dominant at times, and then it just kind of falls off the boat all of a sudden in certain games with you guys. And it makes it hard to measure what you are, because it's like there's times where you've looked like the best defense in the conference. And then they'll have a weird run for a game or two, and you're like, wait, they aren't that at all. Sam the Grade, yeah, you can't get mad at the Lions. That'd be a hard team to root against right now. You have a Merry Christmas too, Megan. Appreciate you. WW, a lot of players seem to return to school because of the NIL money. Interesting how it will impact the draft going forward. I would have liked Bo Nix in the 3rd or 4th round or so. Thank you, Daniel. Daniel, I think it's a great point you raise on this. I think it's good for football, though. I think a lot of these quarterbacks will get drafted at times and thrown out there, and another year of development, another year of starting 11, 12 games over a college football season will be so beneficial to them and getting another step forward to what they're doing in their game. And so I think it'll be, for at the end of the day, the benefit of these players getting that extra year, especially if it's a year you're on the field and playing, as opposed to sitting on a bench and trying to learn from afar. But yeah, well said on your part. Definitely is going to impact it in that way, especially with this significant money. I hear the kid, Drake May from North Carolina is getting offers for like $5 million a year from some of these big SEC, college programs. It's pretty crazy. UE2K, Zeke and Pollard would have 150 yards each against our Hawks, but Cowboys secondary looking suspect lately. Yeah, you can definitely get to them a little bit in that edge of things. And yeah, that'd be the challenge. Could we stop Zeke or Pollard? That would be the question if you're going to the Cowboys, especially going into Dallas in that kind of game. Ben Wilburn says, I think Sean Desai is the heir apparent if he doesn't get hired elsewhere. He's probably going to be waiting a few years here. It's a possibility. I've heard that broached before as well. I definitely think there's been a couple people thinking that's well within play here, as far as it coming down the track. And it's probably, he's a guy on the rise, Ben. He was a guy on that there's certain coaches that are assistants throughout the league that start to get on that roller coaster climb to the spot where they'll finally get hired as a head coach. And if you get that rep and you start to get kind of that heat behind you, you can get there a little quicker than other coaches. And he seems to be that guy that's kind of targeted at some point or another. He is going to be a head coach somewhere in this league at some point with it. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays out. I agree with you. I think it's not going to be happening here in the near future. So probably gonna have to wait a while to get around to that one. Megan says, I got harassed after the Cards game and I just pointed to B and the 12s around me, and the Cards fan never moved so fast to get out of there. Yeah. We had one guy who passed us by and cursed at us, and then a group of Seahawks fans moved towards him and he quickly sprinted down the Seattle sidewalks up the road. He was brave for about a half second there though, Megan, wasn't he? He was popping off for he had about a good 3/4 of a second where he was talking his stuff, and they were like, UTK says Seahawks new owner will clean house and fire everyone at their first opportunity. Desai included. Can't wait. Megan says Cassell is a Jay-Z fan. Stick a fork in me, 12s. I'm done. Soon says nice Howie work there. Sweet. I love myself some Howard Cosell. I do. A fun, interactive type of host who always kept you on the edge of your seat. I may at some point this year, maybe even the final game of the year, do the play-by-play completely in Howard Cosell's voice. He says, Cowboys not a good team. They have talent. Not a good team. they got some stuff and some holes there. They've been a little bit uneven at times. They've been more good than bad this year. Strange, another team regard. They're playing their best football right now. I wonder a little bit with them. Cowboys are number one. Says we lost both our starting corners, and LVE has been much better this year. LVE gone too. Also, our quarterback is throwing 2 picks a game. Let's draft Stroud. Well, you can make an argument with it's tough. And Cowboys are number one. This is the part that gets me as much as anything a little bit dicey with paying a quarterback in the future money. It's just like, you sign a guy now, you're with him here for a couple of years. Like, you signed that deal kind of now a couple of years ago, but still there's not really a great pathway of hope to getting out from under that deal necessarily anytime soon, is there? And to go get a quarterback in this draft, for where you'll be picking, you'll have to give up a lot of future draft capital to get there. It's in a weird state for the Cowboys are right where they're at right now. Weird place. So I said the one spot you don't want to be in, Cowboys, remember when I got those 4 tiers in the NFL where NFL teams are at, which is rebuilding, ascent, in between, elite. And it's those teams that are in between that think they're elite, that talk themselves into an elite that always gets stuck. As I referenced to it, Cowboys are number one. It's like you're going down the river, and you're trying to make progress to a destination, but then you find yourself hitting a whirlpool, and now you're just spinning in place. And you're not actually making progress. You're still in the river, but you're not actually going up the river at that point. And I don't know if that's where the Cowboys are. I don't know if that's where they are. They might be, but that's kind of the interesting conundrum I think about what you guys face, and then how to snap out of that, without having to go to full rebuild mode, right? Without having to tear it all down. Daniel says, Joe Tipman might be my favorite center. I've watched a few XYZ offensive line versus tape in the background, and the only reason I had Schmitz higher is because of his pre-draft grades. Ooh, okay. Get me hyped on Tipman, man. I'm glad. Outside of Schmitz, I haven't been really blown away by the center so far, Daniel. So I'd like to get a couple more that I like here. Kronos says, a little off topic, but how about Correa dumping the Giants at the altar and signing with the Mets? Kind of, some dirty pull, I guess, by means necessary, I suppose. And, you look at the deals given out to Trey Turner or Correa, Kronos. I wouldn't want either part of those two deals. That's way too much money. I wouldn't want the Mariners going in on either of those two things. And I saw a great meme. I guess there's some things with Correa, like on his physical or whatever, that's maybe worrisome, pumping into this. But you've got some baseball organizations out there throwing a lot of funny money around right now and competing against another organization willing to throw around the same funny money. And it's leading to a lot of these crazy contracts. Just another reason why I say, Cronus, is we see these contracts start to stack up at $350 million, $400 million, $450 million, right? For players that are older, the players that are getting closer to 30 years old or even into their 30s, you feel so much better about that Julio Rodriguez deal and his signing and what you're getting for him at his cost because of where the cost is going. Megan says he was giving me a mouthful about the jersey I was wearing. Oh, you were talking to Space on that one. Yeah, we had a random Cardinal fan when me and Megan were leaving the stadium, and he like gave a FU to Megan, and then I looked at him, one of those definitely short man syndromes going on, and then he's got Kyler Murray as his quarterback, right? So he's already got short man syndrome, and then Kyler Murray's your quarterback. So you can, as I was watching him run away, and like Megan, it's understandable. Look at that little guy, he's got little tiny legs, can't even run away from the Hawk fans. Bobby Savage Hill, if we fall to 5 or lower for our first pick, we might not get Carter or Anderson. Who might be the pick then? Levis, Osiris Torrance, Jared Verse, or maybe even trade down. I think the trade down's a possibility. And Bobby Savage, I'm certainly getting into my early evaluations on these guys. I don't see Osiris Torrance as a first or a second round pick. He's got some mobility issues that I think keep him into more of a third round range. Levis is certainly, for my book, a possibility there. I think Jared Verse is probably a first round pick, but he's probably a tier 2 first round pick guy, meaning that you're going to pick him probably 15 and onwards, somewhere out there. So there's a guy, Miles Murphy could be a guy. Sealy Ringo, a cornerback, if they wanted to go that, could be a guy there. I don't think they will, but he certainly would be, maybe a possibility in there. I'm still getting kind of my head wrapped around who are the top guys in that tier 1. I know right now in tier 1, I've got Stroud, Levis, Carter, Anderson, Miles Murphy, Sealy Ringo. But those are the only 6 that I really feel solid about in that top 15, in that tier 1 group, Bobby. And I'll be continually adding more guys in. And I like Jared Verse, but I do think he's just a little more of the back end first round guy rather than having the tools of a top guy. Soon, did Pete have his VP title removed? We're unsure on that one, soon. We've been thinking that that's what's happened here, but we've never gotten actual confirmation, and they didn't release any media blurb letting us know that had occurred. Some of this is that when you look on the site at one point, on the Seahawks website, that the vice president wasn't under Coach Carroll's title as it had been once before, but there hasn't been any sort of a formal announcement. Cowboys, Dak costing $50 million on the cap next year, but Jerry Jones stands to make so much if the fan base cheers for another quarterback like Rush. Cap is nothing compared to what JJ can make. I mean, they could be bold with it too, Cowboys, number one. If they could look at since we started paying him, we've had the same problems other teams have had since we started paying our quarterback. Maybe they find a creative way out from under that. And it'd be interesting to see how it plays out. It's definitely kind of turning a little bit. Cowboys, you were on this well over a year out ahead of this, when a lot of Cowboy fans probably would have been all pro Dak. You were even at that time consistent in this approach of it and when your outlook on it. But it'll be interesting to see if it continues to kind of turn in that way a bit with the fan base there. Huey says Cowboys are going to lose their defensive coordinator Quinn, getting a head coaching job this offseason. Yeah, I agree. I think he is too. Cowboys are number 1. I know the Astros is not allowed in here. No, it's all good, man. But we won. Sorry, bro. No, you got a great team, man. And you guys won it up fair and square this year. Can't blame no cheating. You guys won it. You were the better team. We had our chances. We had our shots. And you can't do nothing but sort of just kind of shake your head and go hopefully to next year. And the tough part too is you guys have gone out and made a great signing with Abreu out there. And, in many ways, maybe made yourself stronger with this offseason. You have still some young players. It's not like you're just getting over the hill. It's going to be a tremendous fight next year. And we've made some pretty good moves, but I do still think you guys have us by a nudge right now. We kind of need to make another move here to kind of round this off to hope to really, really, really fully compete here. So you guys are the big dogs on the block. We got to knock you guys off. But you've earned that spot. Danny W says, thoughts on the Mariners offseason? Seems a bit underwhelming, but I'm still excited for the future. Brendan has a theory that we are waiting for Ohtani next year. It's possible you could be waiting on Ohtani with that. Certainly he signed a 1-year, I think $30 million deal to avoid his final arbitration eligible year, I believe, there with the Angels. And that does, I think, free him up down the road. Ohtani would be a dream scenario to bring him in. Not only does he solidify an outfield corner spot that's been a problem for you, but then he also locks up one more element of that rotation so that then that frees you up to maybe move on from a guy like Hancock to further build the team even stronger, or just sit on Hancock or these kind of starting pitchers and have them in reserve and just keep kind of unveiling them, so to speak. I'm in favor of what the Mariners have done, much in the way I was in favor of them not really spending the money at the start of the last season. They went out and people were going, make a move, do something. So then they go make a move for Robbie Ray, and then everybody's like, wow, how would you pay him this much money? How could you spend this much money on Robbie Ray? And it's like, what do you guys want him to do? There's nobody on the market to sign other than these old guys, that aren't going to really bring the returns like a Chris Bryant type. So do you want him to go spend $300 million on that, or try to go find value where he can and spend the money where he can? I think he's done the same thing this offseason. Teoscar Hernandez is good value, improves the position from where you had it. He's an upgrade for what he's bringing. You should see in Colton Wong the very same thing. And Colton being a guy that does benefit from the change of the shift being applied in baseball like it's been in the past. I put those things together, and I do think that it's been a pretty good offseason. I don't think they're done yet. I think there are going to be some more here. And I also think that it wasn't just one of those things too, Daniel, where you just had free and easy movement to go make whatever move you want to make. I don't want to spend $300 million on Correa or $300 million on, what was the other guy? Billy Turner. I don't want that one either. Those are insane deals to be handing out. Just no. And so there's got to be the right guy in the market too, on top of being a good fit and all that. And I think they're going to spend their money with this Mariner franchise when it's said and done, when there's the right guy to sign. They signed Julio Rodriguez. They signed Luis Castillo after they traded for him to a contract extension. So they haven't been necessarily hesitant to spend money, but you got to have the right guys you spend the money on. And you don't want to spend the money on the wrong guys, or that can go really, really wrong as well. Orlando says rumors are the Giants are going to go all in on Ohtani. Well, certainly they could pull in a great haul, could the Angels, for Ohtani, and I've been saying that's what they should do here because of the fact their roster is so behind the eight ball right now. You don't know what you're going to get from Trout going forward with his back situation. You're pretty bare bones through the rest of that organization, and a guy like Ohtani could help really restock things a lot like the trade the Washington Nationals made with Soto. And so I would go that route if I was the Angels. I'd love it. They wouldn't, I'd love them to trade to us, but just trade him in general, I think is the best move for the Angels to go with there. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, Correa on a contract for 12 years. No, thank you. Bingo. Yeah, me too. That's just dumb, isn't it? I mean, it's just like, no. I'll find another way. I'll find another way. And to me, that just speaks to the market scarcity that was out there with the major league free agents this offseason. And that it was going to be a buyer's market or seller's market, whatever, player's market. And that's what it's been. HBR says, are you going to do any playoff watch-alongs and talk Hawks? I mean, it's a good idea, HB. I'd planned on going live because we got a Saturday game, so I would like to go live probably on Sunday. So if you want me to, I'm open to doing it. I think it could be fun. Yeah, we'll try to put something like that together. UK says contracts aren't insane. Teams are making insane profits. Players getting peanuts in comparison. They are making a lot of money. It is tough with the Major League Baseball when you start getting to that guaranteed contract at 12 years for guys going to be 30 soon. You go, it hurts. Kronos, in addition to your top 5, there might be an offensive tackle that you aren't looking at because we got both our tackles last draft. Yes. Part of it too was the one tackle that was supposed to go in the top 5 came back to school. So that knocked off one of my guys on my list. But there's one tackle I've got to look at who probably will be in that. I forget his name, but he'll be in that top 10. He's been in pretty much all the mocks that I've seen. Megan says, okay, 12s, B, time for this 12 to head out and start thinking about dinner. My best wishes to all for the festive season and the new year. Hope to be on for the game, but not sure what. Thank you, Megan. You have a great night. Thank you for all your mod duties out there. Appreciate you. Garth Knight says, Dak is so overrated. That's what our resident Cowboy fans telling us for a while in this, Garth. I would lead in to believe to him at this point, as he has been consistent on this. And I certainly worried the second you paid Dak. And that's why Jerry waited as long as he did on him. He knew what was going to be facing the second he did. Kona says, my worry of Ohtani is considering how expensive the free agent market is this year. He's going to look for 15 years, $300 million, and I'm only going to do both for a couple more years. And probably will only do both, be an outfielder and a pitcher for a couple more years. True. Very true. I think the good part is if he just becomes a hitter only, that you are then at least, maybe he becomes a little bit better hitter when he can concentrate on just hitting. And he is a very good fielder. He's got a great outfield arm. He's a great clutch hitter. So you're at least still getting some value for it. But like the Correa deal, and you are getting out into later 30s, you start to throw a 15-year deal at that money, you go, ooh, it stings. It would sting the pocketbook. I think as Yui says, though, there is this money to spend somewhere. And in Ohtani's case, I think you would at least find the value in that deal a little bit. He says Seahawks should definitely look at offensive tackle, first depth, and maybe move someone inside to guard. Boy, I'd only do that if I had a guy that I thought could be a top-notch guard at the NFL level, moving him inside. I wouldn't want to attack that for depth. I think you're okay with Jay Coran and Stone Forsythe as swing tackles, who, if they were to need to come off the bench. Don't think they're game changers, but I think they could hold their own at least in there in the way you'd like a backup tackle too. Kronos, my worry of Ohtani is considering how expensive the free. Oh, sorry, I read that. Guard Knight. OS. I forgot you get 2 players with Ohtani. Certainly Scott Boras won't take that into consideration. No, he's going to want every last buck. That's for sure. That is for sure. And have a good night, Megan. Happy holidays to you. Dak is not overrated, says Dewey2K. He's properly rated. He's better than available replacements. That's what determines his value. Is he better than Mahomes or Burrow? No, but they ain't available anyway. No, they had to pay him the money at the time they did Dewey2K. I think it's about a question of, is it smarter at that point to pay Dak for the type of team that you set up there in Dallas, or to try to find a guy that's going to give you near to what Dak gives you, and keeping the contract for what you have to pay in the quarterbacks a little bit lower. And that does affect you when you start paying quarterbacks this kind of money. And we've seen this road and pathway taken by many different teams over and over again. I mean, I don't think it's any coincidence you see these guys sign these contracts and the teams instantly start going backwards the next year as they're not able to stack as much talent as they could when they do have them on their rookie deals. It's just kind of a fact of life. But Cowboys #1's been on this boat for quite a bit of time. Bobby Savage Hill, thoughts on re-signing Goodwin? He's been a great number 3. I also don't think I'd be opposed to Fant or even Penny for the right length and price to round out the depth and talent at those positions. Noah Fant is going to come back on at least a 1-year deal. Bobby Savage Hill, you activated his 5th-year option, so he does return next year no matter what. In both of the cases of the 2 guys you mentioned, in Goodwin and Penny's case, I would be completely open to bringing both of them back. Penny will probably sign a 1-year, $3 million deal. That's not expensive. That's not a very big risk. We need to round out our running back room in a major way because we have injuries every single year. It gets decimated every single season. So we've got to find a way to kind of fix that up a little bit better than we have in the past. I think the same thing could be applied with Marquise Goodwin. I don't think there's going to be a big market out there for him. I think he's a stolid and steady number 3. I think he brings enough to the table, and what he brings that I'm good enough there. And again, in signing Goodwin and bringing back Penny, then that's 2 less picks that I've got to supply to running back depth, or I've got to supply to the receiver position, and I can apply back more onto the defense. Maybe 1 or 2 extra more picks into that direction. He says, Rush played no one, and if he were better, he'd have the gig. Offensive coordinators and head coaches are bad. Had no business losing that game after that fumble. Fair enough. Dak is in the top 10, closer to 10, but in the top 10. I think Geno Smith's outperformed Dak this year, Huey. So I would at least put Geno this, maybe not in future years would you put Geno ahead of him, but Geno's definitely been ahead of him this year. But let's keep Geno out of it. Let's go Burrow, Mahomes, Allen. Let's see here. Hurts has probably outplayed him. Let's see. Go through the list here. I think Justin Herbert's probably outplayed him this year. That's 5. That'd be close. I think he's on the outside. I think he's probably closer to like 12, 13-ish. Daniel, so watching this Broncos pick makes me realize what a joke some organizations are. Like it's insanely hard to stay at the bottom of the draft last year after year. Jags drafted number 1 2 times in a row. Yeah, there are some organizations that are a joke. And, just they don't have a solid process in how they're going about what they're doing, or a very smart process. It's a lot of randomization. I think sometimes you get owners coming in with too much say on things when they should just be shutting up and trusting the experts. And you can make the argument like a Jaguar team. It's like, well, when you hired Trent Baalke as the general manager, that's where it goes wrong. Well, why would you want to bring him in as a general manager? He had an okay run with the Niners, but I don't know if that would have been the guy at the forefront that I'd want to bring in on that Jaguar job. But so what you see is that they tend to have that part where they go wrong too, in addition to it, where you see where they're bad. You can pull the thread to see where the bad decision making comes in. Cowboys are number 1. It says, Rush beat both Super Bowl teams and only lost to the best in the league, Eagles. Dak beat the Texans. Number 1 draft choice. That's a solid point, man. Solid point. And that's maybe the direction they could look. I feel like Jerry would just hold in on the Dak deal, try to build up the other elements of the team with those picks. Because the one thing the Cowboys have done recently of good measure is, I think, draft relatively well. I don't think you can knock them as much for that. They've done a pretty good job of targeting guys. The Real Matrix says, do you think we'll get a top 3 pick? Do you think we'll get a top 3 pick still in the draft? I kind of do, actually. Yeah, I do. I don't think the Broncos are going to win another game. I could be wrong on this, but that's my gut feeling on it. Big Country Goff is better than Dak this year. I think you're right on that. Yeah. Kirk Cousins probably better than Dak this year. I don't know, Huey. I think he might be on 12th. I mean, there's some years where I think he's been in top 10, but I think this year he's probably more in that 12, 13 range. I think Goff and Kirk have had better seasons. UGK says, still think the Cowboys lose the opening round. It's the Cowboys' way. It might be. Kind of depends on to me, it's matchup based. You get the playoffs, especially if they're playing at home. It's just what kind of matchup are they getting? Do they get a tough matchup that comes in and they they don't have the guys, aligned right to deal with it, or do they get some advantages built in with the type of team that might come in there? Kind of all because, like they take on the Seahawks. I mean, Seahawks in certain ways would be something that they could really feast on with how we play, but it's all matchup based, I think. GoOx05 says, funny little thing about this draft, 2 guys named Brian Young that play base defensive end. The Tennessee one projects as a 2nd rounder. The Alabama one projects as a 5th rounder. Byron Young. Okay. That'll be tough to keep track of, Go Hawks. I got 2 Brian Youngs to look at. Oh my goodness. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I really appreciate all the donos, brother. You're very kind. Very, very kind and supportive of the channel. Thank you so much. It says, do Australians celebrate Christmas or just surviving a trip to the grocery without being attacked by a snake, spider, or crocodile? That's every day is Christmas when you're not getting eaten. You forgot sharks in the ocean too, Garth, on that one, right? They had the shark attacks too. So no, yeah, when you got to dodge the wildlife just to get to your car in a parking lot in order to live and breathe another breath, every day's Christmas. Every day's Christmas and your birthday all rolled into one at that point. Real Matrix says, if the Broncos lose to the Rams, I think we will be good. I do too, man. I do too. And thank you again, Garth, for all the donations, brother. I appreciate you. Ethan Tech World. Hey, Brandon. Coming at you from Honolulu, Hawaii. Oh, I'm a little jelly, man. I wish I was in Honolulu, Hawaii. It's cold as hell over here right now. It's absolutely stunning here. Wow. Don't think I'll be watching the game this weekend, but I'll check in later I'll check in later after if I don't early on. Fair enough, my friend. Fair enough. And hey, you're in one of the more beautiful places in the world. Can't blame you for being out there and enjoying it for every second of it. I'm going to be probably one of my post trips I'll plan here after the season ends to go check out my mom in Maui. So definitely, I'm going to be on that same track. Byron D has been celebrating 8 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Thank you, Byron D, for all of the support to the channel, man. I really do appreciate it. It says, Brendo, what you think of Derek Young having 70 plus yards this game? Also, what do you think the possibility of drafting wide receiver Marvin Mims with our 5th pick? Well, thank you for being a member for all these months. I really appreciate it. As far as Derek Young, I like Derek Young game, Byron. I think that he's been much more further along than I thought he was going to be when we came into this particular season. I've been very pleasantly surprised by the steps he's taken forward. Showed it off last week in that game where he cut the ball over his shoulder off of his left side. It was a really great catch on his part. And, he's done wide receiver things that have stood out, catching the ball out away from his body, running really good routes, things that I didn't have a chance to really evaluate him on coming out of Lenore, where there wasn't a lot of tape on the guy. So he's been very, very impressive. If he went out there and got 70 yards this game, I could certainly see it because, you absolutely know the Chiefs are going to probably roll a lot of that coverage over to DK Metcalf's side, which should then open up opportunities for the guy on the other side of him. And at times, I think they're going to try to slip in Derek as that guy on the outside as the number 2 guy and keep Marquise Goodwin maybe a little bit more often in that slot role. And that's going to give him maybe more touches, more opportunities, more attempts out there to make those catches and get those yards. So I wouldn't put money on it, but I could see it happening, Byron. You know what I mean? I wouldn't put money on it, but I could see it happen. Folks, bear with me. I'm going to be right back, and then we will probably wrap this up because I'm going to be streaming tomorrow too with Brendan. So let's get in the last couple of questions and comments, and we'll kind of start to put a bit of a button on this as we wind down. I'll be right back. Do Australians have Vegemite for Santa? I think Megan's out. Oh, Megan's back. There we go. You get some Australian question there, Megan. Crota says, yeah, B, I left the Tri-Cities. It was 4 degrees, and in Vancouver, it's 30 degrees. Oh, that'd be tropics for me right now. Let's see what it is right now out here. It's got to be so damn cold. All right, so we're at 0. Here you go, folks. We're Spokane right now. We're 0. -3 with wind chill. UE2K, not talking about this season, but includes this season. Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Herbert, Hurts, Rodgers, Brady. Only quarterbacks I think Dak is an upgrade. That's fair enough. That's a fair list, I guess. I'd have a couple on there, I think, ahead of that. But we're talking about it all being pretty close at that point. Daniel, wow, I'm not a Geno truther, and I like CJ Stroud, youngest quarterback in the draft, but it's funny looking back to before the season when we thought that the undrafted free agent left-handed quarterback might be the guy of the future. The undrafted left-handed quarterback might be the guy of the future. Which guy is that, Daniel? Undrafted guy. I feel like I'm missing something on that one. I might be missing something on that comment. What do you mean by that, though, on the undrafted? It's not ringing any bells. I know I'm 5.5 hours of stream, so I might be just blanking, but I'm not on the undrafted left-hander. I'm not sure who that is. Ethan, I'm trying to make this vacation a stress-free week, but I had a dreadful first quarter at UW, and the classes I need to take are all filled up. It's difficult not to be distracted by that. Ugh. I feel you, man. But enjoy the vacation. You're halfway into the year. You've got to enjoy it out there. That's the point of going to Hawaii, is that you decompress. You just check out. Give yourself that full checkout experience so that you really get to renew yourself a little bit. It's what's required. And if you just sit there in your head, you're not going to be able to get to that state of things. That's the part of enjoying Hawaii, is that you're in a separate world and you just got to immerse yourself in that world. Coconuts, drinks with little straws coming out of it, right? Toes in the beach. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, I only donated this much because you were cool enough to release the makers an eggnog recipe with your mom's permission. Also, you have the best cat ever. Thank you, Garth. There is no doubt about it. I do have the best cat ever. That's basically inarguable. She's proven that, I think, on stream a variety of times. And I'm happy to do it, man. I'm going to be interested to hear, Garth, your review of it, because I'm not a big eggnog guy. I'm not a big Maker's Mark guy, but it's a smooth drink. It goes down real easy. And when you're making doubles on them, those doubles add up, 2 + 2, 4, 8, 16, right? Everything starts to compound really quickly with those kind of drinks. So I appreciate you, man. I got to get me some Maker's Mark in here myself and get my own little whiskey drink here for this Christmas season, to get in the right spirit of things. So thank you, man, though, for all the donations, Garth. As I said, man, it's part of your donations, part of the donations from Megan, it's part of the donations from all the folks, Byron D's, and everybody in between that's been able to just allow me to really go hog wild on this channel this year in the way that I really wanted to do so. And I appreciate you guys opening that door for me to allow me to do this, so I don't have to just do all the normal work and just put a little sliver of time into the Hawks channel every night. I can put a huge chunk of time every day into this channel and keeping the content coming for you folks, with the long-term goal is to get to do this full-time in the future. And we are inching closer and closer to that mark by the week. But thank you, Garth, for all the donos. Megan, 78 degrees down there? Yeah, must be nice. Must be nice. Real Matrix says, I just got a signed DK Metcalf full-size helmet, buying with a dark visor to put it on the next. Looks sweet. Ooh, that would look sweet. With the dark visor, too? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I bet it's pretty nice there, Ethan. I bet it's pretty nice there. Orlando says it's warm, 20 degrees in Kent. Yeah, you guys are like sweating, you know. You're taking clothes off there. You're in tank tops there compared to here. Daniel W. says, remember in the offseason we had the undrafted left-handed quarterback that we were all hyped up about, Levi Lewis. That's right. And then to see how well Geno was playing is awesome. I forgot about him. Yeah. They didn't quite get out of training camp, but that's right. That was a guy, everyone was looking at all those quarterbacks, even those undrafted rookie guys. We had two of them, and there was a very close look at that guy. A lot of people loved him. Slight guy, tiny little dude, little itty bitty guy. But yeah, it's quite your point stands, man. It's quite a long place we've come from where we thought the position was going to be to where it is now and where we stand. Ethan, you're right, Brandon. Nothing more I can do right now and nothing more I should try to do. I'm in Hawaii and I got to enjoy it. Distraction-free zone. That's it. Just enjoy yourself through on it. And, it's just chill with it, man. That's Hawaii. Hawaii's about going there and disconnecting, pulling out. It ain't going to LA. It ain't going down to the Florida Keys. It ain't going down to anywhere else. You got to go there and just, it's disconnect. I think you're right not to watch the game and come back and watch it later. Don't get yourself stressed out because it takes a couple days going in that environment to get into the spirit of things and to kind of feel that energy a little bit. And then once you kind of get immersed into it, you really get sucked into it. And that's where the stress starts to, decompress. UE says, Maker's Mark is delicious. I love Buffalo Trace and eggnog. Also, Hennessy and eggnog is legendary. So, UE, my mom actually has a custom-made family recipe that you probably missed it earlier when I posted it, but Garth was asking about the recipe for it. And since you mentioned the eggnog with that, I'll give you the recipe as well. I don't know if you'll be interested in it, but if you like Maker's Mark and you like a little bit of eggnog maybe mixed in, is that she got 2 shots of Maker's Mark, 1 shot, 1 fireball shot. Then you fill the glass up with eggnog about 3/4 of the way. Then you top it off with a little 7-Up, and then you need a little dash of cinnamon and nutmeg. It's a little bit fancy, but it's bomb. It's bomb. Daniel says, I don't know if Pete is going to retire, but apparently he gifted all the media members on the press a pair of Nike Air Monarchs, maybe just an Xmas present, but I don't know if he normally does that. I hadn't heard that. That's interesting. It's cool. Guess it's cool of him. Be hard for me to ask him tough questions if he's giving me Nike Monarchs, Probably keep those questions nice and softball-y, Daniel says, some people were speculating it was a good buy gift, but actually in hindsight, it's probably just a Christmas gift. He'd probably do that in the final home season game. Yeah, I don't know if I'd put it as, I don't know if I'd read much into it myself on it, Daniel, though you're right to ask, is this also, has he done this before? And then maybe it would be a little bit more of an indicator of something. So, yeah. I don't think so, but it's interesting. Megan says, hey, B, can I answer a question for me? Why are all the Aussie questions after I left? I don't know, Megan. I don't know. They were flooding in, though. I was getting a few of them all of a sudden. They were very interested to understand the Christmas process down in the land down under, I guess. Go Hawks 05. Do I think the Colts would move Buckner? I can't imagine they would, but is it a possibility for them to do so? Yeah, it's a possibility. They want to probably fix some other things, specifically going and getting a quarterback. But I don't think it's a likely move to happen. He's been a very good player for them. I think they've been very happy with not only the first round pick they gave up, which is I think 12th overall, but I think they've been happy enough in the money they paid him too. He's been a very good player for them. Very much kind of a linchpin guy for them in the interior of that line. But no, I don't think they move him. I think they'd have to still eat a pretty good amount of dead money to move him, which I don't see them doing, though they have a lot of cap flexibility. While you're in Hawaii, if you get a chance, rent a Jeep and drive through Pineapple Plantation area. The smell is ridiculous. There you go. Yeah, we dropping some nuggets there. Real Matrix, I want us to draft Jalen Carter and Trenton Sims so bad. That'd be a mean combo, man. A mean combo. Jeffrey Todd, thanks for always making excellent Hawks content, Brando. It's no wonder you doubled your subscribers this season. Just curious, since your film analysis is spot on, did you play football growing up? I played through junior high and I played a little bit in high school, Jeffrey. I went to I was 6 feet tall, but my big issue was that from just natural ability as far as agility, quickness, speed was never there with me really. So I was always a guy that just really slow, but loved the sport. Just once I got into high school, I was overmatched at that point. We had a lot of people in my high school, and it was very competitive going out on the football team. It wasn't one of those small schools where there's like 40 guys. It's like you're looking around on tryouts and you're 200 people out there. It's like, geez, okay, here we go. So I just wasn't quite good enough to do any impact into the high school level, but I definitely did enjoy the sport a ton. And then playing it, I think it gave a little bit of a feeling and understanding in certain respects, though not as much as I would have had if I had been able to really go through all the way in high school and get into college and do those kind of things with it. So I did a bit. And I did enjoy it, but you become aware once you get to a spot where you're just like, okay, I can't get from point A to point B anywhere near as fast as this cat can. It's getting me drilled. U2K says, ooh, the fireball. Definitely making that. Thank your mom for me. I will. I'll text her out the stream that it sounds like this might be a little bit of a hint for her. And she's molded this over the years, Huey. So this ain't just a fresh recipe. She's kind of crafted this one along and, like a mad scientist in the lab, what if I put a little bit of this in this time? And what if I put a little bit of that in that time? So she's arrived there at a very well-honed state of things. Chrono says it was all the regular media members and they did decide to wear them at the same time as a thank you to Pete. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. And Jeffrey Todd, thank you though for the kind words as well, man. I do love doing this, and it's been awesome watching the growth this year and knowing now we got a true pathway here for me to do this full time in the future and do this passion of this thing that I love to do and do it every single day. It's a great gift for me to be able to do this, and I never saw it coming. Didn't think this was going to be a possibility when I started the channel to get to this spot like we have this fast. A lot of people have the big growth on YouTube and stuff. It's like they got to wait years and years and put that like decade like run in to get the returns, so to speak. And it's been a lot more injected here with us, and it's been helpful and it's been awesome to see, and just keeps encouraging me to go harder and further into the future with it. Megan has what position did you play, B? So I played defensive end. That was my spot. I was a technician with my hands. Okay, not a lot of natural explosion out of my stance. Not a lot of first step quickness, reasonable bend. I could bend, but the explosive stuff, the explosion quickness off the line, didn't have a lot of natural length. I was an undersized guy at that time because I didn't get my growth spurt till like senior year in high school. So I would have been an undersized defensive end, but I was a rolling ball of knives, Megan. I was bringing everything at you. I was a wild feral beast. You're getting everything. Maybe not a lot of natural talent, but you get a lot of effort. That was a high motor. I'll tell you, the motor on me, whew, you guys should have seen the motor on me. It was huge. Seahawks blue and green. I hope the Bears don't take Carter from us. I hope not either. I think that they're more likely to go Anderson in that situation myself. I think they need more of an edge than they need an inside guy. Roommaker says that the Bears got Carter and we got Anderson. Who would he start over? Taylor? Because then where would Mafe get a full chance? I think that the bringing on of Anderson especially in Taylor's case is a death knell for his Seahawks future. And it probably means that Boye Mafe moving into the future is going to have a little bit of a reduced capacity on the amount of snaps he's going to be able to get on his rookie contract. And that's unfortunate, but you do need depth to a degree. Certainly starters are going to go down. It's good having a backup like Boye in place, but it would still mean nonetheless that Boye is going to, at that point, have a reduced amount of snaps probably. There'll be enough there to give Boye a little bit of a taste between the rotation out of Anderson and Uchenna, and you flip him on both sides of the line as the number one guy coming off the bench. So he'll still get his share of snaps, but it's to your point, going to mean that he's not going to have his starter snaps. Megan says a rolling ball of knives. Okay, that's an interesting way of saying it, B. Yeah. It's a rolling ball of knives. It's rolling very slowly though, right? I ain't coming at you like a bowling ball. It's kind of just a. It's a very slow moving ball of knives. Danny W says, fans must have confused Stephon Diggs and voted for Quandre Diggs. I guess it's possible. I don't know how he got in. That's for sure. And it's Seahawks Blue and Green. They look at last year's, how did Diggs make the Pro Bowl? Asked Seahawks Blue and Green. Reputation from last year. You know, he's been in the league for a long time. He's well known through the league pretty well now. He's had a share of picks through the last few years. That stands out to fans in a certain way when they see the name up on the interception list. Seems to have been enough to get him in. But UG Case is another nugget that proves Pete is just a cheerleader, a victory speech. How about making adjustments to stop Kittle and Mr. Irrelevant? Good grief. With you there, man. I'm with you there. Cowboys are number one. Can you drink? I did it once, laughing out loud. Can you dunk? Oh, I did it once, laughing out loud. No, as spoken about, I was challenged from an athletic standpoint, and it used to annoy me because I love sports so much, but I'd go out into sports and then just, I'd go to baseball and I'd love pitching. I'd understand everything about pitching, but I couldn't throw past 60 miles an hour, or you go on the football field and you're just like, okay, I'm going to run like a 5.4 40 if I ran a 40. And I probably had my vert's actually better now than it probably was when I was a kid because I play basketball. So it's actually been for years of playing basketball. I've probably helped my athleticism through the years a little bit, but no, it was like, I could barely get my fingers to touch the rim, much less get the ball over the rim. No way. Sean Hines, who would I grab at 15? Like a Trent Simpson type would be a guy I'd probably take a look at in right around that area of things. I don't have a great feel for these prospects yet where I really have everybody itemized into where they're going to be. When you check back in with me and even a month from now, I'll have a much better understanding about that first round and who and where they lie at. But it's a name that jumps out to me, I guess, initially out the gate would be a Trent Simpson. As far as maybe another name that we could take a look at who could be maybe interesting there, Brian Brees. Mike Morris of Michigan would be an interesting guy to me there. Miles Murphy would be gone at that point. Probably somewhere in that neighborhood. But I'll be looking at more guys and have a better answer for you soon on that note. Jeffrey says, since Tariq Woolen led the NFC in Pro Bowl voting for cornerbacks, what are his chances of making the All-Pro team? Very good. I think he's got a very good chance of getting at least a second-team All-Pro. Probably not first-team, but I think he'll have done enough maybe this year to even vault himself up into second-team All-Pro, which is say nothing going to the Pro Bowl. Getting into an All-Pro state of things in your rookie year is a very, very tough place to get. If you get voted to that spot, you have well earned it in that first year. There ain't no reputation there. So pretty good. Not first team, but I think a very good chance on the second team, Jeffrey. Megan says, as long as you're not a quarterback with the records for the most fumbles and sacks, I guess, B. Well, there is that. At least I don't have that on my resume. Daniel says, can we get one 4-round mock draft before the stream log out? It's late, I know. I thought I might sneak in and ask. I'll tell you what, we'll try to do one on the next one, Daniel. It's a little late right now, and I'm almost 6 hours in and a bit tired, but I will, let me start playing around with the site a little bit and get things ready. And maybe we can do a quick one, after the game tomorrow night, so check back in with me after the game on Saturday. And then I can bring up the screen and show you guys the picks and the options and stuff like that I got to go through. Cause yeah, I'm a little hungry and I want to keep this one. The goal was to keep this at 3 hours. We're 6 hours in because I got to stream tomorrow and then we're going to be streaming on Saturday and I'll be back streaming on Sunday. So I gotta do a little bit of pacing on it, but, can you check with me on the Saturday stream? I will for sure do it on the Saturday stream. Sean Hines says, are you going to do a mock draft? Are you going to do a mock draft show for this upcoming draft? I will be doing more than one. You guys, as a YouTuber, I'm going to be, we're not in this place very often. I will be squeezing, this for everything it's worth as far as this draft goes. So there will be mock draft 1 show. There'll be mock draft 2.0 show. There'll be mock draft 3.0 show. But let's remember too, we are, we're December 12th right now. The draft is until was it the end of April? So we got many months here still left, but I will be doing multiple shows built around all of the mock drafts. Here's what we could be doing going this way with it. Here's what we could be going if we want to go this as an alternate route. Wait, what if we go this route with it? And really setting whole shows around just a general approach to the draft. Like, okay, we're going down this track. Okay, what if we want to go down this track instead, and how that would look? So I promise I will be unveiling more mock drafts than you guys know what to do with. We'll be on like mock draft 17.0 by the time we get to the actual draft. So I'll be going crazy with it. The Real Matrix, I'm 6'3" and play defensive end, and I'm in high school right now though. Have a few offers, but nothing too great yet. It's a good size. It's a good size to be at to get at a defensive end. It's kind of an ideal size a little bit. Because you can get some nice natural leverage against some of those bigger tackles, especially in college, 6'4", 6'5". You can get underneath those guys' pads a little bit then at that point. But it's a fun position to play, defensive end. It is. I really did enjoy it. And I'll tell you, there's nothing like it when you come off the ball. Oh, it's one of the great moments in life in sports that you feel as you come off the ball as a defensive end. And I'm sure, Real Matrix, you've had this. And you get past the defensive tackle, and especially when you're coming blind, or get past the offensive tackle and you're coming blindside, and the quarterback doesn't know you're going to hit him, and he's not seeing you. And even for a guy like me that was slow rounding that arc and then flattening off, and every once in a while when I could catch that quarterback and he was completely, did not know it was coming, and you just get to hit him full steam as hard as you can. It was so much fun. It's just, it's like, you feel like a superhero in those moments, you know, it's just, and the guy just collapses right over and oh, it was great. I love that about playing 4-3-N. It was awesome. Dan says, don't forget to check out that video though on our defense about Vic Fangio. I promise it's one of the best videos I've seen all year on the 3-4. Really explained it to me. I promise you I will. I will take a deep look into it, man, for sure. I'm psyched for it. Bobby says, why do they stop Pro Bowl voting before the season ends? How players finish the season is how you find out if some players are really made of. It's true. It's true, man. I'm not sure. I don't have a good answer for that, why they would need to. You can tabulate this stuff pretty quick because it's all online, right? It's not like you have to wait for the hand vote counter guys to get through with it. You know? John Stillwell, how you doing, man? I'm doing great. Doing great. You caught us a little bit here right at the end, but I'm doing awesome. Hope you're doing well out there too. Daniel says, the funny thing about the video is the guy has 0 examples of the Seahawks defense. 90% of the time he's showing the Packers, Vikings defensive struggles, and it looks identical to the Seahawks struggles. Makes sense. Makes sense. And I promise I will definitely check it out. 100%. I'm sure he brings up a lot of valid points in it. I do wonder a little bit with it, just on that. It's, again, like the Vikings team, you know, you make a defensive change, but then you don't actually change your defensive scheme. You don't get your personnel changed. It's weird. Seahawks blue and green, we need to spend the money on good free agent guard or center, whichever position we don't need, we get in the draft. Can't hurt to get a young depth on the old line anyway. That's okay. I'm fine with going that route, man. For sure. Cat numbers 1, can you do Jerry Jones arguing with Christopher Walken about the better color, orange versus light tan? Let me tell you something. In cowboy country, there's only light tan. All right? It's like the sun draping down upon the deserts of the Rio Grande. You don't get that nowhere else, okay? That tan is Dallas tan, okay? It's Dallas tan and no one else's tan. That's the color we rock with here in Dallas. That is the predominant color of this jersey. That is cowboy country jersey is what that is. Excuse me, Jerry Jones, what are you talking about? You wouldn't know colors like you don't know a team from your asshole pal. I see a lot of owners talking about colors all the time. You don't know a single thing about a color. Orange is the way. It's the only way. It's the winner's colors. That's why you losers. Jerry, you didn't just call me a loser, did you? I know what you just called me. You just called a cowboy, a world champion, a loser. You didn't know this. I don't care, Christopher Walken. I don't get your Oscar out of my face. I don't want your Oscar. Okay? I want you leaving my office. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. You don't know football. You might know acting now, Christopher. You're a damn good actor, okay? But this is Cowboys country. We know football in Cowboys country. We know winning football, and we know colors. You don't know damn colors. Orange, are you kidding me? Orange is one of the weakest colors I've ever seen in my life. I'm telling you, Jerry, this is why you haven't won a Super Bowl in 30 years. was it 20, 30 years? I can't even count no more. You've been so bad, Mr. General Manager and owner. Oh, yeah, is that how you do it out here in Dallas? What a joke. Can't pick a color. Can't pick a team. What are you really good for? Sell the damn team, please. Now, I ask of you. I'm never going to sell this team. And my son's never going to sell this team. We're going to be Cowboys for the end of time. We are going to be the Jerry Jones Dallas Cowboys. That's the name. That's how it's going to play out in the future. I'm a little weak right now, Cowboys, number one, but I got you on that. Guard Diet, thank you for another $5 donation, Guard. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It says, Brando, when you get to the Hawaii, thank your mom for not having to fight a crocodile or wrangle a serpent off your neck. I will indeed. Yeah, there's not a lot of beastly creatures out there in Hawaii. You're pretty safe and sound when you're on land there, at least. A little bit of tiger sharks in those waters, but definitely no snakes, no crocodiles. Only thing you got to really worry about is maybe some bugs at times out there that get a little dodgy though, Garth. But thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you. Byron D with a $2 donation. Sorry, Byron D. I missed this one a little bit. It says linebacker Owen Papoe is a hidden gem. I will write his name down. Papoe. I think I got that right. Let me see here. I got him down. Thank you, Byron, for the suggestion. I'll take a look. I will take a look at his tape, man, for sure. Sorry it took me a little bit of time to notice your donation there, though. Appreciate you. Greg says Jerry Jones sounds like he's Trump if he was from the South. What you gonna say? I ain't Trump. I'm Bear Trump, okay? I'm a Dallas Cowboys. I own a football team. Donald Trump would like to own a football team. He tried to own a National League of his own. It failed, all right? I don't fail. Jerry Jones don't miss, all right? Jerry Jones don't miss when he puts his son as general manager. How many owners can say that? Not many, I'll tell you that. Yeah, but I'm never going to sell this team. I just see it. Never. I don't care how bad we are. We may be bad, we're just this close to being great. Because we are the Jones. Jones don't know how to lose. We've been winning our whole life. Don't talk about these last 30 years. The NFL's been against us. Officiating's been against us. Everybody mad at us. We are great. Cowboys are number one. Brilliant. Bravo, man. Thank you, brother. I'm glad it held up okay. Sometimes it gets a little dodgy 6 hours in with the boys, but appreciate you guys. Got to try to finish strong if we can here. Daniel says, Pete Carroll is one of those old men who can't retire. He has way too much energy. I think he plays out his contract, and as bad as the defense has been, I'm fine with giving him one more year to add 3 to 4 guys. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't see a guy that just wants to retire. I think it's, at the end of the day, he's going to be here until somebody, I've made the reference before, Daniel. I feel like it's like the player who says you're going to have to rip this jersey off my back in order to pull me off the field. And I think same thing is going to be true with Coach Carroll as we do move forward on that realm of things. He just loves it so much, which good for him to have that kind of passion, that late into life on a thing like he has. Shows how much he does have for the sport. Sam says, I tuned out of football after the Panthers game. What's our playoff chances looking like? So if we win all 3 games, we're in, Shams. Tough to do though, of course, because you got to go into Arrowhead this next week. If you go 2-1, then you're going to need a little bit of help. You'll need, I believe, one of the Lions or Washington team or both to lose there, even if you go 2-1. So you'll need some help on 2-1, though you can still get in. Right now we stand at 61% chance of getting into the playoffs, even if we go 2-1. So there is still a little bit better than 50-50 chance to get in, I guess. A little bit. Greg, one thing about the 4-3 is that it's friendly towards D linemen of all shapes and sizes. So if the 3-4 doesn't work out, we can always go back to the 4-3 and run it effectively, I think. I wouldn't mind seeing them do that, especially if they're not going to find the personnel to make the 3-4 run, which that's been a bit of my argument. I've been pushing on this with the teams where it's been failing, be it Minnesota, be it Green Bay, be it a lot of, maybe not as much as Green Bay. Green Bay's had a little more of the 3-4 personnel of recent years, but not necessarily Minnesota. They've been more of a 4-3 base team as of recent. They just suddenly in an offseason transitioned to 3-4, but didn't really go out and get the personnel to fit that transition. And that's what you got to do if you're going to change to a new scheme, is get the right fit there, get the right fit. So I'm okay if they want to go back that route with it. The personnel better fits a 4-3 defense right now, Grug, but they just got to pick a scheme one way or another. They're kind of picking both halves right now, so to speak. They're trying to straddle the fence, as I say, in the kind of defense they're running right now. Kronos says, one interesting thing about Pete was he admitted he wrote a victory speech in hopes he could read it after beating the 49ers. The only thing I don't know is if he has done this previously. Oof. Yeah, that's odd. I feel like the coach's kind of speeches at the end should be kind of organically just coming from your emotions in the moment, It's not an Academy Award speech, But, I mean, to each his own, I guess. Yeah, I'm with Kronos. I feel like the postgame should be a little more ad-libbed. That's me too. That strikes me as kind of odd. Strange. A little bit. Just a little bit. Just tiny bit on that. Well, let's go ahead and wrap this up on that point. We're 6 hours in. I think it's a good point to wrap it up. I will be back tomorrow at 8 o'clock and do Brendan. We're going to do a breakdown and a matchup of this Kansas City matchup and kind of preview this a little bit more. I want to thank all of the people who donated to the channel tonight. Garth Knight, you were amazing, man, with all of your donos, damn near $100, if not more so, as far as donated to the chat goes. Byron D, you're amazing. Megan, thank you for all you're doing down there in the mods and handling business in there and that sort of thing, even though I know you're taking some slings and arrows for the Aussie stuff, but keep your head up on that. It's nothing but love in the chat for you out there. MJ Seahawk, thank you as well for your donations on the channel as well. Taker610, Mumbles, you guys are amazing. Saijan, everybody that's put to the channel here tonight, very, very, very much appreciated on that respective things. You guys are awesome, and you guys are always awesome. Seahawks Blue and Green says, feels like you need an awesome linebackers for a 3-4, and we've got Aaron Curry. Yeah, you do need linebackers that can make it work. I think you need it all. I think you need a front seven to make a 3-4 defense work, and the bottom line is you just don't have a front seven right now that can just quite really make it work. And that's really the bottom line. Megan says, pleasure be. Not sure if I'll be here for the game as it will be on Christmas Day. It'll be Christmas Day there. Well, fair enough, Megan. I'll be back on Sunday too. So if we do miss you on one, I'll be back on Christmas Day here, I think, streaming. So we're going to be hitting this hard here as we get down the stretch here with the channel and doing a lot of different streams and stuff as we start to build up towards that off season. Say nothing of, let's see what we got still left on this year. You still got a little bit of hope, still got a little bit of chance to make some noise here. Orlando Roca, thank you for the love, man. Love right back your way, and appreciate you guys watching as well. Just want to thank everybody again for all of the support beyond the monetary support. Thank you for all the encouragement in the chat, comment section, and whatnot throughout the course this year. You guys have just continued to be a stabilizing force, an encouraging force. Stay on the path, Brandon. Keep your head down. Let's keep going with this. Let's keep expanding. It's been part of what's helped me staying on that point with this. So thank you for all that encouragement from you guys throughout this time and this year especially. It's been very helpful, and let me know we're on that right track, and just to stay on the path, stay on the approach, so to speak. Well, the odds are a little bit long, or they're somewhat good in our favor, but a lot of people are already starting to look forward. There's still a little bit of chance left in the season. There's still way more good about this season than there's to feel bad about this season. There is a baseline set. A lot of the heavy lifting has been done, so to speak. You still got to finish it off at this point, but there's so much more about the bright future that is ahead for the Seahawks than there is about dark times ahead or to feel negative about. We'll talk about the negatives. We'll talk about the things that have us concerned, but it doesn't still not mean that this team has way more to feel encouraged about. There's a way brighter future for this football team as we head forward than many, 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 many teams in the NFL, a vast majority of teams in the NFL, I would offer you, and where they're going to be looking to be at in the next couple of years and where their trajectory is heading. So feel good about this team, even if you have some reservations about some very specific points. But hopefully this has been as fun a season as it's been for me, for you guys, and watching this football team this year. It's not been perfect football. It's been the ups, it's been the downs, but it's overall been encouraging, and it's been pretty fun to watch. And it's been a hell of a time to be able to watch it here with you guys on a weekly basis and just take this in and turn this over and look at every single angle, tip it upside down, look at every angle from that angle, and then look at it back over again. I love it. This is what just inspires me about football, is being able to just dive into it and all these details. So thank you for always being a part of this with me, you guys, week in and week out, show in and show. You guys always show up. You're always there with me to kind of turn this stuff over. I really appreciate that about you guys. You are absolutely amazing. The most supportive chat community, the most supportive sub community that I think exists out there on YouTube. bang for bang. For being a guy with 10K, I can't believe the amount of support I get from you guys. So thank you to everybody out there. All you guys do, I really do appreciate it. And even as you do look forward to this, off season and these draft picks and all that money you got to spend, don't give up hope yet. Don't put this season to bed yet. Don't put that coffin down into the ground yet. Don't start putting the dirt on top yet. Until we're mathematically eliminated, we got a chance. Until they say, no, you're out of it, we got a shot. And you get me in there dancing in the playoffs, you give me that puncher's chance, and these Seahawks have a mean right hook that they can still bring on in if that were to occur. I may be a dreamer, but I ain't the only one. Thank you to guys. I love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Hit that like button if you could for me on the way out. But don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.